Cero. Vora Quentin. Ish. When can I see?
Please ring the bell. May I please request Councillor from Yesteras to approach. A ward councillor from Yesteras, please approach. Please approach. Councillor Debbie Williams Moses. Councillor Debbie Williams Moses, approach. Thank you, councillors. Please take your seats. Take your seats so that we check if we form a quorum. Can we all take our seats so that we can be counted to check if we form a quorum? 1, 2, 3. Good morning, honorable councillors. We are starting with our special council meeting, and it's time for us to start our meeting. Thank you, councillors. Can we start the meeting? Chair of Chairs, please. Thank you so much. Honorable councillors, due notice was given of this special council meeting. We are a quorum, and I therefore declare this meeting duly constituted. I trust that all councillors have signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly note that it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. If you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked as absent from this meeting in the minutes. May we now begin with our special council meeting by observing a moment of silence in prayer or meditation, please. After a moment of silence, it means to learn. Can we observe the moment of silence in prayer, please? Thank you very much. I worship the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekana, and his entourage, Honorable Chief Mashang and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of the Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents, and the public. I welcome you to this special council meeting. The purpose of this special council meeting is to firstly debate the 2026-2027 budget speech delivered by the MMC for Finance on the 21st May 2026, and thereafter to discuss and consider the report on IDP and Mentref. Application for leave of absence. Honorable councillors, for purposes of informing council in as far as leave of absence for councillors from this council meeting is concerned, I will now call on the Chief Whip of Council to present to council the approved leave of absence of councillors. Chief Whip.
Thank you so much, Speaker, for the opportunity. Speaker, the following councillors have been approved in line with the city processes in inquiry leave of absence. Councillor T. Masharela, EFF Organizational Commitment, E. Mutubati, EFF Family Responsibility Leave, P. Matala, EFF Family Responsibility Leave, G. Brettenberg, DA Leave, E. M. Bason, DA Sick Leave, N. Patel, ANC Leave, P. Mudise, ANC Sick Leave, M. V. Pasha, ANC Sick Leave, G. R. Patel, DOP Sick Leave, R. M. Mann, IAC Family Responsibility Leave. Speaker, councillors who arranged for arrive late. P. Mayor, VF Plus, 14 hour. Alderman SD Deploy, VF Plus, 12 hour. Speaker, the councillors request to leave early. Councillor Obakeng Sam Ramabodu, EFF, 12 hour. Councillor L. Metalbeck, 14 hour. Councillor P. Satan, DA, 17 hour. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. We move to item C, official notice. There are none. Item D, unopposed proposal by the Speaker and other proposal allowed by the Speaker. Yes, Councillor Makale.
We are on unopposed. Okay. If I get your indulgence, Speaker, as the DA, we want to bid farewell to Councillor John Barendrecht, who is retiring. It's his last meeting today. He has served this council diligently and the DA caucus for more than 20 years. So Councillor Barendrecht, Dr. Barendrecht, they're asking that you stand up so that they can see you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I will allow you to speak after the items on the unopposed. Thank you. Honorable Councillors, please be reminded that we will also have our ordinary council meeting today, and that meeting will commence at 1400 as expected in the notice. 2, Africa Day. Honorable Councillors, the city of Tshwane joined Africans across the continent on 25th May 2026 to commemorate Africa Day under the 2026 African Union theme, which is 63 years of unity, integration and development. Let us celebrate together. As South Africa's administrative capital, the city of Tshwane reaffirmed this commitment to African unity, regional integration and shared continental destiny. South Africa attracts many immigrants and asylum seekers due to its economic prospects and stability. However, balancing nation security and human rights obligations remain a significant challenge today. Honorable Councillors, the city of Tshwane remain committed to building an inclusive society that upholds human dignity, social cohesion, and sustainable development for all who live in South Africa and across the African continent. Together, let us work towards a safer, stronger, and more united Africa. Honorable Councillors, on behalf of the City of Tshwane, I would like to congratulate Mamelodi Sundowns for their incredible CAF champion triumph. The victory is a testament to their hard work, discipline, talent, and unwavering belief. Through the campaign, you have also made Tshwane and the country proud with a performance worthy of champions. May this historic success be a beginning of even greater accomplishment. Honorable Councillors, let me also congratulate Orlando Pirates for being crowned the champions of Premier Soccer League this season. Congratulations, champions. Be reminded that when we get to the, I'm not opening for speeches on this one. When we, can you allow me to go through my agenda? Thank you. Be reminded that at 2 o'clock, when we start the meeting for 2 o'clock, that is when we'll be given an opportunity to speak to Sundowns and Pirates. So let's allow that space to continue. We've got a long agenda today. I'm not going to allow anything that is going to distract us. We will also honor Kaizer Chiefs for remaining on position 3. Thank you so much. We were not expecting Kaizer Chiefs to be there, but we really appreciate their presence. And thank you very much. But all that we know, the leader of the executive, he once asked us on what you call Facebook page, and he said, if you are not supporting Chiefs, what are you doing? Because Chiefs is a club that needs to be supported by all of us. If we call ourselves South Africans, we must support all of us Kaizer Chiefs. Thank you very much. Thank you. Honorable Councillors, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. Thank you, Councillors. Thank you. Honorable Councillors, thank you. Honorable Councillors, today the Office of the Speaker, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. Honorable Councillors, today the Office of the Speaker is hosting 80 girl learners from the Eastern Secondary School for the Take a Girl Child to Work Day. The learners are observing council proceedings from the gallery, and one of the learners will briefly address Council 102 today. A Take a Girl Child to Work program contributes towards the development of a strong, smart, bold learners who will, in the future, become vibrant contributors of the economy and leading job creators in our country. By opening our council to the learners, we contribute towards shaping their career choices, but also empower them with self-management skills as they face the reality of social ills, including teenage pregnancy, substance abuse, gender-based violence, bullying, among others. The learners will then proceed to the Pretoria State Theatre to watch a show, Walk Out, Break the Silence, which addresses some of the things social ills. We would like to thank the Pretoria State Theatre for opening doors for these learners, and we hope for a long-term partnership to bring even more schools around the city to watch and engage with the show. Accompanied by another learners, Ms. Kyla Madembo and Ms. Filemo Mulambo will address Council today, elaborating on some of the challenges facing by young girls in Easterns. They will be accompanied by their teachers, Mr. Folam Morambo and Ms. Shonipile Mutswe. I would like to call the two young ladies or the girls can come to address the city, and also invite all the learners at the gallery at the fourth floor to stand up so that the councillors can acknowledge you. Thank you. Is that Kyla? Is that Kyla? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Let's allow Kyla to address us. Please show her how to press the button. Remember, this council is live on YouTube. Your time is now, Ms. Kyla.
Greetings to the City of Tshwane Council, the Speaker of Council, Her Worship the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Traditional Leaders, members of the Mayoral Committee, Tip of Whip of Council, Chairpersons of Section 78 committees, leaders of all political parties present in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, City of Tshwane residents, and the public. Once more, good morning to you all. My name is Kyla Phoenix Marembo, and I would like to present my speech on substance abuse on this lovely day. First and foremost, I would love to define what substance abuse is. According to the World Health Organization, it is the harmful or hazardous use of psychoactive substances, including alcohol and illicit drugs. Initially, when we hear about substance abuse, we immediately go and recall the last time we saw a homeless person on a street corner. Additionally, we see victims of substance abuse each and every day, on our way to and from work or school, passing over a bridge, or even by the corner shop. It is everywhere, but yet it is still not acknowledged. Certainly, handing a flyer to a teenager passing by is not going to help. They'll probably read it and throw it away, or worst case scenario, they crumble it straight away. It is evident that this new generation will not listen to something they do not find coherently entertaining. On the contrary, some teenagers are still willing to lend an ear. If we do not lose hope and continue educating the youth with intention, our efforts will prevail. You must be asking, why? What does substance abuse actually do? Well, I will tell you. Have you ever seen a family broken apart, a community turned on each other, or an individual considering ending their own life? That's what it does. Moreover, it does that on a larger extent. However, not every substance abuser gets the short end of the stick. Some turn a new leaf, go to rehab, and accept help. The reason I'm putting an emphasis on accept is because substance abusers will never admit and accept help. In their minds, they're perfectly normal. I am going to ask Pamela Chantal Mulombo for an addition on the other problems that trouble our school.
Once more, good morning, councillors. Additionally to the problems in our school are vandalism, dropouts, and most of all, lack of electricity. Firstly, electricity is the major problem at hand, because without electricity, our school can't operate properly. I, as a cat learner, can testify to that. The electrical issue affects us the most. For instance, I don't have access to a computer or laptop at home, so I depend on the school's computers to do my practical homeworks and assignments. Therefore, I cannot do my work because of the electrical issue, and this pulls back on my marks. Our school is dark, and it is hard for us to learn, especially in winter. The reality is we need electricity because this leads to vandalism. Meanwhile, we have another issue at hand, vandalism. It is not only caused by the lack of electricity, but let us look at the fact that the school's infrastructure is poor. Thieves get the opportunity to enter the broken walls, the holes in the fence, and through the broken porous fence. It is clear that we are not safe. As a result, this creates an unsafe learning environment for all of us, including our educators, because we get robbed in class or in the premises of the school. Moreover, if we look deeply into this issue, these people who keep on vandalizing our school are the very same people who were in our school but have now dropped out. They have turned into predators that are finding ways to destroy our school. In conclusion, I personally believe that with the help that we can receive from social workers, rehab centers, and mostly the Department of Education, we can be able to build a new and healthier school. Thank you.
Once again, I would like to thank you all for this opportunity to speak. And please, Executive Mayor, I'm asking you as a girl child to please come to our school and see the current situation. Thank you.
Can we all rise? Thank you very much. Please be seated. I'd like to, on behalf of the city, I'd like to call upon the Executive Mayor to put some words to the school, and as you are standing there, probably Mandla, take them to the table. Over to you, Executive Mayor.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Good morning and all protocols observed. I'm trying to save time, Speaker, so I can address the two learners. First of all, thank you so much for visiting the City of Tshwane Council. Thank you so much for your brave words, for sharing your experiences with us. I do accept the invitation to come to your school and see exactly what you are talking about, but also for us, the members of this council are also parents. The issue of drugs and substance abuse, among other things that affect your future, something that is at the center of what we do. We do have programs as the City of Tshwane to assist, in particularly in ESDRS. We know what the issues are there, and there is support that is in ESDRS, but the cry is loud. If you, at your age, can come here and highlight this, social ill that has stolen so many futures, you have our attention, and I am so amazed at how brave and beautiful you are, and we will see you soon when we come to your school. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We like to allow you now to leave the chamber and join your schoolmates, but what we can do first, the Executive Mayor will take a picture with you before you leave. He sits right behind you. You can stand up to get a picture. Thank you very much. And rest assured that when the Executive Mayor is visiting your school, I will be accompanying him. I will be definitely there as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's then move forward. We've got our own honorable councillors, the City of Tshwane Athletic Club will be participating in the upcoming Comrades Marathon, which is taking place on the 14th of June 2026. The city is proud of the City of Tshwane Athletics Club members for their commitment and determination to represent the City of Tshwane, the city at the 2026 Comrade Marathon. I invited the club to this council meeting today. We therefore request the runners to come to the front so that we can wish them well as they fly the City of Tshwane flag up high, running all the way from Durban to Pietermaritzburg. Can I then invite the athletics to come in? If we can give them a round of applause, please, as they come in. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Please be seated. Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you. Thank you so much. May I then invite one speaker that will speak on behalf of the coalition and one speaker on behalf of the opposition parties. I would like to call Councillor Ratikwane to speak on behalf of the coalition, and also I want to choose myself. I want to choose. Let's then. Thank you very much. May I, thank you. May I ask Councillor Joubert to speak on behalf of the opposition parties? Thank you so much. Then after that, the MMC of Social Development is not here. Then I'll ask the leader of the business on behalf of the MMC to speak. Councillor Ratikwane. Please press your button.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Isolwani will be speaking on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We are saying to our team, as the government of today, we are saying we are behind you. We are saying go out there and make us proud. We need those medals. We are saying to all
the people of Swane, let's rally behind our team because it will represent this metro. And we are saying to all of you, with your discipline that you've already shown in terms of your rehearsal and practice, we believe we are going to get it. And then you'll make us proud. We thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chubet.
Thank you for the opportunity. To the athletes of the city of Tshwane who's going to compete in the Comrades Marathon, I would like to say your months of grueling preparation, sacrifice, and early morning training have paved the way to this defining moment. As athletes representing the city of Tshwane, you carry not just your own dreams, but the pride of the entire municipality as you prepare to conquer the world's largest and oldest ultra marathon. From the Freedom Front Plus and the opposition parties, we say good luck and bring the medals back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Let me now call the leader of the executive to give the final word on the team. Thank you so much. Leader of the executive.
No, thanks, Speaker. Good morning and good morning to colleagues. Let me take this opportunity to join my two colleagues on congratulating the team Tshwane. Farewell, represent us well. Hit those hills. When fatigue sinks in, remember that we will be cheering you up on TV and we'll be following your race numbers. Make us proud. We know that every year there's a medal or two that comes back. Therefore, the rest of the team, let's support each other. We believe that you continue not only in the ultra marathon, but other marathons across the city and Gauteng, representing us. We see your colors. Some of us, we are runners. We come there with our tummies. We want to invite Councillor Fosi, that one there, to come. No, we are runners. As colleagues, they see us in marathons. Therefore, they see us, we represent. Therefore, no, we are inviting Fosi to come and shed load shedding there in the marathons. Therefore, congratulations, all the best. We're looking forward to more of your success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite the executive mayor and the leader of the executive and the chair of chairs take a picture with the team. And Councillor Tisulwan as well. Councillor Jubet, you spoke to them. Come and take a picture with them. Thank you very much. Can we then honor them by rising as they leave the chamber? Can we all stand and give them a round of applause as they leave? please remain standing. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you so much. Let's move to item E, consideration of the minutes of the Special Council meeting, delivery of the budget speech 2026-2027, which took place on the 21st of May 2026. Honorable Councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the Special Council meeting on the 21st May 2026 for approval. Approved. Thank you. Honorable Councillors, this is item F. Honorable Councillors, for all of you to be able to follow the sequence of discussion throughout and participate in the structured way, you should now have a following document in your position. The MMC for Finance, Deputy Executive Mayor, budget speech, and the report on the Mayoral Committee from its meeting on the 20th May 2026, namely item 1, tabling of the City of Tshwane 2026-2027, review of the 2022-2026 Integrated Development Plan, and item 2, Budget Office Division 2026-2027, medium-term revenue and expenditure framework for the City of Tshwane. Honorable Councillors, in order to approve the budget supporting vote of the majority of members of Council, i.e. at least 108 assenting votes is required. I will now call the Executive Mayor for the Finance MMC to explain the details of the budget principles and open the debate on the general discussion of the budget. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Good morning to you, to the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Gegan and his entourage, Honorable Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Speaker. Speaker, the budget that we are bringing today that will be debated by our colleagues is an outcome of a process that we introduced to Council at the end of March. When we introduced this budget, Speaker, there were a few fundamentals that, as this administration, we want to continue with. We started this work in the previous financial year, Speaker, when we, for the first time in 4 years, brought a funded budget to this Council. It remains funded despite other people wishing that it is not. It remains funded, Speaker. It is a moment of pride for us. It is a moment of pride, Speaker, that even on international stage, we tell people that this is our second consecutive, no interruption, consecutive funded budget in the City of Tshwane. Speaker, the funded was not wished. We did not wish it. We worked hard for it. We took some difficult decisions, Speaker. One of the decisions that we took, Speaker, bayaniphazamisa abangakwazi ugovernor. Speaker, aba banomona bayaniphazamisa, Speaker.
Councillors, please. Councillor, please, can we allow the executive mayor to talk to us? Can we allow the executive mayor? We just need to have a proper meeting today. Can we allow? Thank you so much. Can we allow the executive mayor to speak without any noise, please? Thank you so much, executive mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me repeat, Speaker. This is our second consecutive funded budget for the city of Tshwane after a 4-year drought. Now, we are proud to say, Speaker, whatever is covered in the reviewed IDP, in our SDBIP, it is fully funded with an anticipation of a surplus. The second one, Speaker, is I was saying that we did not wish for this funded status. We worked for it. There are key decisions that we have taken. One of those decisions, Speaker, is the issue of building internal capacity. In our budget, Speaker, you will see that there's a lot of money that from the council funding has been redirected to capital funding. Our capital budget, Speaker, used to have almost zero when it comes to the capital budget. Now you will see that we have reduced the operational cost, where we understand that the solution lies in the capital infrastructure. And Speaker, we are proud of that because that can only mean that from here onwards, the capital budget of the city will go back to what we used to know, which is the average of 4 billion rand a year, which is still not enough for a city our size. The second one, Speaker, is that we have built internal capacity. Internal capacity, we have reduced now the percentage of critical vacancies. We have reduced it significantly, Speaker, that you will find that in departments like water, electricity, waste, rock, we have filled the critical vacancies, and you will see that we continue to invest in the HR-related cost. You will also see, Speaker, that on the contracted services, we have significantly reduced reliance on contracted services. And what is important, Speaker, is that we want to redirect money, for instance, with the water tankers. Not that there will not be water tankers, but we'll buy our own. So the 78% reduction on the money that other people use to invest in water tankers, we have reduced, you have reduced the reliance on external services. We're buying our own water tankers, we are hiring our own drivers, and you will see that with watchman services, Speaker. The amount that used to be close to 1 billion rands, it has significantly reduced by 140 million, and I'll talk to the amendment when we close the debate, Speaker. Now, Speaker, obviously, this for us is that it's important that we ensure that there is financial stability, and we try to balance as much as possible that we absorb where possible the increases on the tariffs. You will see that even when Eskom and Rand Water have increased by a certain percentage, we did not match the increases of Rand Water and Eskom, because we understand, Speaker, that the economic situation of our country is not theoretical for us. We know that it affects residents, it affects households, it affects businesses. So we tried as much as possible, Speaker, to absorb the cost of that. But, Speaker, I look forward to hearing what the colleagues have to say and hoping that they will not lie. Some of them, they will tell the truth and speak from what is in front of them, not the leakages that they are looking for around the city. But I want to congratulate the Deputy Executive Mayor who delivered his speech in my absence last week, Speaker. I followed the council proceedings from where I was. I did not run away from the speech or disassociate myself from our speech, because that is our speech as the administration. So, Speaker, with those words, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Honorable Councillors, the debate on general and specific issue regarding the Tshwane Integrated Development Plan and the MTREF is now officially open. I propose that approximately 105 minutes be allowed for the debate. Parties have been allocated time proportionally. I will call speakers according to the agreed list provided by the Chief Whip as required in terms of Section 33(3) of Rules and Orders. For the sake of correct order and procedure, I wish to inform you that speakers will be restricted initially to the general discussion and to other specific issues regarding the IDP and the budget. No amendments or any proposal to this approval of the recommendations will be entertained at this stage. Now let me call the speakers who will be speaking on this item. I'd like to call Councillor T.S. Buikanyo from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. The budget speech presented by the Deputy Executive Mayor and MMC, Councillor Eugene Modise, reflects a commendable and strategic response to a challenging past, revealing a commitment of sustainable event development and financial stability. It is both a testament to the resilience and a blueprint for future prosperity, embodying a sincere effort to rebuild trust, enhance service delivery, and promote inclusive growth across the city. From the onset, the speech underscores a profound difficulties the municipality inherited. These issues are not merely historic footnote, but real challenges that have impeded Tshwane's progress and hampered its ability to serve its residents effectively. The acknowledgement of these struggles demonstrates transparency and a deep understanding of the city's complex background, which is essential for crafting credible and effective strategies for recovery. Speaker, what is particularly impressive, it is the acknowledgement of the progress made through disciplined governance and robust reform implementation. The recognition by the National Treasury of Tshwane as the leading municipality in reform and fiscal recovery is a significant achievement, especially given the context of the past instability. Such acknowledgement not only boosts confidence in the city's strategic direction, but also signals to residents, investors, and partners that the city is on the credible path towards stability and sustainable growth. Speaker, it should be noted that financial discipline shines through in the detailed outlining of the budget structure. The presentation of revenue and expenditure forecast highlighting a modest operating surplus of 1.4 billion underscores a disciplined approach aimed at ensuring long-term sustainability. The surplus not only instills confidence that Tshwane can fund its capital projects without over-reliance on grants, but also highlights a focused strategy on cash flow management and infrastructural investment. Moreover, Speaker, the funding strategy for the capital program is well articulated with a disciplined structure that emphasizes grant reliance, which is 75%, complemented by an internal generated revenue of 25%. Such an approach demonstrates prudent fiscal management, ensuring that the city's ambition for supported and sustainable practices. Acknowledging that the grant support of 7.7 billion, including
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Ace from the DA. Your 10 minutes starts now. 10 minutes, operator.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Unfortunately, to the common belief of the other side of this chamber, the finances of this city will not be fixed by a mere bookkeeping exercise. Yet, this administration's obsession to look good on paper is only rivaled by its obsession to chase fame. And I believe that is why the executive mayor absconded from attending her own deputy executive mayor's budget speech, because she did not want to be the one that accounts to the media as to what is happening in the city. This administration is so caught up in a fight for power and positions that it has become consumed with propaganda phrases like funded budgets. That just shows how removed they are from the realities that our residents face every day, the realities that should be fixed by this budget, but is instead ignored. And then the executive mayor has the audacity to tell the young girls this morning that she knows what goes on in Eersterust, that she knows what goes on across this city. Speaker, when you are more interested in looking for fame, like the executive mayor, and fortune, like the deputy executive mayor, it is easy to forget that every decision that you make as a leader in this society impacts directly onto people's lives. Every time a bus does not leave the depot because the cash flow for the city wasn't properly budgeted and the city couldn't pay for fuel, it is a child that is left stranded on the side of the road. It is a gogo that cannot make it to the clinic, and it is a parent that cannot make it to work to feed their families. Speaker, when we don't properly plan our cash flow and therefore don't have money for materials or try to save pennies by not allowing overtime, yet boast about filling positions in water and electricity, but those positions do not go to the artisans that we really need. And communities need to wait days for system operators to come from Olivenoot-Bosch to Mamelodi, to travel across the city because we do not have enough people. It is real families, real hard-working residents that do not have power for extended periods of time, that lose the food in their fridges, that lose income, that lose livelihoods, that
Sorry, councillors. Councillors, please. Thank you. Councillor Fosi, mangathulisi laba khulume wena. Thula Fosi. Thank you. Go ahead, councillors.
Thank you, Speaker. I believe I'll get extra time. Speaker, it is real people that are affected by budgets. This is not a paper exercise. And while this budget might attempt to fix the city on paper, it is not worth the paper that it is written on. It boasts of a budget surplus of billions, where in matter of fact, the cash is in a deficit. This book surplus needs to pay long-term bullet loans of 550 million in this financial year, short-term loans of 800 million, $1 billion worth for Eskom, and 5.5 billion and growing arrears creditors. Put on top of this the salary back pay that this administration has committed to pay over the next financial years. And this city is in a cash deficit of more than 6 billion rand, no matter what the paper says. Speaker, as much as what she would like to keep up appearances, the mayor of the city of Tshwane gets up every morning and needs to hustle for cash in the streets to pay for the bread that she has already eaten yesterday, just like the thousands of peace jobs seekers that she is failing to provide a better future for. The people of the city of Tshwane does not...
Just a second, Councillor Ace, leader of the executive, what are you standing on? Don't do that. Leader of the executive. Let's hold the time for Checky Ace, please.
Oh, thank you. Speaker, I rise on a point of information. I just want to ask if Councillor Ace is willing to take a question.
I'm giving a speech, Speaker.
She's giving a speech. She says she can't take a question. No, I don't like what you are doing, Chief Whip of the Opposition. I know that I need to have time if we take it away. Don't do that. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillors.
Thank you, Speaker. The people of this city deserves more than a mayor that does not have a vision of what the city can bring them a better life. A mayor who spends her time begging for the mercy of the deputy executive mayor who eats first. The people of Tshwane deserves a mayor that will focus on rebuilding infrastructure, where they live in a city where water losses decrease so that they can have water in their taps and not water that flows by the hundreds of millions of rands into ANC-linked water tanker mafia pockets. This mayor has increased water losses from 32% to 41% in her term, and it is the residents of Tshwane that is paying the price. It's the ECD in Shoshanguve, where preschool children need to be locked in classrooms so that their teachers can fetch water from tankers because the taps are dry. Under this mayor, those who steal electricity have their lights on, while those who are paying for electricity are being cut incorrectly. Electricity losses, mostly due to theft, has increased from 1.8 billion to 3.2 billion rand under this mayor. 3.2 billion rand that could have been spent on building a future for the hard-working residents of this city. The people of Tshwane deserves more than a mayor who boasts about a funded budget in the media. And that's why, come November, they will vote for the mayor that has the foresight to know that external funding is needed, one that actively looks for ways to find this, and one who has made a pledge to the residents of Tshwane that he will take hands with private sector to enable the city to deliver reliable and affordable services. That mayor is Soye Brink. On the 4th of November, the residents of Tshwane will vote for a mayor that have made a pledge to stop corruption by firing corrupt officials and entrepreneurs and hiring hard-working professionals. A mayor that won't bring a budget that is a paper relic, while actual cash flows into the pockets of syndicates and mafias. That mayor is Soye Brink. On the 4th of November, the people of Tshwane will also vote for a mayor that does not plan to spend money on changing the name of Wonderboom Airport, but rather one who have pledged to work with the private sector to use assets like airports, power stations, and the fresh produce market to create jobs and attract investment. That mayor is Soye Brink. On the 4th of November, the people of Tshwane will vote for a mayor who knows that the city's finances cannot be fixed by government alone. A mayor who has pledged to take hands with local communities to keep our city clean and safe. That mayor is Soye Brink. On the 4th of November, the people of Tshwane will vote for a mayor who does not speak of TMPD control rooms while budgeting for...
Councillors, please, let her speak. She's got a right to speak whether she's lying or not. Thank you so much. Please, councillors, the more you are making those gestures, the more we are adding time on her. So please don't waste time. Thank you so much. Can you please add 40 seconds on her time? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. On the 4th of November, the people of Tshwane will vote for a mayor that will speak.
Let's press it once, Alderman.
Yeah, Speaker, I rise on a point of order. Speaker, we have in this council where speakers are drowned from both sides. And there's never been a situation where you are aiding their time, unless if you are introducing a new culture. We will remind you when our speakers are drowned. Because, no, we're not with a purple jacket. I don't know what are you doing. Is it cancer awareness? I don't know whether you're doing cancer awareness or what. Speaker, we can't have it when the DA drowns our speakers and speak on irrelevance, and you want to add their time. We are looking at you, we are reminding you that they continue doing it. They heckle our speakers, they insult our speakers as they speak. And there's never been addition of time.
That is noted, Leader of the Executive. I will take that into consideration. Thank you very much. Councillor, what is the point of order?
You stopped Councillor A speaking and gave Alderman Maluleka the chance to speak. The clock was on 2 minutes and 2 seconds. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Councillor Ace. Please, councillors.
Thank you, Speaker. On the 4th of November, the people of Tshwane will vote for a mayor who doesn't speak of TMPD control rooms while budgeting 450 million to keep Madlanga exposed criminal networks in charge of Tshwane's safety, but rather one who has made a pledge to bring back law and order through the use of drones, CCTV cameras and armed response. That mayor is Soye Brink. You see, Speaker, anyone who has ever run a household can tell you that a budget can be solid on paper, but if you cannot stop the Tutsis from stealing your cash, you have no hope from making it to the end of the month. This government has shown us that they prioritize water tanker, waste removal, and security tender mafia Tutsis. And no matter what they put on paper in front of us, the people of Tshwane has lost all hope in them. This government cannot change the city, and the people of Tshwane cannot wait until the 4th of November to elect Soye Brink as their mayor. And we are ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you. Thank you so much. Councillor Khafane, what are you standing on?
Speaker, I'm standing on a point of information, Speaker. Councillor Ace mentioned Oliver Hoodpotch. I just want to remind the residents of Oliver Hoodpotch that the former mayor, Celia Brink, including Jackie Ace, Councillor Jackie Ace, are the ones who said that they will not set foot in Oliven. They need the army to enter Oliven. So basically to them, Oliven residents are not important enough. The current mayor, Dr. Nasipi Moya, has been walking the streets of Oliven Hoodpotch with us. Don't talk about Oliven. You know nothing about Oliven.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you. Let's then move on to Councillor Mashabela from the EFF. Your 10 minutes is now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Executive Mayor, Executive Deputy Mayor, Coalition Partners, the Economic Freedom Fighters rise in this council with a clear and unapologetic message that Tshwane is no longer a playground for administrative experimentation, financial negligence, and political indecisiveness. Victory or death. Mr. Speaker, we must begin by telling the truth without fear or favor. This city inherited was not in a stable condition. It was a city weakened by years of inconsistent financial mismanagement, fragmented service delivery, planning systems, and often disconnected from implementation. Under the previous GA-led administration, we saw patterns that cannot be ignored, budgets that were not fully credible and funded, projects that were not initiated with proper execution capacity, and municipality that increasingly relied on reactive management rather than structured development planning. We must say it plainly that the administration left behind the city struggled with financial priorities and funded budget, delayed infrastructure projects, internal instability that directly affected the service delivery to ordinary residents. That reality we are correcting today. We are not here to dwell on history for the sake of political scoring. We are here because history matters when it explains why we are rebuilding, victory or death. Today, we are in this coalition government. We are presenting a fully funded, structured and credible budget that has been assessed by National Treasury. That is not a small achievement. It represents a decisive shift away from uncertainty and towards fiscal responsibility and institutional recovery. It shows that where we were once fragmented, there is now coordination. Where there was once instability, there is now deliberate attempt to restore order. And where there was once political confusion, there is now shared commitment and a turnaround program that is measurable and accountable. EFF does not participate in government for ceremonial presence. We participate to shift the outcomes in favor of the working class and the poor. That is why we take pride in the budget framework, not because it is perfect, but because it is directional, disciplined, and aligned to the urgent needs of our people, victory or death. We must be clear that this budget is not an academic exercise. It is a tool of transformation. It speaks to infrastructure renewal, economic revival, safety and security, and protection, social protection and governance reform. It is grounded on 6 strategic priorities that are not abstract concepts, but practical interventions affecting real communities from Soshanguve, Mamelodi, Hammanskraal, Olivenhout, Bosch, from Nkangala to Bronkhorstspruit. When we speak about the financial instability revenue enhancement, we are not speaking in isolation from the lived realities of the residents. We are speaking about the city that must collect what is due without punishing the poor unfairly, while ensuring that those who consume services, they must pay for them. Victory or death. The EFF supports the disciplined revenue collection and will never support austerity that crushes the working class and the poor. On economic revitalization, we are clear. Tshwane cannot remain economically to an economic promise, but it must become an economic production. We support unlocking of industrial land, expansion of township economies, the revitalization of markets, and creation of real jobs, not temporary survivalist interventions only. The industrial corridors of Roslyn and automotive sector expansion and township and enterprise development must translate into ownership opportunities for the poor people and the working class, not for contractors and the connected few. We must break the cycle of economic development that is measured only in investment announcements while the communities remain unchanged. The people of this city must see tangible results such as job skills development, local participation on value chain and in sourcing. The people of Hammanskraal cannot continue to suffer with water insecurities. Communities in Soshanguve, Mamelodi cannot continue to live under unreliable electricity. This is completely unacceptable. We welcome the allocation of the billions towards the water and sanitation system, electricity stabilization plans, road infrastructure upgrades, but also say that implementation is everything. Budget alone does not deliver services, execution and decisive leadership does. Victory or death. On safety and security and cleanliness, the EFF takes firm position on that and then says that the city and city safety without dignity cannot be tolerated, and that the city's cleanliness is not a matter that we are going to negotiate. We are going to ensure that the city remains clean, as we have already demonstrated our capacity in that department or portfolio. We support the strengthening of the Metro Police capacity, emergency response systems, and assessment protection strategies. Criminality, vandalism, infrastructure theft must be dealt with decisively, but we also caution safety cannot be outsourced to enforcement. only to enforcement, but it must also be supported by lighting, housing, urban planning, economic inclusion, and job creation. Crime thrives where there is abandonment. This is why the budget integrated approach is important. Victory or death. The social services, community well-being must speak to the principle. A revolutionary municipality does not abandon its people, it protects them. Expansion of indigent support, food security intervention, EPW programs, healthcare services reflects the commitment to social security, and the interventions are not for charity, but they are a constitutional obligation and the rights that the residents have. We particularly support the expanded access to healthcare infrastructure, drug rehabilitation programs, township-based clinics. Communities that are historically marginalized must also show and see real investment in their well-being. We celebrate that Olivenhout Bosch will become a 24-hour clinic. On governance and customer service, we must be honest again. A municipality is only as strong as its institution. The EFF supports the efforts to strengthen the internal audit, forensic and capacity, consequence management, and administrative efficiency. We support the professionalization of the public service and reduction of wasteful outsourcing, where the interest of the public is not served and our people remain exploited by service providers who are contracted to the municipalities, and we are demanding insourcing now. We are not a carbon copy of what came before us. We are a political break from dysfunctionality. And yes, we acknowledge coalition governance requires negotiation, maturity, and compromise, but also it requires clarity of purpose. Our purpose is simple and is to make Tshwane work for its people, especially the poor and the working class. The EFF ideology remains unchanged, and we are guided by the principles of transformation, distribution of dignity, and working class for the poor and the working class. That is why we proudly say victory or death. But we understand that it is correct, in its correct meaning that within government we choose victory to service delivery, victory to infrastructure, victory to clean water, victory to insourcing, victory to safer communities, victory to the city that works. We reject death in a form of collapsing systems, abandoned communities, and failed municipalities. We choose Tshwane, we choose life of Soshanguve, Hammanskraal, Mamelodi, Olivenhout Bosch, and any other townships, plus the suburban areas where we find the residents who are paying the services and want to encourage them to continue to pay the services. The budget is not the end of the journey, it's a continuation of the struggle to rebuild the city. In that we say victory or death.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Now I'd like to call Councillor Mutiba from Action SA. Your 4 minutes starts now. 4 minutes, please. 4 minutes, not 10. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, as a constituent party of this multi-party coalition government in the city of Tshwane, Action SA warmly welcomes this fully funded and credible budget. This is not a statement of political convenience. It is a statement of fact, independently assessed and verified by qualified professionals at National Treasury. Speaker, while we celebrate this milestone, it is regrettable that the leader of opposition, Councillor Brink, who likes to present himself as almost a lawyer, continues to peddle a blunt lie that this budget is unfunded. The facts are clear. National Treasury team of qualified accountants and financial experts have assessed this budget. Yet the DA persists in spreading misinformation. It is particularly disappointing that Councillor Brink has allowed himself to be misled by Councillor Ace, a college market graduate with no demonstrated background in financial accounting or municipal finances. One will expect a leader of opposition to surround himself with people who possess necessary technical competencies, especially on the matters of finances. Instead, he has chosen to be guided by those who lack fundamental knowledge required to these matters. My advice to Councillor Brink is simple. Do not allow yourself to be misled by individuals without financial accounting knowledge or principles. Redeploy Councillor Ace to geographical committee where his skills may be better suited. Surround yourself with people who actually understand numbers and balance sheet. Honorable Speaker, for the first time since the disastrous DA-led administration, the finances of the city are stabilizing, slowly but surely. We do not expect opposition to understand this language because financial recovery and fiscal discipline were clearly foreign concepts during their term. Their language of stabilization, credibility, and funded budgets appears to be completely alien to them. Speaker, this budget is historic because it prioritizes service delivery across all 7 regions. That is something that has never happened under the administration. Residents in Mamelodi, Soshanguve, Centurion, Pretoria North, everywhere will begin to see the difference. This is not AI generated. These are the realities on the ground. We therefore call on all councillors who genuinely care about the residents to support this fully funded budget. Let us put politics aside and do what is right. Excellency, support this budget, Speaker.
Thank you very much. And then I call Councillor Surgeon from VF Plus. Your 10 minutes starts now. 10 minutes on Councillor Surgeon.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. We, councillors of the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality, face our reckoning in November. The legacy each one of us has worked towards over the past 5 years comes to its final test, the public vote. For most residents, councillors are judged by their honesty, their ability to be straightforward with residents, the wisdom not to make empty promises, and to always be there for them, even when they are disgruntled. Therefore, I place it on my conscience and the consciousness of all honest councillors when I declare before this council and the residents of this capital city that the budget speech presented before you last week was an attempt to mislead the public rather than inform them. That the budget document before us falls deliberately short of an honest reflection of the state of this city and its potential. The Deputy Mayor uses words to paint a picture starkly different from the reality on the ground. When he claimed that his government inherited weakened controls, he misled the public. Since his coalition administration came to power, revenue collection has collapsed. They abandoned aggressive collection.
Sir, Councillor, there is a point of order. What are you raising on?
Chair Norman, may he withdraw the statement where he says the executive mayor was misleading the public, because in fact, that recording that he's making, it's on YouTube. He's actually misleading the community. When Bona, they are the ones that are being untruthful. No, wait, he's out of order because one, what they've done, they have built a university where they do not recognize black people there in Region 5. These racists,
Thank you, Councillor.
These racists are building a university only for white people. You're bloody racist.
Councillor, that is not relevant. Thank you. Thank you. Please go ahead, Councillor Surgeon.
Since his coalition government came to power, revenue collection has collapsed. They abandoned aggressive collection, sharply criticizing it and vowing to rework it into a more successful alternative. They failed, Mr. Speaker. When the Deputy Mayor spoke about presenting us with a funded budget, he misled this House. A budget that is worked out using unrealistic projected income is not a credible budget. He claims that National Treasury declares the budget credible and funded. Mr. Speaker, the cadres have each other's back. This is no surprise. One ANC-run institution looking after the other. And let's talk about cadres for a second. The moment they took office, it was like a feeding frenzy. One of the biggest public scandals in the history of our democracy landed on the front pages. We read in shock how connected officials and individuals and politicians conspired to funnel money to their own pockets at Tshwane's expense. Billions of rands to dodgy security companies linked to cadres and their friends. South Africans knew this would happen, and that's why in 2021 they elected a coalition of honest parties, not the ANC or EFF. Imagine the shock and horror when tens of thousands of residents learned the horrible truth that Action SA had betrayed their own vow and the trust of their supporters when they switched sides and handed us over to the ANC and EFF. And the truth that followed allowed this betrayal to make sense. Action SA members were direct.
Just a second, Deputy Chief Whip, what are you raising on?
Just clarity from you. How long has Councillor Sergeant been on the podium?
He's got 10 minutes. The minutes that...
No. How long has he been on the podium?
How long?
Yes.
It's 8 minutes now.
All right. Can you please talk to your timekeepers? When I interjected to call order, Councillor Sergeant was more than 2 minutes, and he was still on 9 minutes. Now they are doctoring the time to less than 8 minutes because I'm raising an order. Please talk to your timekeepers to do their work.
Or we'll do it ourselves.
Thank you very much. Operator, please. Thank you. Operator, please check at your time. The time is freezing. So can you make it move as it's supposed to? We can't be on 9 minutes for more than 4 minutes. Thank you very much. Give the right time. Yes, Councillor Sbutana, what are you standing on?
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on a point of information. I wish to advise Councillor Sergeant there to refrain from using the word Action SA through his lips. It's sacrilegious. The people of Tshwane must know. The people of Tshwane must know.
Irrelevant,
that Action SA saw
Councillor,
the
that's
betrayal
irrelevant.
of that previous coalition.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sergeant, you've got 7 minutes left. Go ahead.
Okay. Action SA members were directly involved in this looting. Taking power was necessary for the connected to have their turn at the proverbial dining table, which is the Tshwane Treasury. The members sitting opposite me like to talk about insourcing as a victory for the people. But let's face the facts.
Just a second, Councillor Masham.
No, Speaker, we want to check if Councillor Sergeant can verify the facts that we were involved in looting. Can you verify that?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can we then proceed with the meeting? And
no, you must withdraw, Speaker, because
no.
there are no facts of such nature.
Allow me to speak. Allow me to speak. Councillor Sergeant, please provide the information to the Action SA. Please provide that information, and if you don't have the information, please withdraw that statement.
Before you proceed, Speaker, may you withdraw, because those are not facts.
Okay, I didn't call you, Councillor Masham. I'm
Sorry,
done with
Speaker,
you.
but those are not facts,
Councillor,
Speaker.
I'm done with you.
And we have announced our mayor. You must announce, Grandi, you must announce your mayoral candidate that side.
Councillor Masham, if you're going to be stubborn, I have to deal with you then. Thank you. Councillor Sergeant, please, if you have information, provide to the Action SA that the question that they are raising. If you don't have the information of looting of the Action SA, then you must withdraw that. Councillor Sergeant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will gladly provide it in writing. However, it was well documented that the Matlanga Commission and Action SA took action against these members. I mean, this is common information. May I continue?
Please provide that information as soon as you have it.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor, can we move on?
Yes,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor. I'm the chairperson of this meeting. You don't, You don't, no, you don't speak. You don't speak if I didn't call you. I'm not gonna speak. If I'm not allowing you to speak, you are not gonna speak. You can't disrespect me. I've made councillors, Councillor Sergeant, wait, Councillor Mabutsbutan, wait. Councillor Sergeant said he will provide the written. No, I make a ruling, not you. Okay, I will hear you, Councillor Sbutane, unless these two, they keep quiet. Because Councillor Sergeant said he will provide. Council. No, Council. No, Councillor, he's not going to do it now. Councillor Sbutane, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. We have our rules in this house as a council. We are not going to be drawn into the Madanga Commission, who has made no funding against Action SA. I therefore, under those circumstances, want to refer Councillor Sergeant to the Rules and Ethics Committee for that defamatory statement.
Thank you very much.
Please rule on that, Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I say to you, I will say it again. Councillor Sergeant, he is saying he will provide the proof that, no, Council. And if we have rules in this house, there is a rule that you can't speak if the speaker is speaking. There is a rule that says that. You allow yourself to be appointed before you speak or to be acknowledged. I'm not going to run this thing. Councillor Saji agrees to provide the information. Yes, I'm not going to. There are hands that are up here. I'm not going to acknowledge them until you keep quiet, Matang. Matang, I'm not going to acknowledge you. No, I'm not going to acknowledge you. And I'm not having a dialogue with you. Stop what you are doing. Councillor Sergeant, on this meeting, we draw the statement and provide the information that they are asking for. And the captain now will force, are you searching? Futek. Let's move forward. Councillor Sergeant. Councillors, thank you. Thank you, councillors. Let's can we move on with the meeting? Okay, what are you rising on, Councillor Black?
Hi, Ferron.
So much, Councillor Crab.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillors. Councillor Crab.
Thank you, Speaker.
I rise in terms of in terms of Rule 34. You've been dictated to as to what you allow, and you keep on continuing doing that. A member can only speak once on any item, and you've allowed the members to speak.
Can I hear the councillor, please? Councillor, please go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Rule 34 states that a person can only speak once on any item. You've allowed the previous Speaker of Action SA to speak twice on the same item as to the speech of Councillor Surgeon. Second to that, Chair, you cannot use unbecoming language in terms of the rules. Please, withdraw what you said.
Thank you very much.
Restore the dignity of the
wait,
House.
Councillor. Thank you. Thank you. I withdraw the footside. Thank you very much. Councillors. Thank you very much, Councillor Sergeant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to withdraw. However, written submissions will be made, and be careful what you wish for. The members sitting opposite me like to talk about...
Councillors, he has withdrawn, and he will provide the information. He has withdrawn, Councillor. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Sergeant.
The members sitting opposite me like to talk about insourcing as a victory for the people. But let's face the facts. They carry a double-edged sword. On one side, they insource in an attempt to win votes. On the other, they insource to feed the patronage network. Let's be clear. An institution such as the City of Tshwane should never be used as a tool to win votes. And Mr. Speaker, this shouldn't have to be said, but it must be said, that the City of Tshwane must never be used to enrich any group or individual. The core mandate of this municipality is to provide basic services. It is not a bank for the KDES. Tshwane is not BBS. Corruption has become so embedded with the Tshwane procurement process that residents and councillors alike can never fully trust any internal process. We see before us lists of planned expenditure with never any assurance that every cent will ever reach its intended goal. Our trust in the system...
Just hold on, Councillor. What are you raising on MMC?
Thanks, Speaker. We understand that Councillor Sargent is far detached from the realities of our people. But for him to call a properly transparent process of insourcing and hiring our people as a patronage network is totally out of order. Those people applied and they were hired by the City of Tshwane. So I'm calling order on him because he's trying to imply that people were done favors in order for them to be in the system. And that is not how we roll. We are not like them who hire bodyguards who don't qualify. Those people qualified and they were properly placed in the City of Tshwane. So it's not a patronage network. That is why I'm calling order on him.
Thank you very much. Alderman Tennyson, please, can you stop doing what you're doing? Can you stop it? Thank you so much. Councillor Sargent.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. That's not what I said, but I digress. I'll continue. We see before us lists of planned expenditure with never any assurance that every cent will reach its intended goal. Our trust in the system has become so diminished by years of investigations and so-called blacklistings that are still yet to take place, with not a shred of accountability to show for it. We sit here, knowing for a fact that when the Deputy Mayor's budgets boast a reduction in water tanker contracts, those very same contractors have the next cash cow lined up, just waiting for their friends in the administration to pull strings for them. Water tankers, chemical toilets, security contracts, all supposedly necessary, yet little guarantee of service rendered or actual need. It is frightening how well these processes are hidden with little scrutiny. We can focus on the numbers of this budget, but this activity will be fruitless, Mr. Speaker. Opposition councillors know very well that these figures are based on the shaky foundation of an inflated collection rate, which will not materialize. Funding targets won't be met, and the department will be forced to borrow from Peter to pay Paul, or fail to meet milestones as per usual. This will result in a greater backlog on the processing of purchase orders, and the accounting surplus will continue to rise. Operational expenditures at risk if this administration would continue using the proposed budget as a campaign tool. In order to survive, there must be drastic changes, and that, unfortunately, is missing from this budget. The Freedom Front Plus advocates for a back-to-basics budget, one that will prioritize basic services over grand projects, preventative maintenance, innovative solutions, and most importantly, a complete restructure of supply chain management. Any administration can budget until kingdom come, pull fanciful collection rates out of the hat that on paper balance the budget and lie about reform and mislead the public about grant funding. Those are easy speeches to make, the convenient budgets to write. Until real measures and reforms are in place, until the administration is ready to hold itself to account, until the cadres are prepared to call it quits and put their people first, there will be no
Hold on,
change.
Councillor
I'm on my last paragraph.
Councillor Flourish, what are you standing on?
I'm on my last paragraph. Can't I just finish my last paragraph?
Can you press it once, Councillor, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Just a point of information. The filling of critical vacancies is not a campaign tool. It's what government should have been doing 10 years ago. Outsourcing to organizations like, what's the grass cutting guys? AfriForum is cadre deployment on behalf of the Freedom Front who are enriching their colleagues. Please, Speaker, can we stay with facts? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Councillor Sargent. Councillor Sargent. What is the point of order, Councillor Kripp?
Thank you, Speaker. The previous person that spoke from the Action SA, she needs to provide us with the documentation where we are paying.
Thank you very
Action
much,
SA.
Councillor Kripp.
No, no.
No, that's out of
You
order.
said that, no. Speaker.
No.
Then she must withdraw.
No.
You cannot be inconsistent, Speaker.
No. Councillor Sargent. Councillors, please. Councillor Sargent, please continue.
Speaker, she must
Councillors,
withdraw.
No. Councillor Sargent, please continue.
So you allow something that's not truthful, disturbing council.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do not know what Councillor Flourish is talking about. Written evidence would be appreciated. It will come as no surprise then that the caucus of the Freedom Front Plus in the city of Tshwane regards this budget as unfit to address the needs of the residents of the city, and thus we would like our vote minuted against it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Tema from the ANC. Your 7 minutes starts now.
Good morning, Speaker, honorable councillors, officials, and City of Tshwane residents. Yeah, oh, that is fine. Speaker, today early this morning, Speaker, I came across one quote, Speaker, that really resonated with me from the incredible President Nelson Mandela, who would have then said, the fiscal budget is a powerful instrument to meet the needs of the electorate and to find a better life for all South Africans, and especially the poor. Speaker, this budget speech is accurately and exactly that. This is a delicious, fully funded budget, Speaker. Speaker, the current administration is tasked with a sacred duty to serve the people of Tshwane, to deliver them from the hardship of the 8 wasted years by the DA alliance, led by the Brink, Alderman, who's on the collapse. We're building the city that works for all of us. We are all accountable, Speaker. Before I get into the matter at hand, Honorable Speaker, I wish to applaud the MMC of Finance and the entire executive, that includes the executive mayor, on their unwavering focus on fiscal stability, revenue enhancement, which remains the cornerstone of this comprehensive budget, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the bold decision to table a fully funded budget of 58.5 billion, comprising of 55.7 billion for operations and 2.9 billion for capital investment, signifies a mature and disciplined approach to governance. The emphasis on strengthening financial controls, reducing ESCOM debt exposure, and ensuring compliance with SARS requirements demonstrates the commitment to building a resilient financial foundation. It is heartening to note, Honorable Speaker, that the city's effort in stabilizing and improving its credit rating, reflecting in Moody's and GCR assessments, and already bearing fruits, such as external recognition, not only boosts investor confidence, but also affirms Tshwane's trajectory towards sound fiscal government, Speaker. A projected revenue of growth of 6.9%, which is a collection rate of 90%, signifies an optimistic yet disciplined approach to revenue, Speaker. Speaker, maybe let us be clear about the context. You will remember in October 2024, the people of Tshwane spoke, and they removed the DA from the seat of government. But why? One will then ask themselves, but why? Because after 8 wasted years, regions were trapped in debts. Because service delivery had collapsed. Because they were tired of empty promises by the DA administration and skewed service delivery. Speaker, the coalition government did not inherit a functional municipality. We inherited 8 wasted years of governance that was on life support. MMC Modise walked into a finance department that was so broken, a supply chain system that was crippled to its knees, a workforce that was demoralized, employees that were not paid for their hard work, and we solved that in nearly 6 months. And I ask you, honorable councillors, what did we do? We didn't go to TikTok, Facebook, or Twitter. Oh boy, we got into the overalls and we got to work. Under the leadership of Executive Mayor Moya, Deputy Mayor Modise, we embarked on a mission, a serious mission of repair and renewal. Our mission was very simple, yet profound. Make Tshwane work again for its residents. Speaker, as I move forward, Honorable Speaker, the prioritization of cost management, specifically the landmark, the serious landmark of 1.4 billion allocation of repairs and maintenance, which has never been seen before in the city of Tshwane, is commendable. Step forward, ensuring sustainable service delivery, recognition, depreciation, finance charges, and repairs, primarily exposure deliveries. Furthermore, Speaker, the strategic interventions aimed at reducing non-revenue water, electricity losses, which is very important to the current administration, such as the 110 million earmarked for water losses reduction. Just imagine, 110 million. Exemplifies a proactive approach to infrastructure efficiency. These initiatives not only enhance service delivery, also safeguard long-term financial health. Notably, Speaker, the administration is working for its residents. The bold and compassionate initiatives of debt relief over the 85,000 indigent houses, never seen before, Speaker. Removing of 4.3 billion debt, never ever seen before, Speaker. While clearing the 1.8 billion in inactive accounts, which has never been seen before, stand out as an exemplary social responsibility. This intervention ensures that vulnerable residents are not left behind, promotes trust, and enhances the legitimacy of municipal revenue system. Let me assure you, Speaker, how we got it and how we got it right. The executive instructed the financial department on very serious matters: to pay our service providers on time, to end legacy of broken promises by the DI Alliance and Freedom Front. This administration began the critical work of cutting unnecessary spending, of honoring long overdue agreements within our workers, and of setting cities on the path to a clean audit. Hence, this is a budget that makes sense, Speaker. The administration established committees not for talk, not for TikTok, but for action. Committees on budget spending, on auditing, on debt management. We initiated a skills audit to rebuild the broken supply chain management from ground up. We're doing the hard work and glamorous work of fixing what was broken for 8 long years, Speaker. Let me ask my fellow councillors, what has been the opposition's response to this response? More importantly, the DA and the Freedom Front. Have they offered constructive ideas? No. Have they acknowledged their own role in the mess they've created? No. Have they been accountable to the residents of Tshwane? No to the DA Fed administration. And in summation, Speaker, the 2026 City of Tshwane budget reflects an executive team that is both visionary.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is from ACDP, T. Moshidi. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Ngiyabonga Speaker. Anginako okuningi besizosho nje ukuthi we support the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, councillors. Nitena excited on no one. Thank you very much. Let me get the councillor from the AIC. Your 5 minutes starts now. It seems she's not here. Let's move to Dope. Councillor Mphahlele is not here. MMC Mabuta from Good, 5 minutes starts now.
Speaker, Executive Mayor, DM, thank you so much for delivering this credible budget speech. And to all the Section 79 committees, residents of Tshwane, media, and all protocol observed. Speaker, the IDP explained the city's strategic priorities that are aligned to national and provincial initiatives. It then outlines how these strategies are translated into Metro's plan of development and spending for the next 5 years. The concerns of the residents received during IDP processes relates mainly to roads and transport concerns, followed by electricity, street lights, water and sanitation, and the provision of safe drinking water for our residents. I want to assure the residents of Tshwane that this administration is listening to these concerns, and we have allocated funding to address them. Speaker, let me reiterate that after many years of unfunded budget, the era of unfunded budget has now come to an end. Last week, we tabled the second consecutive budget, and the impact of Tshwane financial improvement are undeniable. It's a fact. 20 months ago, Tshwane was bankrupt. This year, Tshwane will achieve 1.4 billion rand surplus, and it's a fact. We inherited 6.7 billion rand debt to Eskom. Today, 2 billion rand of that debt has been paid off. Tshwane owed 1.5 billion rand to Rand Water. Today, the debt has been paid off. We have reduced on water tankers. We are building in-house capacity. We are promoting good governance, making more savings and reprioritizing spending. Our turnaround has been confirmed by international rating agencies who have increased and found that we are in a financial stable. And it is a fact. We are protecting and helping our residents because we are in a better position than we were 20 months ago. For example, Speaker, the proposed increased tariff in electricity charges for next year are lower than the increase that the NERSA has approved. To achieve more savings, we are also going to spend 110 million to address water losses, 60 million rand to address electricity distribution losses, provide 78 million rand for prepaid electricity meters. People in Region 5, Lulena Levant, 42 million rand has been allocated for upgrading our roads and storm in a system. 4 million rand have been allocated for upgrading the fuel station. And we have allocated millions and millions of rand for upgrading all electricity infrastructure.
We are inspiring conferences as speaker. We have also having the water tankers that have been reduced, and we want to create more and more jobs, and we make an allocation to Tazes, and we are also allocated Ituba, where we'll be able to assist in terms of reducing the unemployment rate that is really bothering ourselves in the city. 20 months ago, Speaker, the value of verified new projects in Chida projects pipelines was only 1.7 billion rand. Today, as we speak now, the value of a new project exceeds 15 billion rand. This is nearly 9 times increases in just 1 year. And these projects are bringing thousands and thousands of new jobs to the city. Speaker, another example is that in terms of cost saving, we have reallocated Chida from privately owned lease to now to a city-owned development. So this is a clear demonstration that Tshwane is working and we are all rising. So the Good Party is supporting this proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Makaleni, please take your seat. Thank you very much. Let me call Councillor Zwane from the IFP. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to you and all the colleagues. I'm not sure, Speaker, how my name did end up on the list, but the IFP supports this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fosu from TA, your 5 minutes starts now. Press the mic.
Am I? That's it. A quick one, Speaker. Before I delve into my speech, Speaker, I want to announce that the DA in Mfuleni has won the township ward. For once, the first 100% township ward that has been won by the DA in Gauteng, the whole, in Gauteng, the first. And I must say, Speaker, Atteridgeville is follow suit.
Councillors, councillors.
Speaker.
Councillors.
Hey,
councillors. Councillors. We have. Let us.
Speaker, can I proceed?
Councillors. Let us, as I indicated earlier on when we started this meeting, we focus on what we are discussing. Let's focus on that and move on.
But then, Speaker,
I'm speaking for.
Okay. You can go ahead.
So, what are you standing on, Councillor? Natebo. Press once, please.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order. The point of order is that Councillor Fosu, the information which is depositing here is not relevant to this council of Tshwane. Mfuleni is a council on its own. It should be spoken there at Mfuleni. It doesn't assist the people of Tshwane, whatever he's saying here in council. Can we please stick to relevant information of this council? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fosu, continue.
Speaker, Stephen
focus on the debate.
No. Speaker, this is my speech. Stephen Biko once said, I write what I like. So it is my own discretion on this speech. I will say what I like. It is my time, it's my speech. This is a history in the making that has happened, Speaker, in Mfuleni. Atteridgeville will follow suit. Mamelodi will follow suit. Soshanguve will follow suit. We are coming. The DA means business this time. If wishes were horses, beggar would ride. The beggars would definitely ride. This is my stance, Speaker, on this IDP. Clearly, it is a glorified document that won't suffice to reality. As long as we've got this municipality that is run by the African National Congress. Speaker, we all remember 9/11, as my friend has said here. This year we will have a 4/11.
Just hold on. Just hold on. MMC Mukhal.
Yeah.
Speaker, I am rising on a point of information to Councillor Force. It's not Stephen Biko, it's Steve Biko.
It's not even Steve Biko, it's
Stephen. No, listen so that will help you. Listen so that you can help.
Councillor Force. Councillor Force.
It's Steve Biko. Stephen is the one from Django Unchained, the house nigger. Thank you. Like Fosi, who's serving white.
Thank you very much. Please, Councillor Fosi, can you continue with your speech? Don't respond. Continue with your speech. Continue with your speech. Your time is running out.
That she's not a candidate, the ANC candidate.
Your time is running out.
They start listening. The report itself, Speaker, as I said, does diagnose the problem that fails, and it presents a detailed, in inverted commas, funded, measurable implementation ready infrastructure recovery plan for water and sanitation. Let me tell you what the problem is. It is very big or extremely heavy on strategy, very big on priorities, very big on intention. There's also a book called Culture Eats Strategy for Breakfast. You can have all the strategies that you want. If you don't have an implementation ready, you will not in million years be able to deliver on our services. It is extremely weak on engineering plans, timelines, budget linked to outputs, measurable delivery targets, and accountability mechanisms. The elephant in the room, Speaker, especially on water, it is what I need to know is how many kilometers of pipeline will be replaced. Which reservoir will be upgraded? By when will the Hammanskraal water issue be resolved? How is the non-revenue water going to be attended? There's nothing that talks to that. On electricity, what is the backlog on public lighting, which is an issue we're heading to winter now. Streets are going to be dark, and there's nothing that talks to that. The illegal connection of how much is their non-revenue lighting that is happening here, transformer replacement programs that are supposed to be installed, what renewable projects that needs to be funded. Nothing on Rooival or Pretoria West power stations that one can be able to take to business to talk to them. When I did demand, don't even read reports. Acknowledging the collapse of water and electricity infrastructure and fails to come up with the financial secure recovery plans is one thing. Coming with proper solutions that are service delivery driven is another. Communities still lack basic infrastructure. And this is a very swag document that shows 71% of piped water, that is only 71% of piped water, 81% of flushing toilet, 13% still need informal settlement in dwelling. Our brothers and sisters are still in squalor. This means many communities still face inadequate sanitation, informal living conditions, poor access to water, and to a certain extent overcrowding. Failure to respond to these community priorities, which the majority complains on. In Cape Town,
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Utabo Malusi from Action SA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me greet the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, Mayoral Committee, Namakoso to Speaker. Speaker, today I rise in support of 2026-2027 budget, a budget that has been assessed as credible and fully funded by National Treasury. This is more than a financial document, Mr. Speaker. It is a statement of intent and proof that Tshwane is on a path to recovery. Over the past 18 months, under the leadership of Executive Mayor Dr. Nasipi Moya and the multi-party government, we have worked tirelessly to restore stability, strengthen governance, improve financial management, and rebuild public confidence in our municipality, Mr. Speaker. This budget demonstrates that the difficult decisions we have taken are beginning to yield results. It confirms that Tshwane is open for business and ready to compete for investment, economic growth, and job creation. A major focus on this budget, Speaker, is infrastructure renewal. We are investing in roads, electricity networks, water infrastructure, public facilities, and maintenance programs because residents deserve reliable services and infrastructure that supports economic development. Equally, Mr. Speaker, important is our commitment to build internal municipal capacity. For many years, municipalities across South Africa became increasingly dependent on outsourced services, often at the great cost of taxpayers. This administration is taking practical steps to strengthen in-house expertise by strategically insourcing critical services where it makes financial and operational sense. By investing in our engineers, technicians, artisans, and municipal professionals, we are creating a more capable, accountable, and sustainable municipality. Speaker, this budget also prioritizes safer communities through stronger law enforcement, clear public spaces, improved bylaw compliance, and visible service delivery interventions that improve the quality of life in our communities. At its core, this is a caring budget. It recognizes that fiscal stability must translate into dignity for residents. No community must be left behind as we rebuild our capital city. Mr. Speaker, the work of peace in Tshwane is not complete, but the direction is very clear. We are moving from infrastructure decline to renewal, from financial uncertainty to stability, and from promises to delivery. Mr. Speaker, this budget provides the resources needed to continue that journey and building a capital city that works for all its residents. So, Mr. Speaker, for this reason that I've just mentioned, as Action SA, we proudly support the adoption of this budget, because together we are fixing Tshwane, together we are building a city on the rise. So, Mr. Speaker, we are not shocked about what you have deposited today here.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I then call Alderwoman Mabusela from the ANC? Your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Allow me to stand on the protocol that you have already established when you opened this August House, the time you were outlining the order of Council of Activities. Speaker, the Deputy Mayor and the MMC for Finance in this capital city alluded that there were difficulties the municipalities inherited in those, and these issues are real challenges that have impacted Tshwane progress and hampered its ability to serve its residents effectively. While it is understandable that he could not make mention of those challenges, I find it prudent for us to honestly confront their shortcomings in order to drive meaningful change. Speaker, during the tenure of the Democratic Alliance administration, while certain initiative gains prominence, significant gaps and failures persisted that undermines the very principles of good governance. One of the glaring shortcomings was ineffective service delivery, particularly in essential sectors such as water and sanitation, electricity. Despite budget allocation, the city struggled with frequent outages, uncollected refuse, and deteriorating infrastructure issues, such disappropriately affected the most vulnerable residents. Speaker, a critical area where the GA administration faltered was financial mismanagement. Budget allocation often failed to translate into tangible improvement on the ground. Reports surface of wastage, misallocation, and lack of accountability. Such systematic issues eroded public trust and hampered the city development initiatives. Now, in recent years, Speaker, the advent of the Deputy Mayor MMC of Finance, MMC Eugene Modise, and the entire executive signals a renewed commitment to remaining our city's tragedy. The 2026 budget presented with a focus on inclusivity, sustainability, transparency, reflects lesson learned and a fresh approach towards effective governance. It is important to recognize that correcting past shortcomings is an ongoing journey. While major progress has been made, certain challenges inherited from the previous administration remain. Many underprivileged communities receive inadequate services. Their focus on urban, middle, and upper income neighbors created a fragmented city where inequality persisted. Basic services such as sanitation, water, and healthcare are the ones that were hampered, and the list is endless. Speaker, this is a comprehensive and visionary budget. The strategic priorities, commitment to fiscal discipline, social compassion, and relentless pursuit of modernization set the high standard of municipal governance. May the budget serve as a steadfast blueprint for progress, inclusive development, and lasting financial health for the city of Tshwane. Tshwane, Rea Tshwana, I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Alderwoman. Now I'd like to call Councillor Debbie Williams-Moses. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, as I'm sitting here, I am debating with myself whether or not I'm going to just read a speech and just play politics for the gallery, or if I'm really going to speak the truth here today. As we sit here, we are all busy with semantics. I'm conflicted because I see that political parties play with people's lives. It does not matter which political party is in power. Whether it has been the ANC or the DA-led governments in my community of Ward 43 Eersterus, it never translated to any real progress. We have had ward councillors of DA that have led my community for the longest of time, but under their administration they have failed us dismally. We have heard earlier here when the school girl...
Sorry, Councillor Fosu, I think you are making us to be tired of you now. And another gesture that you can make, you know what will be the decision. So please, thank you so much. Go ahead, Councillor.
Speaker.
Information. Don't bear with him, he's depressed. Because he has just been informed that he's useless and he's not coming back. So that's why he's behaving like this. He's trying to impress upon so that he can be put on the list.
Thank you very much. Councillor Debbie Williams.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Right.
Councillor
Speaker, please stop my time.
Nutununu, what are you rising on? Press your mic. Undixelele uba uriser on what? Ungavele usukuthethe ndixelele uba uriser on what?
Thank you very much, Speaker. On a point of information, you had sentiments that you've shared here, and there must be a proper categorization of the explanation that you gave. You said FUTEC because it was relevant, and here is why. It is a prominent South African colloquial derived from the Afrikaans phrase that says "voorsek," meaning that forward I say. It is.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you.
Speaker, this word, it is prominently used
Councillor, you can't give a
in
speech.
interjection with this gentleman.
Councillor, you can't give a speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Toby Williams.
Right, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, this is exactly what I am referring to. And what just transpired in this council is exactly what I'm talking about. Meanwhile, our residents are still recovering from COVID-19 that hit many families financially, emotionally, psychologically, and still to date, they are still suffering the consequences of that. I have heard political parties and seen all of those political parties come into our community that have been landlocked for the longest time. I am 43 years old, but for that 43 years, I have not really seen any real changes transpiring in my lifetime. So the question that I'm posing to all of those political parties that we will be seeing in Eersterus, Ward 43, very, very soon, where we have had a councillor, a DA councillor, that allowed for an illegal land grab to happen under his watch. We have had so many and then they still want to make our people dumb there in Eersterus believing that hulle moet hou by die blauw. Van hou by die blauw is ons nou nog sonder ligte. At exactly 23:44 last night, our lights went off, Speaker. As it is and as we are now, our lights are still off under the DA-led councillor that was forced upon us. For the last 8 years, they have been in power, so I want the residents of Ward 43 Eersterus specifically to know that they were in power for the last 8 years and they couldn't do anything for them. Now they want to redirect, divert, and change narratives to suit their own false narrative. Please, bly stil, Novina, bly stil, bly net stil asseblief. You are you are one of those politicians that failed us. Now you are there.
Councillor Pillay, the councillor is on the podium. Whether you like what she says or you don't like what she says, but she's got the right to speak. It's her time to speak, and I didn't call you to speak. And you don't do that in this meeting again. Thank you so much. Finish up, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Instead of howling, she should put her name on the list, then she can have time to speak. Because when they are supposed to speak up for us, they are howling in the crowds like that. Rather put your name on the list next time and address the issues. So with that being said, Speaker, for all of the leaders here today in Council, I really want us to reflect and ask ourselves, what is the legacy that we will be leaving behind as leaders in this Council? The question that we need to ask ourselves, our time in tenure, whether it's 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, or 20 years, here in this council, did it really translate to real changes on the ground for our communities? If you are sitting there and the answer is no, maybe it's time for you to go. Let other people come into this council that really want to impact change, that really want to speak up and be the change that they want to see, and not just howl in the crowds like the GA have done.
Thank you very much. Then the next speaker is Councillor Shabadi from the PAC of Azania.
Thanks very much, Speaker. From the PAC of Azania, I support the budget speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Councillor Middleburg from RCT. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is before us today is not a budget, it is a PR stunt. The speech is a puff piece of a government cleaning for an election. A serious budget starts with the reality of the day.
It recognizes where we are as the point of departure for where we are destined to end up if the budget is delivered flawlessly. It clearly states its primary objectives, translating a political electoral mandate through a spending of limited funds prioritized to achieve those objectives, to achieve meaningful, measurable outcomes. And leaders who know their path will call those outcomes in clear, unambiguous language. This budget does nothing of that. At the end of this financial year, we will at best end up with a projected accrued balance of current creditors of about 20 billion. It will probably be more. It will not be the 18.5 billion stated in this budget. The creditors will have to be paid in the 12 months of this budget, with no indication in this budget of how it will be achieved. If the city's finances had been well run by our successive governments before, the funds to pay these accrued creditors will have been retained as a provision from the prior financial year in which the liability was incurred to be settled from those funds earmarked in the budget for that purpose. But we are not a well-run municipality, and hence there is nothing remaining from the previous financial year that is nearly enough to settle the debt with funds from the year in which it originated. Settling our accrued current creditors carried over from the end of this financial year will be done from revenue received in the next financial year. That means that whatever this budget promises, the first 20 billion thereof will not fund this year's expenses to maintain our infrastructure or to build anything to extend our capital base. We will be settling old debt first. Only after we had settled our old debt, and after we had paid salaries, and after we had paid for our bulk purchases of electricity and water, and after we had lined the pockets of every contracted service providers, only after all that can we think of spending revenue on this year's budget. The problem is that by then there is hardly 2 billion remaining. And even if of that we cannot be sure, because we simply do not know how much our revenue collection rate will drop further during the year to come. So the government does what it always do to get by. It overrides every procedural safeguard built into our SAP system to place orders and obtain services and delivery of goods for which there is no more budget, and then simply does not pay for it in the budget year in which those services and goods were ordered, creating a fresh round of accruals of current liabilities to be carried over into the next financial year. Except that every year it does that, the balance carried forward increases by about 2 billion. We began the term with about 20 billion in accrued current liabilities. We will end it with about 24 billion in accrued current liabilities. The aspirational figures of the budget is highly optimistic. And that is after 6 billion of unpayable Eskom debt had been converted to long-term liability, thus written out of our accrued current liabilities accounting. But for that book entry, the increase in accrued current liabilities would have topped 2 billion annually on average for the term. This cannot go on forever. It will not go on forever. It will break the city, and when that happens, the consequences, not just for the city, but for our national treasury, will be spectacular. I know that none of this will move the needle of changing behavior for this government. We are, after all, in an election year, and this budget is not about fixing the city's finances, but about fixing electoral chances and opportunities. That is why we had to listen to the puffery and aspirational pretense dished up to us as a budget speech. Let us be clear about this. Nothing will come of those promises. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Then we move to Councillor Khositsile from the Action SA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
All right. Thank you, Speaker. 8 wasted years is what the city has suffered. 8 wasted years under the failed mayors of the DA. Today, we table a funded budget that is not only about numbers, but also about people. The budget that must restore confidence that has been destroyed by the Blue Ones Cup. The budget that is meant to create opportunity and build a city that works for everyone. The DA failed dismally at this and has affected the integrity of the city. The budget is an effort, this budget is an effort to remedy all those failures. Just like 2025-26 budget, the 26-27 budget, which is this one, is again a fully funded budget. The budget is guided by the commitment to financial recovery, the economic revitalization, infrastructure development, and community well-being. It recognizes that a city cannot grow unless its people grow with it. Our youth, our young people are not merely the beneficiaries of this budget. They are partners in rebuilding Tshwane. Remember, they've destroyed it. We are rebuilding. Youth unemployment remains one of the greatest challenges facing South Africa, and our city is no exception. In response, Speaker, this budget places youth economic participation at the center of the local development. The city has established Ituba Youth Economic Development Program, which has already about 3,000 young people registered in it. This program aims to support entrepreneurship, the skills development, and access to opportunities for young residents. The economic opportunities we're referring to, Speaker, amongst other strategies, is to allow them to use what we term a city property to advance themselves, especially those that the city is not using. We are determined to ensure that young people are not locked out of the economy because of lack of access or the network or the funding. Speaker, if I have to continue with regard to supporting business and economic growth, the city continues to support Tshwane Economic Development Agency, that is what we call TIDA. The reflection of that is sitting on the 77 million allocated to strengthen investment promotions and economic development initiatives. Speaker, if I have to progress on that, to business community again, we say the city is open for business. We understand that business needs reliable infrastructure and cleaner and safer communities, something we didn't see in the past. Faster municipal processes, transparency, partnership with government. Our commitment is to rebuild trust between the municipality and the private sector. Hence, you saw last year there was an investment.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Marishane from the ANC. Your 5 minutes starts now. Who's speaking?
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. I'll be Councillor Marishane Jr. today. Speaker, the Tshwane budget demonstrates a remarkable commitment by the executive, as correctly led by the Deputy Mayor and the MMC of Finance leadership, to fostering sustainable growth, social equity, and innovative urban development. This budget not only reflects a thorough understanding of the city's pressing needs, but also showcases a visionary approach that aligns with Tshwane's aspirations, Speaker, to become a smart and resilient city. Speaker, it is commendable how the executive has prioritized inclusive economic development. By allocating substantial resources towards small and medium enterprise support, skills development, and job creation initiatives, the budget clearly underscores a proactive stance in addressing unemployment and economic disparities. Speaker, these measures will undoubtedly empower local entrepreneurs, stimulate economic activity, and contribute to the higher living standards of residents across all communities. The emphasis on creating opportunities for historically marginalized groups reveals a deep understanding of the city's socio-economic fabric and a commitment in redressing inequalities that have been happening for the past 8 years. Speaker, the strategic investment in infrastructure reflects a forward-thinking approach that recognizes infrastructure as the backbone of the urban prosperity. Upgrades to transportation networks, led by Councillor Tlange Mogali, upgrades to water and sanitation services by MMC Bushielo, and energy infrastructure, not only to improve the quality of life, but also enhance Tshwane competitiveness. In addition, Speaker, The emphasis on improving municipal governance and operational efficiency deserves high praise. By investing in a state-of-the-art technology solutions, the executive, through the deputy mayor, is positioning Tshwane as a smart city, leveraging digital tools to enhance service delivery. Management practices and performance monitoring mechanism is indicative of a pragmatic and responsible approach of stewardship of public funds. This effort will not only optimize resources allocation, but also build trust among residents and stakeholders. Finally, the deliberate focus on transparency and accountability signifies leadership that values integrity and openness. Clear communication of budget allocation and expected outcomes foster public trust, encourage civic participation. This approach, Speaker, ensures that the previous administration frequently adopted short-term fixes rather than strategic and sustainable solutions. This reactive approach led to recurring issues that could have been mitigated through proactive planning. For an example, there in Ward 3, they used to fix power stations daily, but now, through this administration, Speaker, there is a refurbishment of the grass substations, where the white boy went and visited yesterday and was not allowed to gain access.
A boy is a boy.
As I conclude, Speaker.
Continue, Councillor.
Yeah.
Continue. Councillors, please. Continue, Councillor.
As I conclude, Speaker, it is evident that the current administration is dedicated to steering our city towards a brighter future. Through strategic investments in infrastructure, ongoing urban development projects, a focus on socio-economic upliftment, and the administration is actively working to improve the quality of life for all residences. Initiatives aimed at enhancing public transportation, expanding access to quality education, creating employment opportunities underscores their commitment to inclusive growth. Speaker, the executive's emphasis on transparent governance and community engagement fosters trust and accountability. The city's recent advancements are a testament to their determination and proactive approaches to overcoming challenges. While there's still much work to be done, Speaker, the progress made so far signifies a strong foundation for sustainable development. As we look ahead, Speaker, it's clear that with continued dedication and community collaboration, the administration will keep driving our city forward, transforming it into more than equitable, resilient, and vibrant place for all residences in the city of Tshwane. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Honorable Councillors, now we have come to an end of the discussion. Now that the general discussion and other specific issues regarding the budget, as well as the reports of the mayoral committee, have been dealt with, I give the floor to the executive mayor or her nominee to respond to the general discussion where necessary, to close the debate on the general discussion, and to submit the reports on the City of Tshwane 2022 to 2026 Integrated Development Plan and the 2026-2027 Medium-Term Revenue and Expenditure Framework for the City of Tshwane to Council for consideration. Executive Mayor.
Speaker, thank you very much. The Executive Mayor will come later. Thank you very much for accommodating the speakers, even though some of them are lost in the discussion. I want to unapologetically state that some of the members of the opposition were talking about Vonelboom renaming. We are not going to allow a settler to tell us what to do. We are going to change the name. We are going to change the name to its rightful owners. Yes. And with Ubaba Matang, Ubaba Wetu, Umnikazi wemhlabathi. Thank you very much. The budget, Speaker, is not something that you can grasp when you are a TikTok fanatic. It needs you to understand the finances. And it's a difficult environment, I can say, because now our employees were subjected to colonization of a special type, deprived, increased for 4 years. And even today, somebody can bluff and say, we are going to waste money. Waste money on the employees, the asset of the city. So the failed factory fault led by Brink, instead of paying the employees 450, we are paying now 1.7. So the loss of 800 million rand must be relegated to him directly. And the resident must understand, because they capture the movement all the time, they must know that this man cost the city 800 million rand with his leadership. And then, you know, Speaker, when somebody is arguing with an unfunded mandate, perhaps it's important that we look at Section 18 of the Municipal Finance Act Management. You know, it says, and it's crystal clear, unfunded mandates are prohibited. That is why we took pain in submitting to National Treasury. And furthermore, it says, I'm referring to Circular 42, and I think, Speaker, we must do justice to those who are fumbling here. Just allocate money for them to train and understand the finances. They are embarrassing themselves forever. It says, Circular 42 speaks highly and deeply about the funding municipal budget. Let them go there. You know, I see something that is new, actually, to this council. Somebody stands up and speaks about the ESCOM debt. And I apportion the blame to this coalition. When we came in, ESCOM was supposed to attach this account of the city. Yes. We saved 800 million rand of interest ourselves. Yes. We paid 2 billion rand to date. Yes. And we got a certificate called appreciation letter from ESCOM. So today the National Treasury is undermined, and somebody recklessly speaks about the official of National Treasury. There's no ANC in the National Treasury offices. There's no African National Congress. It's people who have gone through training, and majority of them are chartered accountants. So we have 1.4 billion rand of surplus. It has never happened. Actually, it's dreams to them. How come? They don't understand, but at least they must ask so that we can be able to explain to them. We have allocated 1.4 billion rand for repairs and maintenance. It has never happened. And then when they speak highly, they forget that they are the ones who appointed Roy Valsaga themselves. The people of Hammarsdale are enjoying the plight because of them. So, Speaker, because we are a caring government, NERSA increased by 9.1. The city is cushioning the residents, and it's saying only 8.8. That's a demonstration of a caring government. Speaker, they speak about revenue protection. Let me tell you what this wonderful coalition have done. They said they don't want to tamper with the finances of the city. We appointed an off-balance sheet program. Maybe I should explain, because it would appear it's difficult. We appointed a company that is collecting revenue on behalf of the city, and we are paying it nothing. In the process, we give them a percentage of the collection. I'm going to tell you the first month, this company did something marvelous. And I'm not going to state the institution, but it's a higher learning institution. It paid immediately 120 million rand, just to demonstrate that we understand what is called revenue protection. The coalition understands, and it has allocated 110 million rand for water losses. It's guaranteed. And we knew that our infrastructure has aged. You understand? And then the electricity losses 60 million rand. So we understand that during the distribution and all the informal settlement that mushroom during their term is costing us this. From 210 informal settlements under the leadership of TikTok fanatics, we are sitting at 502 informal settlements. We have allocated 20 million rand for telemetry so that we reduce our losses. 78 million rand for prepaid meters. Speaker, the lies and the propaganda which have been peddled over TikToks is going to die. Now the people of the residents of Tshwane knows the truth. And this budget is funded and is funded through a rigorous process of national treasury. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Councillors, I will now call upon the Executive Mayor to make... sorry, Alderman Malulega. Thank you. Let me call the Executive Mayor to make her remarks and then also submit the reports to Council. Thank you. Thank you, Councillors. Thank you. Go ahead, Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you so much to all the colleagues that have submitted their inputs in response to our budget. Speaker, I think first of all it is befitting that on behalf of this dynamic coalition, we thank the people of Tshwane who came to participate when we took the budget and the IDP to communities through your leadership, Speaker. They came to hear what is it that we are proposing as this administration. Speaker, we do not take that for granted because we understand that when we started working in communities, there was a disconnect between the government, that is the city of Tshwane, and the communities of Tshwane. And when we went to the communities, what we asked is that we want them to be involved in government. We want them to hold us accountable. But most importantly, we want them to have a say in how we are governing the city. Because, Speaker, the philosophy that guides the work of this coalition is that we are not a government that is elected in boardrooms. We were elected by the people of Tshwane, and therefore whatever we do it on behalf of the people of Tshwane. What I appreciated, Speaker, was the diversity of communities that came out to participate in our budget. And therefore, on behalf of the coalition, Speaker, we want to thank the people of Tshwane for that. Secondly, Speaker, there were no collapsed meetings during this consultation process. What that means, Speaker, we don't get judged by people in this chamber. We get judged by communities. That is an indicator for us to say the people of Tshwane, they know there is a government in Tshwane, and that when we want to engage with them, we are not met with chairs and hostility. I remember there was a year other people went to address an empty hall. We didn't have those problems, Speaker. So we are truly grateful to the people of Tshwane to work with us. Speaker, the other important thing, and I think the people of Tshwane must know this budget is not as a result of us as the coalition partners holding each other hostage and threatening not to vote for this budget. This budget is as a result of a consensus informed by the needs of the communities. And what we are presenting here is not a tit for tat between coalition partners. It is responding to the needs of the people of Tshwane. Hence, you will see on the budget, Speaker, we are not shy. The name of areas and wards are mentioned where this budget is going to be utilized. So those who are saying this budget will not reach its intended beneficiaries, they shouldn't worry about that, because we are the ones who decided who the intended beneficiaries are. Those intended beneficiaries know exactly what's coming to them, and therefore that should not be a worry, at least for the residents of Tshwane. Speaker, it's nice to try and erase history when it's convenient to you, and I think my colleagues have covered me, because you know, Speaker, people want to silence us by saying we are politicking. One thing I will tell you, Speaker, if improving the fortunes of the city of Tshwane is politicking, please count me in. I will politic until the 4th of November. Because, Speaker, in our politicking, You see, other people spend a lot of time monitoring us. What is the mayor doing today? Hey, where is the coalition going now? What we do every single day as this coalition speaker, we wait.
Councillors, thank you. Go ahead, Executive Mayor. Councillors. Okay, Alderman, thank you. Councillor Makaleni, Councillor Fosi, can we continue with the meeting without you making gestures? I'm not scared of dealing with you. You must know that. I'm not. Go ahead, Executive Mayor.
As I was saying, Speaker, we are still on politicking. If advancing the welfare of the people of Tshwane is politicking, understand that this coalition will politic until the 4th of November. You know why, Speaker, and I think we deserve it. To deal with an institution that over a period of 4 years had a 16 billion deficit, and to recover from that, Speaker, it did not take less than leadership. It didn't take less than long hours and wisdom from the collective that I work with. The residents of Tshwane need to know that we are the ones who have turned around the city when others didn't know what to do with it. Secondly, Speaker, the ESCOM debt that we are talking about, DM touched on it. The debt, Speaker, was at 6.7 billion rand. Every year, in a period of 3 years, Speaker, 750 million rand was on interest on areas alone, not on the capital debt. Speaker, you know during that time how many letters and media statements ESCOM has issued threatening to switch off the supply in the city of Tshwane. Since December 2024, there's never been even a single statement by ESCOM threatening to shut down our supply. The fact that we have kept it to the obligations that we agreed to, Speaker, why should they clap for themselves? And if this was their work, as I was saying, Speaker, and also, Speaker, I don't want you to forget, I told you, Tina, we are not a coalition with a low self-esteem. Some of those standards don't apply this side. We are fine. The coalition we have is all right, Speaker. There's no issue. So the ESCOM debt, Speaker, we are honoring the agreement that we have reached with ESCOM. We will pay the 1 billion they are talking about. We agreed to that 1 billion. We will pay it until beginning of 2029. When we reach that stage, Speaker, that money will be redirected to the services to augment the finances of that service. Speaker, the other point I wanted to mention, and I want to say it here, Speaker, because I don't think any of us is scared of anyone here. The mess that was created by that strike of 3 months that people could not manage, it's still haunting us, Speaker. The 43 dismissed workers, we want to know what happened, Speaker. And we're going to do anything and everything to understand where people victimized, where was our top management factionalized to a point where they victimize artisans? Were politicians involved in victimizing artisans who were in hospital? There's a problem, Speaker, in our country that if you are poor, you will never experience justice. So we are not scared, Speaker. You can send all the cease and desisters you want. We're going to get to the bottom of it. And as this coalition, we're going to resolve the issue of the 43 dismissed workers. And by the way, Speaker,
just a second, Executive Mayor. What are you raising on, Councillor Makaleni?
No, Speaker, I was saying on a point of information, the mayor can do justice maybe to ANC and EFF because she was part and parcel of that. At least EFF and ANC were not there, then she can give them whatever that is necessary. It's not the one to ask the other.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, Executive Mayor. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, Speaker.
Thank you. Let's allow the Executive Mayor to continue.
So, Speaker, maybe let's not leave it hanging. I did say, Speaker, that no one's scared of anybody here. The strike happened between September and December 2023. You recall that I was in your office on the 18th of January 2024, where I took my oath of office as a PR councillor representing my party Action SA. Before that, and the reason why, by the way, months later, we found ourselves, me sitting here with these colleagues of mine here, it is exactly because of that strike. So if they want to know what was my role was opposing.
Just a second. Councillor Ace, what are you rising on?
Speaker, point of information, while the strike was ongoing, the current mayor insisted that her position be created and negotiated, while her party was supporting the strike.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Executive Mayor.
They mustn't lie, because if I don't have a platform here. So this position was agreed on in 2021, not in 2023. And they agreed because they were desperate to get the mayorship. So they must not come and lie here. Speaker, as I was saying, this budget to us is a commitment that we are making to the people of Tshwane, that all the commitments and all the promises we've made since we assumed office as this administration, it would mean nothing if it would not result in the budget as detailed as it is. And Speaker, there are things that we've announced during our SOCA that the Deputy Mayor also repeated in his budget speech. So what I want to say in closing, Speaker, we're going to see to it that the 2025-2026 financial year is closed with dignity, that we will make sure, Speaker, that every cent that was meant to go to communities has reached communities. And that's the work that we have been doing and will continue until the 30th of June. This budget, as it starts on the 1st of July, and it will go until next year, 30 June, we will make sure that these funds go to enrich the lives of the people of Tshwane. So as I submit the report, Speaker, I would like to add one recommendation on the budget, and that would be recommendation number, the new recommendation 27, Speaker. And it's going to read as follows. And Speaker, please forgive us. This was in between us checking certain details that by the time we submitted the report, we had not confirmed the actual amounts. We've got the actual amounts, which I will explain to you what they entail. But this is the commitment that was also raised during SOCA, and it was also repeated during the budget speech. So the new recommendation, which is number 27, Speaker, reads as follows: to further reduce Watchman Services budget by 36 million rand to fund recruitment of 100 security guards.
In-house capacity. In-house capacity.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Executive Mayor.
Yes. So maybe for the record, let me read it again so we have one single submission. Attention imnandi for uyayikhangela nawe. So let me read it again, Speaker. Number 27, to further reduce Watchman Services budget by 36 million rand to fund the recruitment of 100 security guards. The allocation be as follows. 33.5 million rand goes to employee-related costs, 750,000 rand goes to uniform, 250,000 rand goes to consumables, and 1.5 million goes to capex in the form of guns and radios. That would be the additional recommendation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. This is for Thank you very much, the Executive Mayor. Honorable Councillors, as the Councillor Fosi, please. Honorable Councillors, as the Executive has now responded and give closing remarks on the budget debate and submitted your report input to you, the reports appear in the agenda for consideration. Item 1, city, reference number 42151/1, City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department, tabling of the City of Tshwane 2026-2027 review of 2022-2026 integrated plan, integrated development plan. This report is on page 3 to 583. Recommendations are on 16. I've got Councillor J.J. Baloyi from the ANC. You have 3 minutes. That's now, sir.
Thank you, Speaker. The purpose of this item is for the Department of Strategy and Organizational Performance to table the 2026-27 review of the City of Tshwane's 2022-26 integrated development plan. This review is undertaken in compliance with Section 34 of the Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000, which places a legal obligation on municipalities to annually assess their IDP and make adjustment where necessary. The goal is to ensure that the plan remains relevant to the needs of residents, responsive to the changing circumstances, and aligned to the financial and institutional capacity of the city. Tabling this review now allows council, stakeholders, and the public to scrutinize the city's strategic direction and performance before the final 2026-27 budget is adopted. The 2022 to 2026 IDP is the city's 5-year strategic framework. It sets out our development priorities, service delivery targets, special transformation agenda, and institutional reform program. Adopted in May 2022, it has guided budgeting, planning, project implementation, and performance management for the past 3 financial years. The annual review process is not formal. It is the mechanism by which the city adapts to reality. Since 2022, we have faced shifting economic conditions, rising input costs, infrastructure failures, changes in national and provincial policy, and evolving community expectation. The IDP must reflect these realities if it is to remain credible. The 2026-2027 review carries added weight because it is the final adjustment before the 2026 local government election and before we begin drafting the next 5-year IDP cycle. It is our opportunity to close this term with a clear focus on delivery and accountability. Honorable Speaker, the Integrated Development Plan is more than a compliance document. It is our social contract with the people of Tshwane. It is the promise that we will use public resources to improve lives, create opportunity, and build a city that works. This review ensures that the contract remains credible, funded, and focused on delivery in the time that remains.
The next 12 months will define how we close this IDP cycle and what foundation we leave for the next administration that follows. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor, as recommended. Thank you very much. Let's then divide the House. Those who are for the recommendations. Please lower your hands. Lower your hands. Those who are against. Please lower your hands. Those who abstain, lower your hands, please. Those who abstain. We've got one. Thank you very much, councillors. Councillor Masilela, thank you. Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Masilela, thank you. And those who are for, it's 110. Against, 84. Abstain, 1. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We still have one report to go. Please sit down. We still have one report to go. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Please take your seats, councillors. Councillors, take your seats. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What are you standing on, Councillor Makhaleni? Thank you very much. Can we? Thank you. Councillors, as recommended, councillors, Can I have your attention, please? As recommended.
On a point of information, Speaker.
What is the point of information?
Yes, they must just count. It's 4 months remaining. In February, we are amending that thing.
Thank you very much.
We are amending.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right to Mula.
Let's move to the councillors. Thank you. Let's move to the last item. Reference number 40240/1. Group Financial Services Budget Office Division 2026 to 2027 medium term revenue and expenditure framework for the city of Tshwane. This report is on page 584 to 2090. Recommendations are on 615. I've got one speaker on this item, which is Councillor Buikanyo from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you. A positive outlook that should be highlighted. First, regarding the midterm revenue and expenditure framework for the 2026-2027 financial year, is it the second consecutive fully funded budget table since 2021 for the city of Tshwane. This is a major key element for Tshwane to be able to continue and maintain a budget that sustains the city's financial position, which enhances service delivery within available resources. Speaker, the key priority focus on financial stability, revenue enhancement, infrastructure development, service delivery acceleration, economic revitalization, investment attraction, a safe and clean city, social services, community well-being, and strengthening governance. Furthermore, Speaker, the approval of the 2026-27 MTREF is in line with the requirements of Section 24 Municipal Financial Management Act of 2003, as guided by Circular 132 and 134 from the National Treasury, with the objective to demonstrate how the city of Tshwane has undertaken the annual budget preparation in accordance with the budget and financial management reform agenda, focusing on key game changers. Speaker, with the 58.5 billion rand budget, the city can shift away from historical debts and declining infrastructure to rebuild public confidence, instilling a culture of accountability, transparency, and laying a solid foundation for a better future for the city of Tshwane and its residents. In conclusion, Speaker, the African National Congress supports the approval of the 2026-2027 medium-term revenue and expenditure framework in terms of the Section 24 of the Local Government MFMA 2003. I thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. If you recall, there was an addition of the recommendations, recommendation 27 to further reduce watchman services by 36 million to fund the recruitment of 100 security guards. The allocation be as follows: 33.5 million. Sorry. $33.5 million employees-related costs, 750,000 uniforms, 250,000 consumables, 1.5 million capex, which is radio and guns. Honorable councillors, it should also be noted that, as mentioned earlier, in accordance with Section 163B of the Constitution, a decision on the approval of the budget and the imposition of rates and other taxes, levies and duties must be taken by the council with a supporting vote of the majority of the council members, i.e. at least 108 councillors in the case of the city of Tshwane. I will therefore now subject this final proposal 2026 to 2027 medium-term revenue and expenditure framework for the city of Tshwane to the vote. For purpose of this voting process, I am requesting councillors who support the recommendation to raise their hands so that they can be counted. Those who are supporting the recommendations. Thank you very much. You may lower your hands. Okay. Thank you very much. Those who are in favor, it's 111. That's included the Councillor Masilela. Please, Councillor Masilela. Councillor Masilela. Thank you very much. Those who are in favor of the recommendations, including the latest one, it's 111. As amended. Thank you. The Chief Whip of the Opposition, which is the Chief Whip of the DA.
Mr. Speaker, just recorded the DA dissenting vote against the budget, please. And IDP.
Thank you so much. Councillor Erasmus.
Thank you, Speaker. Please register our dissenting vote. Every member of the VF Plus, according to the council register, against this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lex.
Mr. Speaker, please note my vote against. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Ramabudu.
No, Speaker, thank you very much. I rise on the point of order or point of information. I think the rules must say that they must vote. They've opposed. When you ask as recommended, there was a voice there that they said no. We said yes. And that's the reason why you subjected this council into a division of a house. So they can't just come and say, register our dissenting vote without them showing the numbers. That's how it must be. Unless if they left us and raised that dissenting vote without them saying no, they must vote. We can't vote alone here, even when they said no. When you say no, you are calling for a division of a house. A division of a house is a show of hands, not on the one side. A show of hands of those who say yes and those who say no. So we want the hands of those who say no. Can you check your rules, please?
Thank you very much, Councillor Ramabudu. Here we are using the majority of 108. Those who are in favor. That's the only thing that we have. We don't have a room for those who are against. So it's only for 108 votes majority. It has to be 108. So they are not going to vote. They've descended their votes. Honorable Councillors, thank you. Honorable Councillors, I wish to thank you for your valuable inputs during this special council meeting. But, however, please remember our ordinary council meeting, which will commence at, what are you raising on, Councillor?
No, Speaker, we are sorry that we are interrupting you. Point of information, Rule 38. As the caucus of the EFF were concerned about the statement that was issued by the DA. And it's very unfortunate that DA, the timing is questionable, that they are now raising the issue of 48 workers that they've harassed during their term of office. They must show us evidence of what those workers have done. That's what we're asking for. Whoever who's working with them, they must show us evidence. They can't write a statement and say this caucus or this administration wants to return 44 workers. We want to return them, but if there's evidence that they've done anything wrong, we are not going to return them. We are waiting for evidence. You've said those workers have tortured buses. Show us a video where they were torturing a bus. You said those workers have interrupted service delivery.
Yes,
Show us.
yes. Thank you very much.
You just show us pictures of buses that were tortured by you there.
Thank you so much.
And you must tell your spy that is briefing you always that we are watching him. We are not blind. We've been around in this game, man.
Thank you. The information that we are raising, the executive mayor has already touched on it. So thank you very much. Let us all come back here at 2:30. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you for the opportunity. Action SA, that was not necessary. When someone is leaving, you need to give a proper thing. That was unnecessary. Okay, let us go. Prachwan. Prachwan, thank you very much. I didn't know that you are leaving. You're one of the people that I oftentimes share some stuff when it comes to the council, and I'm one of the people who receive an advice from you. Very nice and caring man. I wish where you're going, some people will receive a lot, and let God Almighty, who is and He was and is to come, shower you with the blessings. I believe this has nothing to do with the political differences, but as a person, I know you being a very great and a good man, and your political party, I believe they have lost a lot. Knowing your heart and the way you are. I'm not talking here. I'm not talking about the person that I don't know. I know you personally, and we have shared certain calls, and we spoke the wisdom in you and the love in you. Such a great man. That is why the Kikenya Mukuni come all in order. Which is some people you don't need to politicize. Put other things in the political umbrella.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Progressive parties.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Progressive Party, we also want to join our colleagues in congratulating the councillor and wishing him all the best in Njaba, because we know that he's retiring. We are just saying, retire and then, spend most of your time with your family. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker. Yes, please, Councillor, respond. Hey, my apologies.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I would like to stand up because when I started as a councillor, when we speak in council, we stood up. Unfortunately, the chairs doesn't allow that to the same extent. My really heartfelt thanks. Is it? No, I'm happy here.
Yes, come to the podium.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy I can stand here in front of all of you and say thank you for the opportunity that all of you gave me. But most of all, thank you for the opportunity the residents of Tshwane gave me. Because when I decided in 2006 whether I wanted to become a councillor, I called on the Lord and I said, if you think I'll be the best person in Ward 4, or my opponent, which I knew very well, for Ward 4. She became, I think recently she was also a PR councillor, but she was the councillor for Ward 4. She was the candidate, and I was the candidate. And I thank the Lord that He gave me the opportunity to serve the residents of Ward 4, the residents of Ward 1. And then I just want to tell my colleague from Action SA, for the last 10 years, since 2016 till 2026, I've been working in Soshanguve in wards 34, 35, 33, and in 88. So I really have a heart for those people. You can ask the people now in those wards. whether I contributed to their life in any way. I really don't make a discrimination or a distinction between people. All are residents, and therefore we all serve them. But thank you very much for all of you who are in positions. I pray for you who are now in charge, that the Lord may give you guidance, insight, and strength to do the work that He calls you for. And thank you very much for the good service delivered by our previous administration on Alderman Brink, because that was really a good time. Now it's a time we fight, but I can tell you, you can ask the other people in our Rules and Ethics Committee, that we have been working together. And I would like to also give tribute to our chair, Councillor Masha, because he really is doing his best to get Rules and Ethics working, to ensure that we are fair towards everybody. As we say, freedom, fairness, and opportunity. That is what we follow. Thank you very much, Speaker, for the opportunity, and I wish you all strength, and I pray for the guidance of the Lord to really assist you in the big task lying ahead of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor John. We wish you well, and may God be with you at all times and shine His face upon you, protect you in all challenges of life. Given the time that you are taking off, we really appreciate your effort of making sure that the city is well served. Thank you so much. Farewell. Thank you very much. Consideration of the minutes of the previous council meeting. Continuation Council, 30th April 2026. Honorable Councillors, before I put to you the minutes of the Continuation Council meeting, 7th May 2026, for approval, I would like to correct the submission I made in the previous council on record regarding the sanctions powers that the council and the MEC have. In the previous meeting, I mentioned that council only has 3 sanctions to consider: fine, warning, and reprimand. That was an error. Council has got 5 sanctions, as per the Code of Conduct of Council, altogether to consider. The only difference is that the suspension and the removal of councillor may only be recommended by council, approved by the MEC. On that note, I would like to put the minutes of the Continuation Council on the 30th April 2026 approved. Ordinary Ordinary Council, 30th April 2026. Honorable Councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the Ordinary Council meeting on the 30th April 2026 for approval. Approved. Continuation Council, 7th May 2026, from the Council, 30th April 2026. Honorable Councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the Continuation Council meeting, 7th May 2026 for approval. Approved. Approved. Special Council on the 7th of May 2026. Honorable Councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the Special Council meeting 7th May 2026 for approval. Approved. In committee Special Council 7th May 2026 from Council 30th April 2026. Honorable Councillors, I rule that we deal with the in-committee minutes later during the meeting when we consider the confidential reports. Now, I'd like to call upon the Executive Mayor to table the reports. Yes, Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Would like to request a 10-minute caucus.
The caucus is granted. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, councillors. I would like to take this opportunity. Councillors, please, may I have your attention? May I have your attention, please? And let me take this opportunity to address the House. It is not usual, but it's something that needs to be done due to the as I'm sitting here in front of you, I'm not feeling well. Now I'll ask the House to elect the acting speaker for the remaining agenda. I don't want to push myself where I know that I'll have to end before the council finishes. Without further ado, I would like then to call the city manager to preside over the election of the acting speaker. We'll continue with the agenda items. Thank you so much, city manager.
Good afternoon, councillors. Councillors, as you are aware, the speaker has excused himself, and my task is just to preside over the election of an acting speaker for the rest of this meeting. Thank you, councillors. May I get a proposal for one councillor to act as acting speaker, please? Yes, Councillor Watifani.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Siam. I, Councillor Gordon Ratigwani, hereby nominate Councillor Marishani to become the acting speaker. The acting speaker for the remainder of this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder? Yes, Councillor, please go ahead.
Thank you, CM. I, Councillor Hlipi Khafani, would like to second Councillor Marishani as the acting speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I check with Councillor Marishani? Do you accept the nomination?
Thank you very much, CM. My name is Saul Marishani. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. I'm available.
Thank you very much. For the sake of completeness, is there another recommendation? None. Councillor Marishani, you are then the acting speaker for the rest of this meeting. If you can please come to the podium. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillors. May you please be seated. Firstly, let me take this opportunity to wish Councillor Mzwanana, our Speaker, a speedy recovery. And we will take a 10 minutes break just for the office to brush up on one or two issues, and then we'll come back and continue with our meeting. 10 minutes adjournment. We'll be back at 15:45. Please ring the bells. Thank you very much, honorable councillors. Let's settle down so that we can continue with our ordinary meeting. Please take your seats. Councillors, please take your seats. Please take your seats. Councillor Malcolm, Councillor Masilela, please take your seats. Councillors, please take your seats. Thank you very much, councillors. It is now 3 minutes to 4. My wish is that we be productive and we conclude the business of the day by 7 p.m. so that if you are more productive, it will be earlier than that. If you are more productive, it will be earlier than that. It is within your hands to determine what time we conclude our meeting. But my wish is that by 7 o'clock we should be out of here. We are now at item F, reports to council, the Honorable, the Executive Mayor.
Thank you so much, our acting speaker. Good afternoon to you, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekan and his entourage, Honorable Chief Mahlango and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, honorable councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents, Acting Speaker, good afternoon. Acting Speaker, I think we've said a lot already. Just in the interest of time, firstly, I would like to wish the residents of Tshwane who are celebrating Eid a very peaceful period, full of love and kindness and time with their families. I would like to do that on behalf of Council Speaker. Secondly, Speaker, it's very difficult to speak these days. You know, when you are a champion with 2 stars, you never know how to conduct yourself. So, Speaker, we don't want jealousy, Speaker. You know, Speaker, it's quite unique, and I'm not even joking. It's quite unique that a city like ours, we can be associated with the club. And of course, we always celebrate the sports teams that are in our city. Mamelodi Sundowns that come from one of the biggest townships in Tshwane, as well as the Blue Bulls. Those are some of the teams that we have here in the city of Tshwane. And one of them have made us proud, Speaker, and we were quite blessed that we could be part of the celebrations when they were doing their trophy tour on Tuesday. Next time we will invite you, Councillor Fosi, but we are very proud of Masandawana. The boys have really done us very well and very proud, Speaker. Speaker, the one point I just want to, maybe for the benefit of councillors, is the Rand water maintenance between the 29th of May and the 2nd of June. MMC Bushielo has communicated what is the strategy, because in the past, when we had undergone the maintenance, sometimes it doesn't go as planned. Sometimes we plan for 4 days and it happens that it goes longer. Things happen, and MMC Bushielo has advised the public in terms of what is the help that we need from communities, but also what is the city proactively doing to ensure that we don't run out of water in our reservoirs. Speaker, we are trying to mitigate the need for water tankers. So the colleagues have made sure that we're going to have enough storage, but if the residents are not coming to the party and reducing consumption during these 4 days, we may find ourselves having run out of water by the 2nd of June. And the challenge with that is that sometimes the reservoirs take too long to recover. So we're truly appealing to residents, Speaker, it's just 4 days where all of us, we just need to tighten our belts and reduce our consumption significantly so that we can go through the 4 days without any pain. Speaker, it is my pleasure to submit reports from the Mayoral Committee to Council for consideration as contained in parts 1, 2, 2A and 3 for consideration, as well as annexures A and A1 for cognizance and or discussion. Acting Speaker, I would like to defer item 9, the bylaw, to the next council meeting. With those words, Speaker, the reports are submitted. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Executive Mayor. Earlier on, Leader of Governance Business was mourning that also Kaizer Chiefs made it to top 8 after Item 9 is deferred to the next meeting. Thank you. Item 1, reference number 07075/1, record management policy, request for approval of the revised City of Tshwane record management. The report is on page 9 to page 67. Recommendations are on page 22. It's recommended. On this report, we've got the following speakers. Item 1, the first speaker is Councillor V. Palwani. Please press your mic so that it can be on record.
a steward voice. Oh, thank you so much. I waive speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor I.J. Peterson, DA. Due to grey areas and shortcomings on this policy, we want to push forward the following recommendation. Recommendation 1, the policy should attach the approved retention and disposal schedule as mandatory annex to the policy as per NARS Act, Section 13(2)(a). 2, that the policy defines enforcement framework with minor non-compliance, serious non-compliance, and systematic non-compliance. 3, that the group head should report record management compliance status quarterly with findings reported to the municipal manager annually. 4, policy should insert compliance monitoring framework and corrective action tracking. 5, the policy should add OPIA compliance to address the breach notification procedure. 6, the file plan requires comprehensive review to ensure it covers all the city functional activities of the metro municipal level and be confirmed and approved by NARS. The policy should also, number 7, the policy should add a dedicated continued clause covering physical and digital record recovery in the event of a disaster. Number 8, the policy should specify training requirements and introduce a record management training register maintained by a record manager and reported to a municipal manager annually. Number 9, the policy should empower a record manager to conduct unannounced spot audit on department registry and report material non-compliance directly to the group head and municipal manager. Number 10, the implementation of the record management policy should be mandatory, and the date approval and non-compliance will constitute an act of misconduct. Proposed by myself, seconded by Henty Nokia. Shortcomings that we identified on the policy. 1, the absence of approved retention and disposal schedule. Number 2, enforcement mechanism on policy violation is inadequate. No substantive disaster recovery plan. OPIA Act is listed in a framework, but its obligations are inadequately integrated. Training is aspirational. No minimum competency standard or timelines. The file plan is generic and incomplete for metropolitan municipalities. Monitoring, compliance, audit, and reporting are absent. The policy is not supported by finalized registry procedure manual. I thank you, Speaker. Thank you very much. As recommended. There is a no and a yes. Let's divide the House. You want me to repeat all this? Okay, it's fine. We therefore propose the following recommendations. The policy should attach the approved retention and disposal schedule as mandatory annexure to the policy as per NARS Act, Section 13, subsection 2, subsection A. 2, that the policy define enforcement framework with minor non-compliance, serious and non-compliance, and systematic non-compliance. That group heads should report records management compliance status quarterly, with findings reported to the municipal manager annually. Policy should insert a compliance monitoring framework and corrective action tracking. The policy should add OPIA compliance section to address the breach notification procedure where records containing personal information are lost or accessed unlawfully. 6, the file plan requires comprehensive review to ensure it covers all city functional activities at level of metropolitan municipality and be confirmed, approved by NARS. The policy should add dedicated continuity clause covering physical and digital record recovery in the event of disaster. 8, the policy should specify training requirements and introduce a record management training register maintained by record manager and report to municipal manager annually. 9, that the policy should empower record managers to conduct unannounced spot audit of any department registry and report material non-compliance directly to the relevant group head and the municipal manager. 10, that the implementation of the record management policy should be mandatory from the date of approved, and non-compliance will constitute act of misconduct. Produced by Councillor Peterson, seconded by Councillor Norkie. Yes, Leader of Government's Business.
We are being mocked by Kaizer Chiefs friends. These loyal Kaizer Chiefs friends are mocking us. Speaker, the act is sufficient to cover what Councillor Peterson is saying. So just look at it, Councillor Peterson. Hey, therefore, the act says you dispose after 20 years. Therefore, it's there, it's prescribed. Then, Popia Act was okay. Why the policy was reviewed is because of the changes, the reforms that are in the Act of Archives. Number 2, because of Popia, you must then bring reforms according to Popia Act. Number 3, because of the digitalization, you must then make changes because of the third element. So all of those things are there, catered, covered by the overarching Act. Then issues that we're raising from point 9 are operational. So for training and other things, they're operational, they're going to be done. Then everything is sufficient, it's covered. We were doing amendments because of the 3 elements that were raised. So there's no need for other things. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Are we in agreement? To divide the House? Those who are for the recommendations? It's for the recommendations as amended, no? Thank you. You may lower your hands. Those against? Thank you very much. You may lower your hands. Those who abstain? None? Thank you very much. Those for the recommendations are 79, against 90, abstain 0. The next speaker is Councillor L. Mathabane. Yes, Councillor Makhaling, what are you rising on?
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. No, I was saying from November, at least ke tlabe ke romela Thabo le Modiba and link ya council or bona bafana ba follow.
Councillor Mathabane, please proceed.
The feature is not a mistake.
Thank you, Speaker. I waive.
Thank you. You waive. Next councillor is Councillor J. Mathabate. Councillor Mathabate?
I waive, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor P. Mayor, FF Plus.
I waive, Speaker.
Councillor Mayor? Thank you very much. That was the last speaker as recommended. Item 2, Group Property Department, Amendment of Council Resolution, Transfer of Remainder of Portion 1 of Farm Lucral 92 JR Jubilee Hospital to the Gauteng Provincial Government. The report is on page 68 until page 107. Councillor Makhaling? The next thing you'll be raising your hand while you are talking, while I'm presenting the report. Can we please be ordered? You are even drowning me as the speaker. The report is on page 68, and recommendations are on page 107, page 79. And the first speaker on this report is Councillor T. Khadima. Khadima. Councillor Khadima? If your councillor is not here, the whip of the political party, please tell us, give us take the responsibility to tell us what you are doing. Councillor Khadima, please press your mic. Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor T. Sebutane. Thank you very much. You waive. The next speaker, Councillor J. van der Spey. Councillor J. van der Spey.
Acting Speaker, no one in this chamber disputes the importance of public health care or the critical role played by Jubilee Hospital. The question before us is not whether health care matters. The question is whether the City of Tshwane is exercising proper stewardship over public assets and money. In 2021, the Council approved the sale of this property to the Gauteng Provincial Government. Today, without any meaningful financial justification, we are being asked to convert that sale into a free transfer, effectively donating more than 21 hectares of municipal land valued at 8.14 million rand. At a time when Tshwane faces severe financial strain, infrastructure backlogs, and ongoing service delivery failures, this Council cannot simply give away strategic municipal land without rigorous scrutiny. The report provides no proper cost-benefit analysis, no quantified projection of future income rates, and no comparison with alternatives such as a long-term lease, conditional transfer, or phased arrangement. We are simply asked to accept vague assurances that this transaction will somehow not prejudice the city financially. Equally concerning is the lack of enforceable protections. There are no binding commitments from the province regarding hospital upgrades, infrastructure investment, maintenance standards, or future healthcare expansion. There is no retrogressive clause if the land use changes in the future. Once ownership transfers, the city loses its leverage entirely. Speaker, the valuation itself raises questions. We are told that more than 21 hectares of strategically located land near major development nodes is worth only 8.14 million rand. Yet the report does not disclose who performed the valuation, when it was done, or whether future development potential was considered. Speaker, intergovernmental cooperation indeed matters, but cooperation cannot mean abandoning financial prudence, transparency, and accountability. The Freedom Front Plus, apology, Speaker. The Freedom Front Plus cannot support a transaction that lacks adequate safeguards, proper financial justification, and meaningful public value protections. We therefore urge Council to reconsider this proposal and require a far more robust, transparent, and accountable framework before any permanent transfer proceeds. Thank you, Acting Speaker.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker on the report as recommended. Yes, Councillor Hafani.
Speaker, thank you, Speaker. I noticed that the timer is off. I'm not sure if you're aware on your side.
And JG was going
Yeah, and on and on and on. It was not counting.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor Hafani. I noticed while the councillor was speaking, I did not want to disturb him. Timekeeper, you are sleeping on the job. And we have reminded you earlier in the morning. Please get your act together. Thank you, Councillor Hafani. Oh, by the way, you are a chairperson of sports, so we use time in sports to monitor the games, right? Thank you. Item 3, reference number 77979/2, ERF109, Asiatic Bazaar. Group Property Department, corrective report, donation of ERF109, Asiatic Bazaar to the rightful applicants beneficiaries, resulting from the Phase 2 Marabastad, Kenya upgrade project. The report is on page 108 until page 300. The recommendations are on page 120. The first speaker on this report and the only speaker is Councillor M. Joubert from VF Plus. The 3 minutes start now.
Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus welcomes the corrective report regarding F109 Asiatic Bazaar. For decades, the administrative delays of Marabastad to Leer upgrade project have left the rightful beneficiaries in limbo. Our stance on this item focuses on 3 core principles: restoring property rights. Property ownership is the absolute foundation of economic freedom and individual dignity. Demanding administrative accountability. This is a corrective report. While we support the donation to the rightful beneficiaries, we must acknowledge that this process should have never taken this long. Ensure clean governance. The Freedom Front Plus will strictly monitor the final implementation of this phase. Every single transfer must match the verified audit of the rightful applicants. We will not tolerate administrative manipulation or further delays. We also need to ensure that accounts are paid duly. The Freedom Front Plus supports this report. Let us give these families the legal ownership that they rightfully earned without any further excuses. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That was the sole speaker on this report as recommended. Report number 4, reference number 73158, Watlu R4, Group Property Department. The proposed notary lease of R4 Watlu for industrial purpose. The report is on page 301 to page 473. Recommendations are on page 314. On this report, we've got the following councillors. Councillor H.J. Norke from GA. The 3 minutes starts now. Press once, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. I wait.
Thank you. The next speaker on this report is Councillor P. Matala from EFF. The next councillor is P. Meyer from VF+. Next councillor is Councillor Williams Moses from PA. Thank you very much. As recommended, councillors. Next report is reference number 176681, stroke 1, brackets 12, stroke 1, stroke 2, Moorgloed, PTN of Karibboom Street. Group Property Department proposed lease of portion of street reserve of Karibboom Street adjacent to ERF 725 Moorgloed Township for business purposes. The report is on page 474 to page 493. Recommendations are on page 490. And we've got only one speaker on this report. It's Councillor P. Meyer from VF+. Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I did ask for a speech, but I actually want to make an additional recommendation. And I'll make the recommendation first, and then I'll explain why I make this recommendation. Speaker, can you protect me, please?
You are protected.
Thank you. I recommend an additional recommendation 16 to read as follows. That should a successful lessee not be the adjacent owner of a 725 Moorgloed, a 10-meter wide servitude for access purposes be registered in favor of 725 Moorgloed on the eastern side of the earth to be created and registered subsequent to the street closure. If you look on page 493, I think it's 493 of the agenda, the earth 725, which is behind this street closure that's going to happen and the new stand that's going to be created. Currently, there's a driving school there. So if we sell this property as it is without registering a servitude, that property won't have any access. So it will be like a helicopter stand. And I don't think trucks can be driven by helicopters through a helicopter site. You will see on the map, however, and that might be the argument to say they have good access. There's a little street there called Myth Avenue. Now, that Myth Avenue is really a myth because it's not an avenue, it's a sort of a pedestrian walkway, which cannot accommodate any traffic, specifically not trucks, which are making use of, which would have to make use then of reaching this training school. And that's why I would like to make this recommendation. I believe it makes sense, and it's just do fair to the owner of the business or the driving school that if he's not a successful bidder, that he gets access to his property. Thank you, Acting Speaker. Can I just read it's the recommendation. I'll read it again. that should a successful lessee not be the adjacent owner of 725 Moorregroep, a 10-meter wide servitude for access purposes be registered in favor of 725 Moorregroep on the eastern side of the earth to be created and registered subsequent to the street closure. It's proposed by myself, Councillor P.W.W. Meyer, and seconded by Councillor N.C. Patrick.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That it is recommended that an additional recommendation 16 be added to read as follows. That should the successful lease not be to the adjacent owner of R725 Moorregroep, a 10-meter wide servitude for access purposes to be registered in favor of R725 Moorregroep on the eastern side of the earth to be created and registered subsequent to the street closure. Proposed by Councillor P.W.W. Meyer, seconded by Councillor N.C. Pascoe. As amended? There's a no, there's a yes. Yes, Leader of Governance Business.
No, thanks, Speaker. It's a noble suggestion that Councillor is making, Councillor Mayor is making. However, we can't determine what is going to happen in supply chain. Therefore, we can't even dictate on what should happen. And I think the proposal should then be left to planners, that the owner of that property should gain access. That property is too big. It's about 800 square meters in that property. Therefore, the affected properties can gain access through planning division. Therefore, it's not necessarily that we should say one of the owners, if they don't get that property, then we should, as council, put up a rider and a resolution into this report. Therefore, we are delving into processes of supply chain. MFMA refuses Section 117 that we should dictate on what should happen. But planners can assist us that property, those people must gain access because of it's still a process that is going to go. We are allowing the accounting officer to then start putting this property in the market. They can object, they can do whatever. If the process is not held in terms of our land use management, act and bylaw, if we don't adhere to LUMA and the bylaw, therefore we can as well as forget that this committee is going to support the sale of this transaction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Therefore, the proposed recommendation is rejected. As recommended. I heard a yes. Councillor Mayor, you are being pursued by and also clarified and given counsel by the leader of executive business. Do you agree? Press once, Councillor Mayor. Press again. You just press once and allow it to get to red. Operator, please help us.
Speaker, can you speak on my microphone?
No problem.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't think the leader of the
executive business understand what I'm trying to tell him. It's got nothing to do with Spluma or whatever. This is just that
Leader of executive business?
If he's listening, yes.
Leader of executive business?
Okay. It's got nothing to do with Spluma. It's got to do with you can't create a property or when you sell this part of the street and close it. The property behind, the adjacent property, 725, which has got the driving school on it. You must have a look on the plan as well. Okay, you look at the map. But then, if that owner of 725, if he isn't a successful lessee, he won't have access to his property. That's why we need to be proactive and just register a servitude. That's all. If he is a successful lessee, then that right of way servitude can remain, and then the property can be sold afterwards separately as well. If you don't do that, I'm telling you what I call you create a helicopter stand, a stand without access. You can't do that. So this is really not, I don't know why we need to debate on this. This is just a very practical and a real, there's a good reason behind this. We need to provide access to stands in this city. If you don't put that servitude in, that property will be without any access. So please, let's not differ because we're not on the same side here. It's a practical solution and it's legally makes sense.
Leader of executive business, last slide.
Yeah, Councillor Mayor, let's move away from representing prospective buyers. Let's not do it. Because that's what you are doing. You are advocating and propagating for a prospective buyer. If you are delving on, you are transgressing MFMA. Let's move away from that. Look at recommendation 5, what it says. Let's look into the recommendations. Recommendation 5. It says that the notice of the sale will be given in terms of section 79, 1(8) of the local government ordinance. Now, if it goes further, it will then say that the proposed sale together with such objections, if there are objections, all representation will be submitted to the council for consideration and final decision. Should no objection and all representation be received, the process be proceeded within the terms of a municipality's approved land management policy. That's what I was explaining to you. Therefore, if those people are saying we are objecting because we are not allowed to do this, they can bring an objection. But we are delving on propagating on behalf of a prospective buyer, which is wrong. It can't happen that way.
Are you done? Thank you. Let's divide the house. We're not fighting each other. Those for the proposed amendment? Thank you very much. You may lower your hands. Those against?
You stole pieces of land.
Thank you very much. You may lower your hands. Those who abstain? None. Thank you very much. The results are as follows. Those for the amendment, there are 79. Those against, 92. Abstain, 0. Therefore, the amendment is not carried. As recommended? Yes. Item 6, reference number 33427/1, pedestrian passage between ERF 832 and 833, Roy Hayskral Extension 1, proposed sale. It's for residential purpose. Yes, Councillor Masilelo, what are you raising on?
Sorry, Speaker, but you forgot to tell Grandy that he too was supposed to go to the podium and go and play with his grandchildren. He has overstayed his welcome here. Thank you.
Is it? The report is on page 494 to page 522. Recommendations are on page 506. Let me not respond. Item 7. No. We are on item 6. We are on item 6. Yes. Councillor Maluleka, withdraw your statement. Reference number 33427/1, Group Property Department proposed sale of pedestrian passage between ERF 832 and 833, Roy Hayskral Extension 1 for residential purpose. The report is on page 494 to page 522. Recommendations are on page 506. On this report, we've got Councillor R.S. Tole from the ANC. Wave. Councillor D. Disolwani from EFF. Councillor P. Meyer from VF Plus. Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. We are today faced with a proposal to sell this property for 378,000 rand, although there was another valuation done by the valuation department for less than that. However, on paper it may look acceptable, but when you look at the actual costs and requirements, it is clear that this sale will not succeed. Firstly, the size and shape of the property limit the development potential thereof. Secondly, the sewer line that runs through the property must be rerouted. The rerouting of the sewer line can cost between 250,000 and 300,000 rand, depending on the length and the complexity of the work. Unfortunately, the annexures to the report do not indicate where the existing sewer exactly runs, sewer line. Thirdly, the rezoning of the property is a legal requirement before any development can take place, as per the recommendations in the report. And this process also involves a lot of fees, application fees, consultations, etc., which can add to another 100,000 to 150,000 rand. So if you compare the sale value of 378,000 rand with the additional costs of about 400 to 450,000 rand, it becomes clear that the potential buyer does not have a viable transaction, and the city risks that the sale will never be finalized and that the property will remain unused. Therefore, Acting Speaker, a different approach as follows should rather be considered. Close the street formally and approach the adjoining property owners. They can either purchase portions of the land or servitudes can be registered for gardening purposes only. In this way, the city can still generate income by setting a lease amount for the servitudes which can be received annually. This model is practical, avoids large infrastructure costs, and strengthens community involvement. Acting Speaker, we must be realistic. A sale at 378,000 rand looks good on paper, but the reality is that the additional costs involved before any development can take place make it unworkable and unrealistic. Let us rather choose a path that is sustainable and secures income for the city. The Vryheidsfront Plus supports the sale or lease of unused property which can be considered as a burden, whilst income can be generated to add to the fiscus, but in a realistic and practical, successful way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No amendments. As recommended. Thank you very much. Moving right along. Reference number 704-05/1, Group Human Capital Management Department, Policy on the Management of Medically Incapacitated Employees. The report is on page 523 to 549. Recommendations are on page 530. And on this item, we've got the following councillors as speakers. The first speaker is Councillor F.M. Tema from the ANC. Thank you, Councillor Tema. The next speaker is Councillor B. Rasweswe from EFF. Wave. The next speaker is Councillor S. Mapiti from Action SA. Wave. Thank you very much. That concludes the list of speakers on this item as recommended. Item 8, reference number 47482/1, Group Human Capital Management Department, Tshwane Leadership and Management Academy Recognition of Prior Learning. The report is on page 550 until page 566. Recommendations are on page 560. On this report, we've got Councillor SPC Tiani from the ANC.
I wait.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tiani. The next councillor to speak is Councillor O. Mabukwana from the EFF. You wait. The next councillor is Councillor O. Mwalusi from Action SA. The next speaker is Councillor Williams Moses from PA. Thank you. You wave. That was the last speaker as recommended. The next report, number 9, is deferred by the Executive Mayor to the next meeting. Honorable Councillors, it should be noted in accordance with Section 160, subsection 3. Okay. We are now on item 10. Reference number 71555/1, Economic Development and Special Planning, Small Scale Rental Accommodation Policy and Guidelines. The report is on page 896 to page 927. Recommendations are on page 908. On this item, we have the following speakers: Councillor Z. Sitimu from ANC. Next councillor is Councillor T.E. Khadima from EFF. The next councillor is Councillor H. Frolish from Action SA. Next councillor is Councillor Williams Moses from PA. That was the last speaker as recommended. The next report, reference number 10140/1, Economic Development and Special Planning Department Draft Policy, Land Use Guidelines for Educational Facilities, Places of Childcare and Places of Instruction in the city of Tshwane. The report is on page 928 to page 980. The recommendations are on page 938. On this report, we've got Councillor J.K. Masilela from ANC. Next speaker is Councillor B.W. Lawrence from GA. Wave. The next speaker is Councillor R. Munchusi from EFF. Next speaker is Councillor T. Mabunda from Action SA. Next speaker is Councillor Williams Moses from PA. That was the last speaker on this item as recommended. Next report, reference number 73256/1, Economic Development and Special Planning Department, Public Participation, Draft Land Development Policy for Non-Profit Organizations in City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality. The report is on page 981 to page 1633. Recommendations are on page 1000. The speakers on this report are Councillor S.M. Makena from the ANC, Councillor T.T. Motlamme, DA, Councillor L. Lehodi, Action EFF. Does Lehodi wait? Councillor K. Kositile, Action SA. Councillor Williams Moses, PA. Thank you very much. That was the last speaker as recommended. Item 13, reference number 0538, Group Financial Services Department, Supply Chain Management, Deviation Report for March 2026. For the financial year 2025-2026, the report is on page 1634 to 1637. Recommendations are on page 1637. We have the following as speakers on this item, and is the only speaker, Councillor J. Ace. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Yes, this report has no deviation declared, as what we've seen in many, many, many months. What we are, however, noticing is that needed services in the city, like the IT providers, as well as people who need to look after our equestrian stables and horses, do not have tenders extended, and those services just fall by the wayside. But where politicians benefit, like with watchman services, that just goes on and on and on. This administration's priorities are very, very clear where they lie, and it's not with the people of Tshwane. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is recommended. Item 14, reference number 96642, Group Financial Services Department, Supply Chain Management Deviation Report for the third quarter of 2025-2026 financial year. The report is on page 1638 to page 1641. Recommendations are on page 1641. The speakers on this report is Councillor J. Ace from the DA.
Just because they ask so nicely, I wave, Speaker.
Thank you very much, you wave. The next speaker is Councillor M. Surgeon from VF Plus. He is literally waving. Where? EM. And it is Surgeon on Betaganjin. Now, Speaker, EM.
Speaker, I do want to confirm that one of the strategic decisions that we have taken is that if a group head or city manager brings us a deviation, they must bring their resignation letter alongside their resignation. And I can confirm with you, Speaker, that we're on the 11th month now of the financial year, and deviations are 0. I don't know what Councillor Ace is talking about. I think what she's implying is that you are prioritizing your tenders because you are the ones who is approving these tenders, not politicians. Maybe before they use you, they must also come out clearly if they're saying that you are corrupt. Thank you.
Thank you very much, EM. So next time when we see a report with a deviation, we must expect Annexure A of a resignation letter. All right, thank you very much. As recommended, item 15, reference number 15437/1, Group Audit and Risk Department, 2025-2026 Audit and Performance Committee, Charter Annual Revision. The report is on page 1642 to page 1673. Recommendations are on page 1646. On this report, we have Councillor T.F. Khatle from the ANC. Wave. The next speaker is Councillor T. Mulweisani from EFF. Thank you. The next speaker, Councillor M. Matlow from Action SA. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Duploy from VF Plus. What's Omsaki?
Acting Chair.
You wave? Thank you. As recommended? Thank you very much. The next report, reference number 52665, Health Department, request to write off all open assets under construction for the upgrade of Eldorain Clinic Dispensaries project implemented in the 2015-2016 financial year. The report is on page 1674 to 1768. Recommendations are on page 1689. On this report, we've got the following as speakers: Councillor P.L. Machaba from the ANC, Councillor O. Nuntununu from EFF, Councillor P. Ramji from Action SA. That was the last speaker as recommended. Thank you very much. Reference number CPD 9/1/1/3 MNP 416, Economic Development and Special Planning, application for the restriction of access to public places for safety and security purposes in terms of rationalization of Local Government Affairs Act 1998, 14th Street, Menlo Park. The report is on page 1769 to page 1945. Recommendations are on page 1800. On this report, we have got Councillor L.I. Sikele from the ANC. Wave. The next speaker is Councillor P.G. Mtimunya from the DA. Waving. As recommended. Thank you very much. Item 18, reference number CPD 9/1 as 9/9/4 BKN 80913/1 Economic Development and Special Planning Department, application for the restriction of access to public places for safety and security purposes in terms of the Rationalization of Local Government Affairs Act 1998, various streets including Brooks, Anderson, Murray, Mackenzie, Marais, Alexandra, Pinar, share the joke, Pinar, Rupert, Farrell, and Stella streets in Brooklyn. The report is on page 1946 to page 2093. Recommendations are on page 1966. The speakers on this report, none as recommended. Next report, reference number CPD-1/1/3-LYN 376, Economic Development and Special Planning Department, application for the restriction of access to public places for safety and security purposes in terms of Rationalization of Local Government Affairs Act 1998, Border Street West, the Rand Road on Atterbury Road, the Rand North and K Avenue in Linwood and Menlo Park. The report is on page 2094 until page 2228. Recommendations are on page 2126. On this report, we've got Councillor P.G. Mutimunye as the sole speaker. As he waves as recommended. Item 20, reference number CPD 9/1/3-MNP, Economic Development and Special Planning Department, application for the restriction of access to public places for safety and security purposes in terms of the Rationalization of Local Government Affairs Act 1998, 11th Street, Menlo Park. The report is on page 2229 until page 2375. Recommendations are on page 2258. On this page, report, we do not have a speaker as recommended. Part 2, item 21, reference number 37791/1, Islands, Group Property Department, request to conduct public participation for the proposed lease of portion 46 of Farm Highlands 359 JR in terms of Regulation 35 of the Municipal Assets Transfer Regulations. The report is on page 4 to page 20. Recommendations are on page 20. On this report, we've got Councillor H.J. Nurkier as the first speaker from the DA.
Speaker, I waive.
Thank you very much. You waive, Councillor Nurkier. Councillor D. Matlangu from Action SA. Waive. Those were the only speakers on this report as recommended. Page 22,
Reference number 49293/1 bracket 12/1/2 waterproof reach portion portions of Dorado Street, Group Property Department, proposed notarial lease of portions of Dorado Street in Waterkloof for parking purpose. I am reading from the agenda of this council. It's a legal document. That is why I'm reading what I have here. The report is on page 21 until page 54. The recommendations are on page 40. Just a moment. The speakers on this item is Councillor H.J. Norke. Councillor? Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor J. van der Spey. Thank you. Those were the only speakers of this item as recommended. Item 23, reference number 66753, Group Property Department, proposed notarial lease on portion 29 of R118, Les Marais, for healthcare purposes. The report is on page 55 until page 71. Recommendations are on page 68. On this report, we've got the following councillors as speakers. Councillor H.J. Norke. Thank you. You waive. Councillor P. Mnisi from EFF. Waive. Councillor M. Joubert from VF Plus. Thank you very much. As recommended. Item 24, ref number 29796/1, Group Property Department, proposed notarial lease of ERF 3228, 3230, 3227, 3418, 3264, and 3265. Elanspoort for mixed-use development. The report is on page 72 to page 87. Recommendations are on page 85. On this report, we've got the following councillors. Councillor H.J. Norke from DA. The next speaker on this report is Councillor J. Masilela from the ANC. The next councillor on this report is Councillor M. Joubert from VF Plus. Thank you very much. Moving right along. Item 25, reference number 45262, Group Human Capital Management Department, Tshwane Leadership and Management Academy. Approval of policy on the professional engineering program for the city of Tshwane. The report is on page 88 to page 112. Recommendations are on page 101. And on this item, I've got Councillor S.P.C. Tiani from the ANC. Councillor Tiani.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I waive.
Councillor, the next speaker is Councillor Norke. GA.
Honorable Speaker,
The purpose of this report is for Council to approve the policy on the professional engineering program. This policy indeed served before Council on the 28th of August last year. Now, all of a sudden, it is back on the agenda for further consideration. Now, the reasons for this snap return of this policy are, amongst others, firstly, the department failed to take newly drafted legislation and specific regulations of the Engineering Council of South Africa into account. Furthermore, Speaker, secondly, there was no proper leadership with the registration and finalization of this policy by the governing coalition and the responsible MMC. However, Speaker, if we have a look at the newly proposed policy, it appears from the body of this report and the policy that quite a number of group heads and departments are having concerns about the proposed policy before us today. For instance, under paragraph 5.1 of the report, Group Audit and Risk is calling on the department to always be compliant with current and future legislation. Secondly, Speaker, the Office of the Department of Roads and Transport is also pointing out that under paragraph 5.20 of the report, no incentives are stipulated in the policy for registered engineers employed by the city who will additionally, on top of their daily job, also have to mentor candidate engineers. Thus, Speaker, I would like to appeal to the newly appointed MMC to revisit this policy. Thank you, Speaker. To revisit the policy. This policy will have a serious impact on the professional careers and lives of registered engineers, as well as candidate and aspirant engineers in the city of Tshwane. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nortje. The next speaker on this item is Councillor O. Mwalusi, Action SA. Thank you very much, Councillor. The next Councillor is Councillor R. Gebe from VF Plus. Thank you. Councillor Williams Moses from PA. Thank you, Councillor Moses. As recommended. Reference number 61428/1, Group Financial Services Department, Supply Chain Management Performance Report for Quarter 3 of the 2025-2026 financial year. The report is on page 113 to 159. Recommendations are on page 159. On this report, we have the following as speakers. The first speaker is Councillor J. Ace from the DA. Councillor Ace, J.
Thank you very much, Speaker. No matter how deep your administration wants to bury its head in the sand, the revelations that was made at the Matlanga Commission has changed the city forever. And all tenders that has been awarded in this time needs to be investigated so that we can understand exactly how we are bleeding money into ANC-linked mafias. And in this, I will highlight only two. The first is Setembe Transport, owned by Busi Vincent Lukele, who had in the media many question marks surrounding his relationship with the executive mayor and who is later mentioned as, or is later in this very council meeting
Councillor Ace.
on a report.
Councillor Ace.
Yeah.
EM, what are you raising on?
Thank you, Speaker. I need this councillor, Acting Speaker, this councillor must give evidence about this locally. How does she think I know locally? Because this thing came up as a gossip on X, and I dealt with it within hours, and that post was deleted because that was a lie. So she mustn't come here and try to create stories that don't exist. Her desperation must not affect me.
Speaker, later on in this
Thank you very much, EM. Councillor Ace.
Speaker, later on in this very council meeting,
Councillor Ace?
Yes.
Yes, Councillor Froelich, what are you raising on?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm rising on a point of information. I did point it out to the DA before, but the Mahlanga Commission report has not served in council yet. Actually, it is still ongoing. So to bring evidence from the Mahlanga Commission is a lie because the Commission hasn't concluded. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ace. It is advised that. Yes, Councillor Tema.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Speaker, I rise on
Timekeeper, please keep Councillor Ace time on 157. Then Councillor Tema is speaking.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Maybe let's appreciate you, Speaker. But however, I want to rise on Rule 35 of relevance. That Councillor Ace is not relevant. And in particular, item 26 is more on supply chain management performance report. So let's speak on the performance part of the report. Let's not speak on what is not relevant, what is not entailed in the report. And we want you, Speaker, to manage this thing. Because there's a tendency of trying to sneak in other information that want to deter us for the order of the day. Please, Speaker. Ibo, please speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ace, you are being pursued that some of the processes that you are referring to are legal processes that are currently unfolding. And we're sitting here as a council. Yes, Councillor, what are you raising on?
The public makes space. Can't you what these people are talking about? It's all here.
Councillor Tumisani.
Yeah, suspended.
Councillor Tumisani.
Speaker, I just wanted to ask if you're going to refer to the Mahlanga Commission and what happened to MMC Kolofelo, because she was encrypted at Mahlanga and the party took action against her. But if they're saying that's all lies, then the poor woman was dismissed for nothing.
Yes, Councillor Kafani, what are you raising on?
Speaker, I'm rising on a point of defense, but mainly on a point of information.
Defense at all times.
Speaker, on a point of information, Speaker, and correction, Speaker. Speaker, the Little Red Riding Hood.
That is a point of information.
Yes, Speaker. No. Yes. The point of information in defense. Wait, Speaker. Speaker, the Little Red Riding Hood on the other side is coming into this council with lies, gossip from social media, and she's bringing it to this council to disrupt council. If her and her minions have nothing to say in this council, they must keep quiet, Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Grandi, I want to give counsel. Now you're raising your hand. Yes, Councillor Grandi, what are you raising on?
Thank you, Speaker. Just on a point of information, the Madlanga report has served in this council. It served when this council took a decision to suspend the CFO of the city. So it's not true that it has never served in this council. The fact is, it has. It's on our agenda, it's on our notes, on our minutes. So just to put the record straight, thank you.
Okay. Councillors, just before you come in, Councillor Ace, I want us to agree on how we move forward. Councillor Makhalim, Councillor Makhalim, Councillor Makhalim, you are out of order. The speaker is speaking, you must listen. Otherwise, you're going to commit mistakes. Councillors, we've got a legal process at Madlanga Commission unfolding. Whatever that we have engaged on here in this house is as per the guidelines. I want to propose that, yes, when we make references, the problem becomes when you specify the names of people. Especially in some other instances, worst case scenario, you refer to people who are also in here. That is why now we will end up having a point of defense in a form of information. Now, I want to counsel you, I want to caution you to please avoid mentioning people's names. EM is raising a very important point. Allegations were made on a public platform, but subsequent to that, it was challenged and that status was removed. And we come here today, we raise that issue when the person who raised it in the public platform or the social media have removed those allegations. Now, let us be careful so that tomorrow you don't find yourself caught wanting somebody charging you somewhere else about the issues or the allegations that you have made. So please avoid names. Councillor Ace, the floor is yours.
Speaker, September Transport is reported in this performance report as a company that received a tender. The director of September Transport is Vusi Lukele. This very same September Transport serves later on today in a council item as a company that needs to be blacklisted and have fraud cases opened up against them. Yet they have been awarded new tenders. Baklaping had a director whose name I will not mention, but who is very closely linked to the waste mafia, who has subsequently resigned as director in this company out of fear of exposure because his name is mentioned in the DA's submission to the Madlanga Commission. It is also worth noting that another 340 million rand is declared as irregular expenditure for the Watchman Services tender that is currently still ongoing, where the Deputy Executive Mayor's company is earning 3 million rand a month. And that still needs to be investigated. This is while 53 million rand worth of cables is being stolen from the very stores that they should be protecting. It is for this reason that the DA is bringing two additional recommendations. The first one is that the theft of 57.2 million rand from city stores be investigated. And number two, that all tenders awarded in this period be referred to MPAC for investigation. That's recommended by myself and seconded by Councillor Peter Sutton.
That the following recommendations be added: that the theft of 57.2 million be investigated, that all tenders awarded in this period be referred to MPEC to be investigated, recommended by Councillor Jackie Ace, seconded by Alderman Peter Sutton. As amended, I hear a yes and a no. We will therefore divide the House. Those who are for the amendment, please by show of hands. Thank you. You can lower your hands. Those against the amendment? Thank you. You may lower your hands. Those who abstain? None. Thank you very much. The results are as follows. Those who vote for the amendment, it's 75. Those against, it's 9090. Abstain, it's 0. Therefore, the amendment is not carried. The next speaker on this report is Councillor O. Mabukwana. Wave. The next speaker on this report is Councillor M. Surgeon, VF Plus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After the debacle we saw playing out on South African TV screens about the deep-rooted corruption within the Tshwane supply chain network, it is vital that councillors take a deep dive into this report. A deep dive. Mr. Speaker, I'll cut it short there, but I just want to say one thing. The Executive Mayor said that if anybody comes to her with a deviation, they must bring their resignation letter as well. What is she going to do with the 457 million rands worth of irregular expenditure listed in this report? Where are the resignations for that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. As recommended. Report number 28, reference number 30097, Group Financial Services Department. Reference number 904, Group Human Capital Management Department, salary and wage increase 2026-2027. The report is on page 160 to 187. Recommendations are on page 163. On this report, we've got Councillor F.M. Chema from the ANC. Thank you, Councillor Chema. The next speaker is Councillor T. Muloisani from the DA. You wave. The next speaker is Councillor R. Khriebe from VF Plus. Wave. As recommended. Thank you. Report number 28. Group Financial Services Department. Request for approval of an incentive and debt relief scheme to encourage customers to pay for long outstanding debt. The report is on page 188 to page 2210. The recommendations are on page 200. On this report, we have Councillor MPJ Rakabe from the ANC. Councillor Rakabe. You wait. Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor P. Kwanaite from the DA. The next speaker is Councillor S. Nwaku from EFF. You can wave now. Yes, Councillor Kwanaite.
Thank you, Speaker. Thobela Kantonya Tshwane. I stand to give voice to the backbone of the city, the honest, hard-working middle class. These are the citizens caught in between a brutal vice between survival and compliance, a heartbreaking choice made like people like me, single parents who have inherited municipal debt from their grandparents, drowning under a crushing unemployment rate and a relentless rising cost of living. Today, this administration asks us to approve a debt relief scheme spanning until December 31. Let's look at who actually benefits. Corporate defaulters. Option 1 offers big business a staggering 2.7 billion bailout, wiping away 70% of their historic debt. For the wealthy, deceased estates, property valued above 250,000, get a 100% historical debt write-off by paying 2 years of arrears. For the non-compliant, recommendation 3 offers the 3 months amnesty for metering tampering. Let's be honest, due to a spiraling informal settlements, people are discouraged not to pay. And what do we offer the 162,523 honest residents, families who sacrifice to keep their accounts current? We offer them a 25% coupon to the zoo. Speaker, let me be absolutely clear. The DA caucus strongly advocates for an effective indigent program. It is a vital safety net. We also wholeheartedly support the 100% indigent write-offs, but we must advocate for a truly effective, accessible system that makes it easier for vulnerable people to register rather than forcing them into non-compliance. The report states that a chronic defaulter breaks the arrangement for 3 months. Their debt is reinstated. We will build a massive apparatus to nurse defaulters through a 36-month plan, but we won't lift a finger to give real financial discount to utility consumption charges to those who have never missed a payment. By rewarding corporate bailouts, forcing syndicate-driven tampering, and completely neglecting the rule followers, this administration is now actively killing the culture of payment. Why pay? But why play by the...
Thank you very much, Councillor Kwanaite. The next speaker is Councillor S. Nwaku from the EFF. Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor J. Kutie from Action SA. Thank you. The next councillor is Councillor M. Surgeon from VF Plus. Thank you. The next councillor is Councillor Williams Moses from PA. She's waving. Thank you, as recommended. As recommended. There is a yes and a no. Therefore, we'll divide the House. Yes, Chief Whip of Opposition. Just a moment.
Okay, just record the DA's dissenting vote against this report, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. The dissenting vote is noted as recommended. Is soon to be Alderman.
Thank you, Speaker. Please register the dissenting vote. All members of the DF Plus on this item as well. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you very much. As recommended. Part 2A, item 29 is deferred to a later time on the agenda. We'll go to item 30. Thank you very much, councillors. Just to take you into confidence, item 29, this report is confidential, and I therefore, as the Speaker, rule that we'll deal with it later when we consider other confidential reports emanating from Section 79 committees, as they will be in committee as well, including the minutes that we deferred earlier. So we'll deal with them at a later stage. Agreed? Part 3, item 30. You are alone on this one, my friend. Part 3, item 30, reference number 76379/1, Office of the Executive Mayor, tabling of the final draft Housing Company Tshwane business plan for 2026-2027 financial year. The report is on page 3 to page 64. Recommendations are on page 13. Councillor Maluleka, it is official that you are the acting executive mayor in the absence of both the. Thank you very much. On this item, we've got Councillor P. Malopi from the ANC. Councillor Malupse.
Thank you, Speaker. I wait.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor L. Janse van Rensbeck from VF Plus.
Thank you, Speaker.
Do you wait?
Instead of resolving the budget planning of HCT, targets is moved to increase bad planning and zero housing projects to be completed. Instead of looking at the problem and increasing more houses to be built, this plan is removing targets. Chantal is costing this council 235 million rand. Now we're removing the targets to even complete this project. This is a true reflection of bad planning. Townlands project, an additional 24 million rand is being spent for no reason. Revenue is increasing to 131 million rand, another 13% adjustment. This is a risk as we're not doing proper planning in HCT. Chronic overspending. In the financial year 2003-2004, an overspend of 88.4 million rand was done. In the financial year of 2024 and 2025, an additional 63.2 million rand was spent. This is breaching MFMA. My question is, did the Mayoral Committee even read what they are approving? The MFMA provides in Section 65 that invoices should be paid in 30 days. This is not done. MFMA provides in Section 15 that expenditure should only be done when the budget is approved. Once again, it's not done. MFMA Section 95 is saying that we need to report directly fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Once again, this is not done. This entity requires strict structural intervention, not merely a rubber stamp by the executive. The VF Plus cannot support a report that is breaching the MFMA, and therefore we are voting against this report.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Ratipwan, what are you raising on?
On a point of information, Speaker, we want to know why is the member speaking in capital letters?
I unfortunately can't explain that. That was the last speaker on the report. As recommended. Thank you very much. I had a yes only. Yes, Chief Whip.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Please register the dissenting vote of all VF Plus members on this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chief Whip. Chief Whip, Erasmus. Earlier on, and I think it was in her first line, the councillor alluded that we are voting against the report. And you also want your dissenting vote to be recorded. Which one is which?
That's what.
Are you overriding? Are you overriding?
We just
the sentence.
We would like you to note our dissenting vote on this item.
You are withdrawing your dissenting vote.
Yeah.
You are withdrawing the dissenting vote.
No, it's the same thing.
You can't have the two. You are confusing us.
We would like you, please, to note our dissenting vote of all members on this item. Thank you.
So you are overriding?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The earlier statement is overwritten. We note the dissenting vote. Reference number 21195, Office of the Executive Mayor, tabling of the final draft Tshwane Economic Development Agency, TIDA, business plan for 2026-2027 financial year. The report is on page 65 to page 127. The recommendations are on page 73. On this report, we've got Councillor M. Joubert from VF Plus. She's waiving as recommended. Reference number 69415/1, Office of the City Manager, report on the approval of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, UIFWE, reduction strategy for January 1, 2026 to 31st March 2027. The report is on page 128 to page 180. Recommendations are on page 134. On this report, I have Councillor M. Surgeon from VF Plus. He waives. Thank you. Honorable councillors, you have 60 minutes in total to discuss Annexure A and Annexure A1 resolutions. Reference number 73463, Emergency Services Department feedback on functionality assessment conducted by Provincial Disaster Management Center. Report 1, A1, A2, A3, A4, A5. Yes, Chief Whip of Opposition.
On 32, we just want to make sure that you said as approved, because we haven't heard on 32 that you said as approved.
On
32.
I did. I did.
Did you?
Yes.
Then it's fine.
A5. Thank you. Yes, what are you raising on? Who's that? Point of information on? It's Councillor Murne.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I just want to alert you, there were some speakers on Annexure A, 1, 2, 3, and 5. So I don't want to take us back, but let's stick on number 5, and we've got a speaker that needs to speak on there. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can the following councillors, Peter Miller, Wayne Helfrich, please press your mics, switch them off, please. You are confusing the DJ here. Councillor Wayne Helfrich. A11. Yes, MMC Human Settlement, Leader of Executive Business, stroke Acting Executive Mayor. Press your mic. Thank you.
No, thanks, Speaker. I'm requesting that we go back to item 29 and bring it in the open, because salaries of senior managers, when we recruit them, we advertise them, we open what they're going to be remunerated. When we do increases, the public must know how much are we giving increases, so that those salaries must also be in tandem with their performance in terms of work. Therefore, I'm requesting that you move it in committee and bring it into the public, please.
All right. No problem. The item shall be dealt with just before we get into the committee reports. Let's just allow the floor, the current floor, and then we'll deal with it there. Yes, Chief Whip. We are on Annexure A1.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Acting Speaker, as previous council already mentioned, there were speakers on A, Annexure A, on one VF Plus members, and on item 5. We just moved through it without mentioning their names.
But Chief Whip, I was calling out the items, and there was no indication of people who wanted to speak. We're on A1, Annexure A1. Annexure A11. We've got Councillor C. Stradom. Are you waving? Oh, I see the finger. Councillor Stradom?
Can I speak?
Yes.
Honourable Speaker, as we all know, Centurion is riddled with sinkholes. Some might think that every time I open my mouth, I speak about sinkholes. But this is a crisis that affects thousands of residents across our communities.
Councillor Stradom?
Thank you.
Just a bit. Councillors, please let's not drown the speaker. You might want to debate here on some of the issues that she's going to raise. Councillor Stradom?
Yes, Speaker. Can
We're
I
on
continue?
item 1, on Annexure A1,
Okay, I'm at number 2.
page
Sorry,
14,
Speaker. Okay, number 2.
on the consolidated index, if you have. Yes, Councillor?
Can I continue?
Yes.
Number 2, sinkholes. As we all know, Centurion is riddled with sinkholes. This is a crisis that affects thousands of residents across our communities. 5 wards in Centurion are severely affected. Ward 57 in Little.
Councillor Stradom? We're on item 1.
I asked you, it's number 2, can I speak in your
No, we're on
seconds?
item 1.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Item 1. Item 2. Councillor Stradom?
Okay, thank you. As we all know, Centurion is riddled with sinkholes. Some might think it's every time I speak, I just speak about sinkholes, but this is a crisis that affects thousands of residents across our communities. 5 wards in Centurion are severely affected by sinkholes. Ward 57, Littleton. Ward 61, Laudium Erasmia. Ward 65, Arini. Ward 66, Valhalla. Ward 79, Kloofsig and Pierre van Ryneveld. I do not have enough time to address every sinkhole today, but allow me to highlight a few examples for you. In Ward 57, near Unitas Hospital, the sinkhole continues to disrupt ambulance routes, inconvenience nearby schools, and places in Centurion Hospital under constant threat of should the sinkhole expand further. In Ward 65, a sinkhole in Queen and Alexandra Roads first appeared in 2018 and has expanded repeatedly due to delayed repairs. Every time rainfall increases the danger, the John Foster Drive sinkhole, caused by poor stormwater maintenance, is yet another example of neglected infrastructure. In my own ward, Ward 66, there are currently 9 sinkholes. Alaric Road began as a poorly repaired water pipe burst. Estimated cost of repair about 80,000 rand. It's since developed into a disaster sinkhole estimated at approximately 35 million rand to repair. An elderly couple living nearby are unable to sell their home and go to a retirement village because no one wants to buy property next to a sinkhole. While Kruger Road in Valhalla also remains closed due to a sinkhole located within a military area which falls under public works and the military. Businesses in the area are suffering severe economic losses. The question remains, when will the city hold public works and the military accountable to fix their sinkholes? In Ward 79, sinkholes at Heer Malon and Van Riebeek Roads, Kruger Avenue and Hans Strydom Avenue have caused major disruption and forced businesses in the industrial area to either relocate or shut down completely. Honourable Executive Mayor, a budget of approximately 13 million per year is simply not enough. Repairing one sinkhole a year while new sinkholes continue to develop means we are moving backwards, not forward. We need at least 96 million per year. The Metro does have the funds available. If we are serious about protecting Centurion, the city urgently needs the support from provincial and national government before even more communities are swallowed by this crisis. The Democratic Alliance urges the city to allocate additional funding for sinkhole repair and to approach provincial and national government for assistance. Urgently. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor W. Jacobs from VF Plus. Just before Councillor Jacobs, yes, Councillor Henny, what are you raising on?
Point of information, Speaker.
Point of information.
Yes. The Speaker who just spoke on the item now, I just want to check with her if under the DA administration, have they ever allocated such amount? That has not been the case. Thank you.
Point of information, that was more of a question. Are you taking the question, Councillor?
Thank you, Speaker. On the DA administration, during the DA administration, Solomon Sinonga upped the budget to 26 million. Thank you.
The next speaker is Councillor W. Jacobs.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I would like to greet all of you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Speaker, the report starts by elaborating on the strategic pillars which are addressed by the city. And I'm not sure which municipality it applies to, but definitely not the city of Tshwane when it comes to sinkholes. The non-existent strategic pillars are a city that delivers excellent service and protects the environment, a city that provides sustainable service, infrastructure, and human settlements, a city that keeps residents safe. Speaker, I don't know who is smoking what, but let me ask the residents affected directly by sinkholes if they agree to these pillars which are taken into consideration. It is alarming to know that the geological investigation reports have only been completed on 18 of the 61 sinkholes, which means the city does not fully understand and comprehend the actual disaster which is on the doorstep. Speaker, we need to understand these sinkholes did not create itself. The primary cause for this formation of sinkholes, which is 94% of all sinkholes, are due to our municipal infrastructure, which is neglected and failing. We need to upgrade this dilapidated infrastructure. Sinkholes are not the primary issue. Our water infrastructure in Littleton alone is the problem. It was last laid in 1969, and it is in a total state of catastrophic collapse. Residents in Littleton and surrounding areas are living in unacceptable and unsuitable living conditions. Most recently in Amco Road, 20 meters from a recently rehabilitated sinkhole which costed us millions, an asbestos pipe broke. In fact, the same pipe broke 5 times in the space of 2 days. Further exhausting city taxpayers' funds on decaying infrastructure yet again and putting unnecessary strain on our municipal workers. To date, I have not received the promised updates by the EM or our office, nor have we heard or seen adjustments on the sinkhole budget, as it is laughably inadequate. The petition I handed in, which did not go to the Section 79 Petitions Committee, but with the EM in our office somewhere laying full of dust, I'm wondering if this is being taken into consideration to increase the budget for the rehabilitation of sinkholes. In closing, Speaker, our residents, along with our infrastructure, is suffering. This is not just about old asbestos pipes and sinkholes, it's about the very pillars we claim to implement in which we are failing to do. This is about the primary dignity, safety, and accountability. Our residents deserve action, and our residents deserve.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jacobson. Time is up. Item 3, we've got Councillor Nick Pascoe on A1.
Speaker, when our residents ask why their infrastructure is crumbling, why the electricity infrastructure is failing, and why housing projects stand stagnant, the ruling coalition points to a lack of funds. But this report exposes the truth. It is not a lack of money. It is a total failure of management and a scandalous betrayal and catastrophic waste of taxpayers' funds. Right now, 12.2 billion, listen well, billion of public infrastructure sits trapped into limbo as assets under construction. The largest concentration of these frozen capital, approximately 75%, sit exactly where the community suffers the most. 4 billion rand in housing, nearly 3 billion in electricity and energy, over 2 billions in roads and transport. This multi-billion rand blockage means infrastructure is deteriorating before it is even officially handed over. To compound this gross negligence, departments have failed to physically verify over 99% of the existing assets on the register. This is exactly 0.87% of the assets of Tshwane, totaling 41 billion, has not been verified. This means, Speaker, that 99% of the assets are completely unmonitored. The VF Plus stands for the rule of law and the absolute protection of the taxpayer and their contributions. We will not support soft administration compromise when billions in community assets are being treated with such contempt. We call for an immediate independent forensic audit into these delayed closeouts. The bureaucracy must serve the people, not its own bureaucratic paralysis. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pascoe. That was the only sole speaker on item 3. We are now on item A14, and the speaker is Councillor Big John Barendrecht, DA. As you say goodbye to us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Acting Speaker, the transfer of funds is understandable, as it is a transfer of funds within the capital budget at this point in time. We are dealing with grant funding that Tshwane can ill afford not to be spent and then subsequently returned to the organizations giving the grants. There is nevertheless a concern in this report. The donor projects where funds are taken from are mainly township areas for Action SA to listen. Just listen to the areas where funds will be taken away. Mahube Valley, Ramotse, Kudube, Refilwe, Soshanguve blocks FF, WW and L, Garankua, Mabupane, Winterveld, Klipkruisfontein, Ekangala, as well as Buitenkant Street. Everybody who has travelled in Soshanguve, as I have, knows full well that Buitenkant Street needs urgent attention. I remember that reasons given by the executive mayor when she left her coalition with us is that we do not care about those areas. Who is now taking money away from those areas? Action SA, ANC and EFF. They fondly refer to the residents staying there as our people. Are they abandoning their people? But why is this happening? Every council meeting we hear from the speakers on the other side how wonderful Tshwane is under their administration. But what does the Chief Audit Executive say in his comments on the report? He says, there should be measures to identify early warning signs of delays. There should be SCM specialists on the bidding committees to ensure they function more optimally. Thorough and specific risk assessments should be conducted. He also warns about positive, negative reaction from the affected communities. He proposes that mitigating measures should be put in place. Now, Mr. Speaker, is it the fault of the Roads and Transport Department officials? Maybe if there was no oversight by project managers. But if one reads through the report, one realizes that the reasons are inefficiencies in supply chain management, procurement, and other departments, delays in the procurement of contractors and construction permits. Mr. Speaker, I therefore maintain that this city is worse under its present administration. The MMCs responsible do not do a better job. but depriving the people in these areas of the capital investment they require. I can therefore say, why do you not serve all the people? Where is this money going? The generic item, rehabilitation of roads. And how did the mayoral committee respond to this problem? Not listening to the chief audit executive. No, the only discussion was to remove Garsfontein Road as a specific recipient of these transfers. Is the maker afraid of money going away?
Thank you very much, Councillor. We will now go to item A15. And the speaker there is Councillor S. Wilkinson, DA. Earlier on, I wanted to make a remark, my friend, that I enjoy your movement in the passage. Councillor Nhlapho. Somebody's shouting point of order this side. Okay. Councillor Nhlapho.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Acting Speaker. The Democratic Alliance supports the approval of this fund transfer, and we understand the fiscal reality. Grant funding is not, if grant funding is not spent, it is grant funding that is lost. And lost grants mean lots of services for communities that we are here to represent are not being delivered. So yes, we support the moving of these funds, but support does not mean that we are silent. 146 million is being directed or redirected. That is not a small administrative adjustment. It is nearly half the department's entire capital grant program for this financial year. And the reason it is being redirected, the reason why 17 projects across Soshanguve, Winterfeld, Mamelodi, Garankuwa, Mabopane, Ekangala, Refilwe, and Kudube could not spend their own budgets is a question this council must not allow to pass without an answer. The Chief Financial Officer herself, in the report, told us plainly that projects are being included in budgets before they are ready for implementation. Permits not secured, contractors not appointed, communities not yet engaged, and yet the budget is allocated. And then we sit here in May transferring the money elsewhere. This is not a once-off, it is a pattern. And the communities waiting for those stormwater channels, those roads, those flood drainage canals, they are the ones who bear the cost of that pattern. Speaker, to those communities, we want to say this directly. We have not forgotten about your projects. Your infrastructure is not being cancelled, but it has been delayed, and you deserve to know why. You deserve a clear date of when work will begin. Our Chief of Emergency Services has also warned, and I want this council to hear this clearly, that pulling funds away from stormwater and flood infrastructure in informal settlements is a disaster risk management concern. Because Tshwane has 502 informal settlements, and when it rains, those communities flood. Those drainage canals are the ones that are not nice to have, but they are lifelines. We need an unambiguous commitment from the department that these projects will be fully funded and prioritized in the 26-27 budget that is upcoming. Road rehabilitation serves all of us, and we support it. But this council should not receive a report confirming that this confirming that this expenditure meets the conditional grant requirements set by the national government. We cannot afford a situation where the city spends grant funding and is then asked to pay it back. So the DA votes in favor of this transfer, but we place on record today that communities of Winterfeld, Mamelodi, Ekangala, and Ekurubi, we are watching. Council is watching. And the pattern of...
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Councillor van Rensburg, LJ.
Speaker, this is just another reflection of the horrible state of this department. We are approving reports where money is just being moved. What is the purpose of even having a budget? The budget means nothing if we cannot stick to it. We are breaching Section 95C of the MFMA that mandates the accounting officer of the municipality entity to ensure that the entity has and maintains effective and transparent systems of financial risk. This is not done. We are also approving a statutory provision of Section 121 of the MFMA, where every financial municipality must prepare an annual report. Was this ever done? 6 months later, but the mayor never noticed. The AGM took a review on the 5th of June, and only 10 months later, this report was tabled. This is unacceptable. Section 95 of the MFMA commands that the entity resources must be managed effectively, efficiently, and economically. This is not done. We are having repeat findings of Section 65, payments not made within 30 days, but we want to move around money. What is the purpose of the budget? Please minute that the VF Plus cannot support the report that is breaching the MFMA, and therefore we are voting against this report.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That is our last speaker on the report. Moving to item 6 on A1. The speaker here is Councillor T.E.4C from the DA.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor de Klerk will speak on this item.
Come again?
Councillor de Klerk will speak on this item.
Councillor de Klerk?
Yeah.
The floor is yours.
Thanks, Speaker. I will waive.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on this report is Councillor Ann Pasco.
Speaker, the report before us exposes a profound systemic failure. We are asked to condone a shift of over 46 million rand within the water and sanitation capital program because major infrastructure upgrades have completely stalled. While the VF Plus pragmatically supports this environment today, to prevent National Treasury from clawing back Tshwane's grant funding, we refuse to accept administrative incompetence as a status quo. To address this predicament without compromising our core principles, the fiscal discipline, the VF Plus demands the next 3 non-negotiable avenues of approach. Firstly, immediate disciplinary action against supply chain management. Money does not stall itself. Bureaucracy inactively does. It is entirely unacceptable that critical projects are paralyzed in red tape while communities suffer. The city manager must initiate a performance audit, and underperforming procurement officials must face consequences. Secondly, aggressive risk mitigation for the stalled projects. Stripping 20 million rand from the Sunderland Leach wastewater treatment works and millions more from sewer replacement creates severe structural and health risks. The department must present a concrete timeline soonest dealing how these procurement bottlenecks will be permanently broken so these vital projects can progress. Thirdly, strict oversight on the receiving projects. The 11 million rand redirected to smart metering must aggressively attract and ensure its resources, and it secures revenue and fights water losses without being swallowed by inflated contractor costs. We will save this funding today, but we will not tolerate a culture of impunity. Fire the incompetent officers. Protect the vulnerable infrastructure and safeguard the taxpayers' money. I thank you.
Thank you very much. That fire was not that one of bishops. Item 7. The speaker here is Councillor de Klerk.
Mr. Speaker, this report is crumbling faster than the pyramids of Giza and wandering more aimlessly than a lost wildebeest on the Great Plains of Tshwane. We are told that there is suddenly not enough budget for the pyramid project, a project repeatedly described as critical, a project meant to stabilize multiple lines and strengthen supply to key infrastructure, including the waterworks. But perhaps that should not surprise anyone, because this administration has shown time and time again that the people involved with the waterworks and the West and the East are treated as an afterthought rather than a priority. Yet, here we are again, millions shifted around on paper, plenty of zeros flying through spreadsheets, but precious little happening on the ground. And this comes after an adjustment budget, meaning even the adjustment budget itself needs adjusting. The department and its MMC seem obsessed with projects that are already 80% or more complete. Projects ready for ribbon cuttings, glossy Facebook posts, and carefully staged hard hat photo opportunities. Perhaps if Pyramid was closer to completion, it would suddenly become fashionable enough to receive the urgent attention it deserves. And yet, what concerns me, Acting Speaker, is that even the officials inside this report appear more worried than the politicians overseeing it. Their comments read like subtle warning flashlights on a dashboard. They warn about the movement of funds, the urgency of the project, and the need for tighter control and oversight. But what is the MMC's response? Just approved. Approved. That's it. The rest will take cognizance. Speaker, residents cannot shower with cognizance. They cannot keep the lights on with cognizance. Infrastructure does not magically stabilize itself because an MMC has acknowledged a paragraph in a report. The reality is simple. This coalition government has mastered the art of administration without delivery. Reports without results, committees without consequence, announcements without implementation. That is precisely why, after the 5th of November, when the Democratic Alliance returns to the government in Tshwane, we will treat critical infrastructure like it is actually critical. We'll move swiftly to get current NFEETs operational, fast-track store projects, and restore power, oversight, and accountability. No needless excuses, no bureaucratic hide and seek, no governing by press release. I thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor A. Jacobs.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this item does ring all the necessary alarms at this particular point in time. And it shows that there's a desperation to ensure this funding is granted to projects that should have been funded. I thought this was a funded budget. But here we are sitting and juggling funds from here to there. Various projects are not going to be seeing the light of day because of this juggling. So let us be serious about this and realize that we can juggle the funds, but at some stage or the other, this is going to fall flat onto the faces of everyone that has supported this particular report. Please record the Freedom Front Plus, the Phase 1 Plus's disapproval of this particular report is unacceptable, and it's going to ensure that we fail rather than succeed. We need to address these items on the merits of the projects, and the juggling of funds between votes is not going to help us succeed in the future. So change will be coming in November. God will help us through this. We will ensure that the city of Tshwane and the people of Tshwane will, my word. Speaker, where's my protection? City of Tshwane, the people of City of Tshwane must triumph and must receive the best services possible, and we will ensure it come November. God bless us all. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jacobs. We are moving to item 8 on A1. Don't have speakers. Item 9. No speakers. We're on item 10. A1. Councillor S. Wilkinson, DA.
I just want to double check. Speaker, I rise in support of the implementation of the multi-dimensional anti-theft and vandalism solution. There we go. It looked like I lost weight. Known as the MATVS pilot project. It's half the man I used to be. At the outset, I wish to thank the administration for responding positively to the historical concerns. The EM attended a high-level engagement with stakeholders, and she noted the ongoing challenges in the Fountains Valley area, part of Ward 59. Moving along, Speaker, the protection of municipal assets is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Every cable, every traffic signal, every street light or high mast light, and every piece of infrastructure that is stolen or vandalized comes at a direct cost to the residents of Tshwane. It also delays service delivery, increases municipal expenditure, places pressure on already constrained budgets, and ultimately forces law-abiding ratepayers to pay the price for criminal behavior. Want to skip a few? 99, 100. I'll put it on Facebook for your perusal. Speaker, while I support this project wholeheartedly, I want to highlight a broader challenge that requires urgent attention. The Fountains Valley area has become a particular concern due to the repeated incidents of cable theft that continue to affect infrastructure in and around the precinct. At the same time, the Fountains Valley area has become notorious, especially the circle where this intervention is happening, as a smash and grab hotspot. Residents, commuters, tourists, visitors, and ratepayers traveling through this beautiful gateway, probably the most beautiful one in the country, to our capital city, continue to suffer at the hands of habitual criminals who operate with alarming boldness and frequency. Protecting infrastructure is important, but protecting people is even more important. Speaker, whilst I support the implementation of the MATVS pilot project because it demonstrates innovation, collaboration, and a commitment to protecting public resources, I also hope it marks the beginning of a renewed focus on community safety in the area known as Fountains Valley. I support the recommendation before Council, and I hope that there will be momentum built on this. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Erasmus M.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. The Freedom Front Plus would like to raise a serious concern regarding the financial figures contained in this report on the multidimensional anti-theft and vandalism solution pilot project. Before addressing this, the financial concern, it is important to place on record that the Freedom Front Plus has consistently been one of the strongest advocates for the use of technology in improving safety and security within the city of Tshwane. One of the core aspects that the Freedom Front Plus has continuously pushed was also when Alderman Tennyson, the previous MMC of Community Safety, pushed that the increased use of technology to assist the Tshwane Metro Police Department and other departments in combating vandalism, infrastructure theft, and criminal activity across the metro. We have repeatedly argued that the modern technology solutions, including surveillance systems, smart infrastructure protection, and advanced monitor systems, are essential if the city truly wants to reduce vandalism, and protect municipal infrastructure. Therefore, we support the principle behind this project and acknowledge the importance of innovation and strengthening service delivery and public safety. However, Acting Speaker, we would like to support the concept, but also have a duty to ensure proper oversight and accountability regarding public funds. When reading the report, we note that under the comments of the CFO, it is clearly stated that the pilot project would be funded at the estimated amount of 600,000. However, later in the same report, under financial implications section, the amount suddenly changes to 750,000. This raises an important question: why is there now a difference of 150,000 rand in the estimated project cost? What exactly changed between the earlier estimate and the final amount reflected in the report? Was it additional infrastructure added to the project? Were the new technical specification introduced? Or was the initial estimate inaccurate from the beginning? Furthermore, the report itself reflects concerns regarding the slow progress of the project. This is a critical moment that the city can save money due to the fact that technology is much more reliant and cheaper than some appointed security companies of certain leaders. The Freedom Front Plus remains supportive of innovative technology-driven solutions that can assist the TMPD and other departments in fighting vandalism and protecting public infrastructure. However, innovation must also go hand in hand with transparency, accountability, and proper financial management. We will see in November, when the change comes, who really is the one that protects the city of Tshwane. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker on the item. Item A112. Item A111. Item A112. The speaker on this item is Alderman P. Sutton. Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor R. Khwebe, FVF+. He is waving. The next item 13, no speaker. Item 14, A1. Yes, Chief Whip.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. City process was followed by naming Councillor Neft's name at Annexure A1, item 13. The email was given through.
There's no name on item 13.
Now, yes, we need to do item 13.
We are on item, we went to item 13. There is no speaker.
No, that's why I'm saying city processes was followed, and my email was given to the Chief Whip. He has it with him. The name was not put on the list, on the speaker's list. So we do have a speaker there, and he do have it in his hand.
Chief Whip, is it the one that we were talking about earlier? It's Councillor? Councillor Neft. Okay. Councillor Neft, where are you? Councillor Neft on the right. Oh, okay. Yes, Councillor Neft. On item 13.
Botswana Sibuhui, Freedom Front Plus, Ridumela Kantoena. Ai batla riseke rietsa ntwa. Riswanetse risebe risana kaditawat ri dumedisang katsona. Ditabai zwale kadi pleketsa runa li muso yabana baruna. Musebetsi waruna mona museng ising fela ulukisa mutlakatsi metsi lidistrateng. Ons moet ons jeug toerus vir ekonomiese en sosiale ontwikkeling. By formalizing this 5-year partnership with Tshwane South and Tshwane North TVET colleges, we are building a bridge between potential and opportunities for our youth. Met hierdie beplande syllabus en werksoriëntasie studies bring dit nuwe hoop vir gemeenskappe reg oor die stad vanaf Mamelodi en Atteridgeville tot Soshanguve en Themba. Tshwane kan die stryd teen jeugwerkloosheid en armoede aanpak deur praktiese vaardigheidsontwikkeling. Dit bied ook 'n waardevolle meganisme om die vermoëns van ons stad se amptenare op te skerp. 5 plus Ubile, Litumelo, Itilenka, Mihla, Yahuri Tamaiso, Intle, Ishloka, Batu Banang, Li Tsebo, Li Nepa Tsing, Boyka Parelo, Bo Klakileng, Balitsi, Li Taulo, Itileng, Ya Shelete, Muralo, Una Fitlela, Tsona, Dinchotsena, Hantleka, Usebe di Saka, di Kometitsa, Kopaning.
Order, councillors, let's not drown the speaker.
Lihu nefetsa uri dit lamo, life kapa, life tsa shelete tsa kamoso, di tsamaiswaka, di tumelo.
Councillor, there's a hand. Let me take the hand there. Yes, Councillor Matavate, what are you rising on?
I'm rising on a point of information, Speaker. They are grazing on the border. Hasisitswana se overheight. Haribu ijalo. Kiale wa Speaker.
Naki Mushutu, Aki Mutswana. Sorry.
Thanks. Proceed, Councillor.
Okay. Laat ons hierdie saak asseblief ernstig beskou. Kom ons kyk verby al hierdie moeilikheid wat ons elke dag hier in die raad het. Laat ons hierdie saak eenparig saamstem en 'n aksie aanvaar wat ons jeug beskerm, menswaardigheid respekteer en ons 'n hoofstuk.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nev. Councillor Matavate, I couldn't stop her because she's got a fan in the executive mayor. I saw she's inspired, like saying, I'm listening very well. She's even waving when you're calling order to say, I allow her to speak. Thank you very much, councillors. Item 14. We don't have speaker. Item 14, A1. Item 15, A1. We've got a speaker, Councillor H. J. Norke. Thank you. We are now going to item 16. We've got a speaker, Councillor Kruger Miller, ME. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Well, thank you, Speaker.
You're waving. Okay, thank you. We are now going to item 17. Councillor S. Wilkinson, GA.
Thank you, Speaker. I note with great appreciation that this report repeatedly references transparency, accountability, ethical governance, legislative compliance, and my personal favorite, the King 4. Indeed, Speaker, if governance excellence could be achieved merely through citing policy documents often enough, Tshwane government would already qualify for a Nobel Prize in corporate ethics. Speaker, this report gives us more than Oprah Winfrey or a production promotion by Verimark. But wait, there's more. The report quotes the Municipal Systems Act, the Companies Act, ideal demographic representativity, public participation, fiduciary obligations, ethical leadership, and of course I mentioned the ceremonial invocation of King 4, that sacred governance scripture that politicians suddenly rediscover whenever controversy arrives at the front door or at the commission, LOL. And yet, Speaker, one cannot help but notice the exquisite irony. The Democratic Alliance recently raised concerns about appointments, a specific appointment at the HCT board. We warned about reputational risk, public perception, governance integrity, and the danger of treating strategic public entity as a political comfort zone rather than a professional institution. At the time, we were ignored. But now suddenly the leadership is quoting governance frameworks with the enthusiasm of first-year law students discovering constitutional supremacy for the very first time. But King 4 is not a decorative literature for annual reports or council reports. The central principle is profoundly simple. Good governance requires ethical leadership and the avoidance not only of actual conflicts, but perceived conflicts too. Speaker, perception matters, public trust matters, and this is why the opposition matters. The DA does not exist merely to clap on cue while governance theatre unfolds around us. Our constitutional role is to ask the inconvenient questions before commissions of inquiry ask them later at significantly greater expense. Speaker, while others may occasionally discover governance when politically necessary, the Democratic Alliance remains committed consistently and unapologetically to transparency, accountability, and clean governance in the capital city of Tshwane. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Councillor van Rensburg, LJ. Waving.
Speaker, thank you, Speaker. According to the MFMA breaches, we are just recording our vote against this report. The Dev Plus cannot support the report that is breaching the MFMA, and therefore we are voting against this report.
Thank you. That was the last speaker on this report. We are now going to item A119. The sole speaker here is Councillor van Rensburg, LJ again. Councillor van Rensburg?
You can waive this one, Speaker. Thank you.
You are waiving. Thank you very much. Please indulge the speaker for a 5-minute break while I'm checking that our facilities are still in good shape for my guests. Thank you very much, councillors. We may settle down and continue with our meeting. For your information, Councillor Malulega, Ndadele Hodi applauds the courtesy of the host. That's how we do things in Mamelodi. He says, I'm still the good host. That after a long time, I still check as to whether the environment is still good for my guests. Earlier on, we deferred item 29 to where it was not supposed to, but we got counsel from the leader of governance business stroke MMC of human settlement, acting MMC of finance. And we agreed that just before we get into committee reports, just before we get to the committee reports, we will deal with it, not in committee, but as a normal council agenda item. And that's where we are. This report was shared with you through your emails. The report is item 29, Group Human Capital Management Department, increase on the upper limits of total remuneration packages payable to municipal managers and managers directly accountable to municipal managers. The report is on page 3 to page 32. Recommendations are on page 8. And the report is tabled. Our speakers on this report is Councillor MS in brackets Councillor Yolanda Mabusela.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as this caucus, we really support this report. It's a report that motivates the working production of Tshwane, so the senior managers are to get their remuneration so that they are productive and motivate the lower forces. So we really support the report as it is tabled. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief Whip. The next speaker on this report is Councillor K. Kosiama. Councillor Kosi, you're waving. The next speaker is Alderman G. Jensen, VF Plus. Waving, thank you. As recommended. Thank you. Thank you very much, honorable councillors. I will now call on the chair of chairs to submit to council the reports emanating from the Section 79 committees for consideration. Chair of chairs.
Angithokoze somlomo ongumjaphethe Baba Marishane, angilotshise executive mayor, deputy executive mayor, Chief Kekane and his entourage, Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, members of the mayoral committee, leaders of the executive business, leader of executive business Kogwako, Chief Whip of Council Bob Mashole, chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of political parties represented here in this council, honorable councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents and the public. Ngiyalochisa kazi mjaphethe ka Somlomo thiwa ke ungabaleki nesikhumba na uqeda lapho. Ngibawa ke ukuthula phambi kwakho sele sisonga inyanga yeAfrika. Ngithule phambi kwakho imbiko ebuyako kuma committee wesiyingi sika Section 79 alandelako. Kanti ke nokuthi ke sicheche uAnnex B begodi ke sixoxisane ngaye. Hlangana nawo ke mnyango wezemali zomphakathi ohlezi mhlana amalanga abunane enyangeni kaMkhayili 2026. Umnyango wezokuhlaliswa kuhla kwabantu nezezindlu ohlezi mhlana amalanga ali12 enyangeni kaMkhayili kulomnyaka ophezulu. Mnyango wezokuphepha i-community safety uhlezi mhlana amalanga ali19 enyangeni kaMkhayili. Mnyango wezebhoduluko i-environment ohlezi mhlana amalanga ali19 enyangeni kaNdaka. Wabuya godi wahlala mhlana amalanga ama-20 namalanga ama3 enyangeni kaSikhabantangana. Umnyango wezokuthiywa kwamabizo esingini seTshwane geographical names mhlana amalanga ama-20 namalanga ama3 enyangeni kaSikhabantangana. Ubuyile godi wahlala mhlana amalanga ali13 enyangeni kaMkhayili. Mnyango wezomthetho i-rules and ethics mhlana amalanga ama-20 namalanga ama4 enyangeni kaSikhabantangana eminyakeni lophezulu. Mnyango wezendlela nezokuthutha mhlana amalanga ali10 namalanga ama2 enyangeni kaMkhayili. Mnyango wezempilo mhlana amalanga ali19 enyangeni kaMkhayili kiwo lonyaka ophezulu. Umnyango wakamawuhluphi ohluphako wakwaGafane mhlana amalanga ali10 namalanga ama2 i-civilian oversight eminyakeni lo ophezulu ka-2026.
Chair of Chairs, ngathi kunomraro la ithi sizwe ukuthi uCouncillor Makhaleni uthini. Councillor Makhaleni, what are you raising on? Councillor Makhaleni.
Ngiyawulebo. No besithi umsakazo kayiGwekwezi awutshentshe istation. Izindaba kuGwekwezi yathela.
Councillor Chief Chairs, please proceed.
Angithokoze mjaphethe kaSomlomo. Kunjalo lokhana ukhambe wayozenza ikuwa ungasilo kubabudisa ukuzwa amalimi wekhethu. Yeke ke angimrarekela umsekhethu lo ikosa kwethu Mabhoko uthabile. Ngingakuthabela ukuhamba naye ngiyomhelebha ukwazi isikhethu ngonywana. Mjaphethe kaSomlomo angiragele phambili ngikubawe bona u-item 1, 2, 3 no-4 ngibawa simthathe simsebundumba ngesigungwini kungabi indaba yatshatshalazi le aseyicoca bundumba ngombana inendabazana ekungakafanele ukuthi zingaziwa babantu abanengi nanyana abanye ke bazozithatha bazise ku-TikTok kodwa nake kuzabe sekuyikhulumo yabo leyo thina zabe sizicoce bundumba. Ngiyakuthokoza mjaphethe kaSomlomo nazo imbiko ebuyako isetafuleni lakho ngiyathokoza.
Thank you very much, Thokoze, Chair of Chairs. Uyibeke kuhle yacaca. Nkosi Thabile. Item A from section 79, Standing Committee Public Accounts of 8 May 2026. Yes, Councillor Erasmus.
Thank you,
Chief Whip.
Acting Speaker. There is a request that we need to look at the aircon in this place. It's
Okay.
quite hot. The air conditioning in this place, it's very hot in here, and some of our people go outside just to get, to recuperate or get new air. Please, can we look at it by that administration? Thank you.
Okay. Let's look at the aircon. What you do on my left, don't do on the right. In as far as the aircons are concerned. Item A1. Item A1, Office of the Speaker, Department, Media Performance Report 2025-2026 financial year. The report is on page 4 until page 18. Recommendations are on page 18. As recommended? There is no speakers here. Report number 2 on A, Group Financial Services, Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act, in-year financial report and quarterly budget statement from the period ending 31st of March 2026. The report is on page 19 to page 66. Recommendations are on page 26. As recommended. Number 3, Group Financial Services Department, Bulk Services, ESCOM and Water Board's monthly reports, 2025-2026 financial year. Report is on page 67 to page 73. Recommendations are on page 73. As recommended. Thank you very much. Honorable Councillors, item B contained in committee reports, and as I've ruled earlier, we will deal with all items in committee reports towards the end of the agenda. We are now going to item C. Honorable Councillors, we are now out of item C from the meeting of Section 79 Oversight Committee, Housing and Human Settlement, 12 May 2026. Item 1, report on the financial and non-financial quarterly performance for quarter 3, 2025-2026 financial year. The report is on page 5 to page 61, and recommendations are on page 61. On the report, we've got the following speaker, Councillor van Rensburg, LJ. Is it 4? No, it's 1. Come here. As we proceed, we don't have a speaker on C1. As recommended. Item 2, Human Settlement Department report on HCT Quarter 3 Performance 2025 financial year. Report is on page 62 to page 143. Recommendation on page 76. As recommended. Item 3, Human Settlement Department report on the progress made by the distribution and plans for the registration and issuing of title deed for government subsidized properties. The report is on page 144 to 149. Recommendations are on page 149 as recommended. Item 4, Human Settlement Department progress report on the implementation of audit findings issued by the Auditor General regarding buildings not meeting health and safety standards, emerging risk, inconsistencies between the original SDBIP and the APR, and actions implemented to resolve findings. The report is on page 150 to page 153. Recommendations are on page 153. On this report, we have a speaker in the form of Councillor van Rensburg, LJ, from VF Plus.
Speaker, by approving this report, we are putting people's lives at risk. If anyone dies in this building, the VF Plus is telling the Speaker that we've warned you. First of all, we have structural cracks on these buildings. We have mold and roof leakages. We have raw sewage around these buildings. We have paint peeling everywhere. And the Auditor General declared these buildings non-compliant under Section 12A of the National Building Regulations. According to MFMA 62, the National Building Regulations said that no one should live in this building, but still, this council is allowing residents to put their life at risk to stay in these buildings. MFMA Section 53, Section 72 states that 4 major service delivery targets were not reached by HCT. We cannot support this report. We cannot allow people to live in buildings where their lives are at risk. The VF Plus does not support this report because the MFMA is breaching, and also the National Building Regulations Act 103 is also breached. Can this please be minuted? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Recommended. Item 5, Human Settlement Department, report on properties acquired by the city since 2011-2012 financial year for human settlement purpose. The report is on page 154 to page 160. Recommendations are on page 160. As recommended. Item 6, Human Settlement Department, report on progress update on the incomplete stroke unfinished infrastructure projects for the current term, 2021-2026. The report is on page 161 to page 175. Recommendations are on page 175. On this report, we've got a speaker in the form of Councillor van Rensburg, LJ, VF Plus. SC Waves.
Speaker, this is a huge concern, and if you have a car and you service your car at the same garage every time, but every time when you get your car back, it's still broken. This is what Human Settlements Department is doing. Every time they appoint a contractor, the contractor spends the money, but the building is not done. In Soshanguve, 115% of the budget was spent, but there's no house. In Port West, we have 194 million rand that was spent, but there's not one top structure. We also have no consequent management on any of these contractors. We continuously spend a budget of almost 500 million rand. Mayor, please note, 500 million, and not one housing project is done correctly, is done according to the budget, and it's not livable for any resident of this city. This is unacceptable. Please change your plan. Change the project managers. Make a new project where people can actually, after the money is being spent, live in these houses. Please minute that the VF Plus cannot support a project that is breaching MFMA, and therefore we vote against this report.
Thank you very much, Councillor. As recommended. We go now to report number 7. Properties acquired by the city. By the city since 2011-2012 financial year for human settlement purpose. The report is on page 176 to 182. Recommendations are on page 182. As recommended. Item D. From Section 79 Oversight Committee, Community Safety, Tshwane Metropolitan 3, Community Safety Department, Community Safety Department, report on land invasion operations for quarter 2 and quarter 3 of financial year 2025-2026. The report is on page 28 to page 35. Recommendations are on page 35. As recommended. Community Safety Department, item 4. Report on bylaw enforcement operations, quarter 3 of financial year 2025-2026. The report is on page 36 to page 39. Recommendations are on page 39. As recommended. Report number 5, under Community Safety, report on quarterly departmental media activities. The report is on page 40 to page 88. Recommendations are on page 88. As recommended. Community Safety Department, departmental performance against the approved 2025-2026 SDBIP. The report is on page 89 to page 95. Recommendations are on page 95. As recommended. Community Safety Department, Emergency Services, Fire and Rescue Operations, Cognizance Report on Departmental Fire Operations, Assessment for March and April 2026. The report is on page 96 to page 103. Recommendations are on page 103. As recommended. Item 8, Community Safety Department, Emergency Services Department, Division, Business Operations, Activities conducted in the city of Tshwane. The report is on page 104 to page 116. Recommendations are on page 116. As recommended. Item 9, Community Safety Department, Emergency Services Department, Business Operations, Community Awareness and Community Outreach Programs. The report is on page 117 to 120. Recommendations are on page 120. As recommended. Item 10, Office of the Speaker, Midterm Performance Report of Section 79 Oversight Committee, Community Safety for 2025-2026 financial year. The report is on page 121 to page 150. Recommendations are on page 194. As recommended. Item 11, Community Safety Department, Tshwane Metropolitan Police Department. Progress report on vacancies for the financial year 2026-2025. The report is on page 195 to page 198. Recommendations are on page 198. As recommended. Thank you very much. Report number 12 under Community Safety, Section 79, goes to in-committee reports. We will now go to item E, Oversight Committee on Environmental Management. Thank you very much, Councillor Fosi, for that flavorous comment. Item 1, Environment and Agriculture Management Department, Programs for Improved Management of Lease within the Environment and Agriculture Management Department. The report is on page 4 to page 10. Recommendations are on page 8 as recommended. Community Safety Tshwane Metropolis Report on minimum security, standards, requirements, and non-compliance at the nature reserves and resorts within the city of Tshwane. The report is on page 11 to page 54. Recommendations are on page 22. As recommended. Yes, Councillor Zumba. Councillor Zumba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This report paints a deep concerning picture about the state of security at our nature reserve and resorts. What is most alarming is that we continue to speak about guards and security deployment while the assessment themselves find that many of these facilities are non-compliant when it comes to perimeter security measures. It is fatal to have security personnel on site when people are able to access these parks from virtually any points along the perimeter. The report clearly identified deficiency and perimeter security and access control without proper infrastructure. Security becomes reactive rather than preventative. We cannot accept our law enforcement officials or security personnel to succeed when facilities themselves are left exposed and vulnerable. The Democratic Alliance has always stood firmly for safety, public space, effective governance, and protecting public assets. This aligned directly with the incoming executive mayor. Celia brings pledge number 2, restoring law and order through the deployment of crime-fighting technology and strengthening safety across our city. But technology and policy must go hand in hand with proper physical security measures. We therefore call for urgent prioritization of perimeter security control, access points, and integrated security technology at all municipal nature reserve and resort resident reserve facilities that are safe, protected, and properly managed. The city must act fast in appointing security staff to protect our nature reserve from crime and environmental damage. Nature reserves are not empty spaces of land. They are protected spaces that preserve biodiversity, safeguarding wildlife, provide clean air and water, and offer a community a place for recreational education and peace. They are part of the shared heritage and all investment in future. Yet many of these reserves are increasingly vulnerable. Illegal dumping, vandalized, poaching.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zumba. The next speaker is Councillor D. Aramse from VF Plus.
Thank you, Acting Speaker.
Did I call your name?
Yes, you did. Thank you. Thank you, Acting Speaker. Thank you, Acting Speaker. I see in the minutes of this meeting it states, I commend the officials on the plan presented to us. At the committee meeting, while this is true, I also made the comment to ask if this plan is only going to stay a plan. I couldn't really get a satisfactory answer. Speaker, we as a committee have heard time and time again about the security issues at our reports, as well as our waste management facilities. I also believe that it's not only this department that suffers from this issue. Speaker, the solution is quite simple. We need to appoint competent security companies to guard our sites. Some of the security companies at the sites we visited sometimes don't have adequate uniforms or weapons to protect themselves. Earlier, we've heard about the insourcing of 100 security guards. Hopefully this will help, although I have my doubts. As they say in the lingua franca, the proof of the pudding is in the eating thereof. So to keep it short and simple, we can plan as much as we want, but if we don't appoint competent companies, nothing will change. We will support this, as we did in the committee, but take note of what was said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker on item 2. As recommended, item 3, environmental management and agriculture. Air quality monitoring report from the 1st of July 2025 to the 31st of January 2026. The report is on page 55 to page 89. Recommendations are on page 64. That's recommended. Item F, Section 79, Environmental Management, April 23 for 2026. Item 1, Environmental Management, Report on status of landfill sites, pre-inspection in Loko, Hedali, Garankuwa, and Soshanguve landfill sites. The report is on page 4 to page 12. Recommendations are on page 12. We have got one speaker, Councillor Kruger-Mellor, ME, from the DA.
Thank you, Speaker. We've heard the matter of security being raised repeatedly in previous speeches by colleagues, but this remains a major concern across all of the City of Tshwane's facilities. And nowhere is there more evident than at our landfill sites. Urgent intervention is required at the landfill sites at Hedeli, Garankuwa, and Soshanguve, particularly at Hedeli, where there's a serious and ongoing concern regarding continuous fires caused by inadequate security and the absence of proper boundary walls. It has become increasingly evident that the security at Hedeli landfill site is severely compromised, a concern reaffirmed during the most recent in-loco inspection at the end of April. Illegal recyclers continue to gain access through an unfenced section at the rear of the landfill site, highlighting a critical failure in basic site management and infrastructure maintenance. A lack of adequate fencing, boundary wall, access control, and effective on-site security measures is enabling unlawful activities that place both residents and the environment at significant risk. Furthermore, the response to these fires remain wholly inadequate, despite the presence of a water truck front-end loader intended to manage and extinguish fires. It's deeply concerning that it takes several days to fully contain these incidents. These prolonged response times unnecessarily worsen the air pollution and extend residents' exposure to harmful smoke and hazardous gases. Another serious concern is due to budget constraints. Equipment at the landfill site is not operational every day. This creates backlog and a result in large volumes of unprocessed waste accumulating on site, which significantly increases both the health risk and the potential of further fires. Even though capital budget was allocated to the upgrade, it's not going to work. It's not going to succeed if adequate security personnel, operational equipment, and other precautionary measures are not put in place. So, therefore, we call for an increased on-site personnel and access control measures, daily operational availability of critical firefighting and waste compacting, improved monitoring and enforcing against illegal access, and a clear implementable financial and supported maintenance and operational plan for all these 3 sites. We will be reporting these fires to GDOT to make sure that the adequate measures are taken by City of Tshwane to stop this air pollution and to assist with the security of the landfill sites and the health of the residents in Tshwane. We deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the only speaker on this item as recommended. G, Tshwane Geographical Names Committee for 23 April 2026. Item 1, Economic Development. Economic Development and Special Planning Department, approval of names to populate Geographical Names Bank, activities, phase 11. The report is on page 4 until page 14. Recommendations are on page 8 as recommended. Approval of names to populate the Geographical Names Bank, Business and Construction Phase 1. The report is on page 15 to page 23. The recommendations are on page 19 as recommended. Item 3, approval of names to populate the Geographical Names Bank, Human Literature Phase 3. The report is on page 24 to page 32. Recommendations are on page 28 as recommended. Economic Development and Special Planning, approval of names to populate the Geographical Names Bank, Professions, Phase 2. The report is on page 33 to page 42. Recommendations are on page 36 as recommended. Item 5, Economic Development and Special Planning, approval of names to populate the Geographical Names Bank, Transport and Traveling, Phase 5. The report is on page 43 to page 52. Recommendations are on page 47. As recommended. Moving along, we are now on item H, Section 79, Standing Committee, Tshwane Geographical Names of 13 May 2026. Report number 1, Economic Development and Special Planning Department, approval of names to populate the Geographical Names Bank, positive attributes and encouragement, phase 15. The report is on page 4 to page 12. Recommendations are on page 8 as recommended. Item 2, approval for the public participation process for the application to rename Wonerboom Airport. The report is on page 13 to page 49. Recommendations are on page 30. The first speaker on this item is Councillor J.C. Becker from DA. Councillor J.C. Becker. Councillor Marike Kruger, please switch off your mic. Councillor Becker.
Okay, just hold on.
Floor is yours.
Thank
3
you,
minutes.
Chair. Is it the lady that needs to speak? Donna?
You are on the
Lady
platform.
Pro- Okay. The lady Salowa must speak on this item, please, Chair.
You are giving your speaking time to Councillor Dikeledi. Suluwa. Councillor Suluwa.
Thank you, Speaker. Today, once again, we are witnessing an attempt to play politics of identity, heritage and history through proposed renaming of Wonderboom Airport. The name of Wonderboom is not simply a word on a signboard. It's deeply connected to the history of Pretoria and the famous Wonderboom tree. A fig tree estimated to be more than 1,000 years old, protected today as a national monument. The name in itself forms part of the cultural and historical fabric of this municipality. Yes, the Voortrekker history associated with the area is part of South Africa's past. But history has no blank pages. We cannot selectively erase parts of our story simply because they may not be politically convenient today. Afrikaans heritage, Voortrekker heritage, African heritage, liberation history are all form parts of the South African story. In fact, Afrikaans itself has a far more diverse history than many would care to admit. Millions of black, colored South Africans speak Afrikaans, and the language itself, also used by anti-apartheid activists and ordinary people resisting injustice. To reduce Afrikaans only to apartheid is historically dishonest and deeply divisive. 30 years into democracy, South Africa is still facing collapsing infrastructure, unemployment, and failing municipalities. Yet the focus on fixing basic service failures, some leaders decide that it would be best to change to focus on symbolic gestures of identity politics around names. The reality is that Wonderboom Airport itself faces serious operational and financial challenges. The city of Tshwane has acknowledged that the airport has been operating at a loss for many years, and only 5 out of its 8 turnaround interventions have been completed. The airport has ambitious revival plans involving cargo logistics, tourism, commercial aviation, including discussions around multi-billion rand master plans. Yet residents are asking an important question: where is the urgency? The urgency isn't there, but instead we are focusing on the renaming of Wonderboom Airport, wanting to replace one part of history with another when they could all coexist. We can also look at the fact that Wonderboom Airport played a significant role in World War II. Those parts of our history cannot be erased just because it's political.
Thank you very much, Councillor Suluwa. Yes, just before Councillor Alderman, Councillor Masilela Zambini, Gudom Dala, this is your oversight committee. If you want to engage, you are the chair of that committee. Don't interject. Just raise your hands, we'll give you an opportunity. I am raising this with utmost respect. Alderman. You are many today. Switch it off.
The 4 fingers of Brandy. Yeah, it's very painful to listen to what Councillor Suluwa was saying. History is a good teacher, and the beauty of history is that it must be read, and read to be understood. Therefore, Wonderboom, Councillor Suluwa, we are not changing Wonderboom Mall, we are not changing anything, we are changing the airport. And names have significance of battles triumphants. You don't just name things. You name things because of you think you've won a battle and you displace people. in their territory. Therefore, Wonderboom is a flower. It's a flower. It's a tree. No. Just wait. It's a tree that it's in the north of Pretoria. That was, okay, then they say it was discovered by Hendrik Potgieter in 1836. Therefore, Hendrik Potgieter, look at his history. The biggest oppressor in Pretoria felt compliant to name an airport after his own discovery. Now, these are people, then somebody, Councillor Slowa says to us, no, Afrikaans is a good what? Afrikaans is a dialect of the French and the Dutch. It's a dialect language. No, I'm telling you, it's a dialect language. Now, how do you preserve a language? The colors that were found. No. Yeah, but we are teaching you. We are trying to teach you and have a rebuttal that makes sense. That you can't insist that we celebrate Wonderboom of somebody who was an oppressor, who displaced black people here in Pretoria because of the fact that he has won.
Alderman, there's a hand, just a moment, while you refresh. Just before Councillor Shulua comes in, you may be charged on the debate. Alderman, let's not behave like we're in a kindergarten. You listen. If you want to engage, you've got the right to raise a hand and call an order, just like your Deputy Chief Whip is doing here now. But howling, even doing like this, Councillor Grandi, is not acceptable. Councillor Slua?
Is Michael still? Thank you, Speaker. As much as I hear Alderman Maluleka's argument, but as I've said, history has no blank pages, and everybody has a right to exist, and the relevance of everyone's culture is important. The reality is that you cannot go and want to remove one part of culture and history to suit another narrative.
Councillor Slua, there's a hand. Yes, Councillor Grandi, what are you raising on? You are raising a point of information, informing me why am I not talking to Councillor Maluleka? I've spoken to him the same time when I've spoken to you, and that was not a point of information. Councillor Slua, please complete. You are done. Alderman.
Speaker, we are going to mobilize the biggest crowd to change the Wonderboom Airport. That's what we're going to do, and painstakingly they're going to receive that change. We can't, you will change it back. When you are at home, doing what? You're not coming back, Brink. You are not coming back as the mayor. Accept that thing. You'll be wearing your shorts, moving around, doing shopping there at Olympus Park there. You are not coming back here. Nobody wants you. People dislike you. Now, Speaker, we are going ahead of making sure that the social cohesion, the social justice in the change of name. The second project that we must do is to remove Paul Kruger there. We must remove Paul Kruger there. You are not going to do anything. We are taking him to the museum. Paul Kruger doesn't belong to that church square. He belongs to the museum. That's why we're going. The history of this country must be changed. Whether they want it or they don't want it. We are going to do that. We are
hold on. There's three hands, two from the same party, and one from the same, another from the same coalition. Which one is which? Coalition of. Which one is which? Deputy Chief Whip. Deputy Chief Whip, McCulling and Councillor Grandi, let's hear. What are you raising on? Yes, noted.
Speaker, yet again,
What are you raising on?
I'm raising on a point of information, right? And the reality of the matter is that you might think that Paul Kruger's statue has no significance. We cannot erase the fact that there were particular wars between African tribes where Paul Kruger intervened. You cannot wipe away history just because it's convenient for you or you want to play identity politics. That cannot be the case. Just like I went and I protected Paul Kruger's statue with some of our DA councillors here in 2015, we'll go and do the same yet again.
Colin, what are you raising on?
I'm raising on a point of order, Speaker. Number one, this is a Section 79 report. Councillor Maluleke is not enlisted as a speaker, and if he's rising on a point of information, he can finish up and spare us the issue of flowers and whatever. So,
You are aware
follow the
that
process.
you are aware that is the leader of executive business.
But there is no rule that gives them to say we are playing oversight on them. That's a Section 79. It's not on his purview. It's not on their purview.
Wait.
It's not on their purview.
Councillor Foss, you've been asleep for quite some time. The meeting has been flowing.
Wa bona o
Please relax.
fetile. Ao. Ba re botsa ka di-flow room.
Thank you, Makhaleng. Yeah, before we go to Councillor Grandi, Councillor Radikwan, what are you raising on? Yes.
No, thank you, Speaker. You know, Speaker, we're doing extremely well. We skipped reports that we would have debated on. We've been flowing. And what is happening now is just a disgrace for us to be discussing this matter. There is no DA members who are going to convince the ANC, EFF, or Action SA members, and vice versa. Doesn't matter how much we're going to howl at each other, but we need to conclude this matter. Colleagues, let's be adults. We've been behaving very well. And it's winter. We are running campaigns. Let us not delay council further. Can I please request, Speaker, that we just go to the order of business and then conclude, please?
Noted. Point taken. I've got the last two hands. Noted. It's Councillor Tienesen and Councillor Masilela. On this matter, those were the last two hands.
Thank you, Speaker.
What are you raising on?
On a point of information, I would like you to answer how many turns does Alderman Maluleke get to speak?
Yeah.
Is he exempted because he's the leader of business? And based on which rule do you rule that, make that ruling? Please, can you clarify that?
Councillor Masilela? No, I'll clarify you. I'll clarify you. I want to take that point first, so that I respond to both of you at once. Councillor Masilela?
No, thank you, Mati. Longatogoza, Speaker. No, I just wanted to add on what the leader of government business would have indicated or expressed, that we are going ahead, with renaming von der Boom. And I think it is quite painful that you have a lady by the name of Silowa who comes here and wants to tell us about history that started in 1652. Chair, can I be protected?
Can we have order, please, councillors? We are doing very well so far.
The history that started in 1652 on the 3rd of April when they invaded South Africa. When there is history that relates to the Nguni people, where they come from, and ultimately where it went to Untoganja Umusi, Unkosi Umusi giving birth to his sons. From Emhlakeng bandlule baze bazofika la. So what we are doing is to dignifying black people. There can never be a history that started in 1652 that will replace the history of the Nguni tribe that started even before the 1500s. So today, we are saying to all of these ones that came and invaded South Africa on the 3rd of April 1652 and went on 327 years to kill Solomon Kalushi Masango, that we are going to dignify black people by giving thina singabantu abamnyama leso sithunzi sokuthi iVan der Boom ihistory yamaNdebele ikwazi ukuthi iqiniseke, ikwazi ukuthi iragele phambili. Konke lokho sokwenza singathukwi, whether kunabantu abanzima amaNdebele abangale ababerekisana namakhuwa, bebakhona abantu nakade bebathengisa. Sijame phezu kwaloko igama leVan der Boom liyokutshentsha isiphakamiso leso sokujama kanjalo thina sibe sifikelele lapho khona siyoyibiza ngegama lamaNdebele yona iVan der Boom International Airport, and we'll make sure that that airport becomes internationally recognized. It's going to be profitable for the city of Tshwane, not the current state that was collapsed by those bloody agents that came here and invaded South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker noted. Councillor Maskhalem, please sit down. Councillor Makhalem, please take your chair. Please take your seat. Councillor Grandi, please put your hand down. Councillor Grandi, put your hand down. Councillor Grandi, the speaker is addressing you. Put your hand down. You asked a question earlier on. I want to respond to you. Councillor Grandi, you don't dictate terms to me. Put your hand down. Councillor Grandi, you don't dictate terms to me. I am instructing you as the speaker to put your hand down. I want to respond to your earlier question. Don't instruct me what to do. Are you prepared to listen to my response? Put your hand down. Put your hand down. Councillors, earlier on, Councillor Grandi asked a question, and I want to respond to him. When we are in council meeting and we are engaging on reports, members of the executive have got the right to respond on the reports that belong to their departments, right? Even when they are not on the speaking list, they are afforded an opportunity to respond to whatever issues that might emanate on those debates. MMC Maluleka is the leader of executive business. MMC Maluleka cut across all these departments in terms of taking that responsibility to speak. One of you might raise a question on a member of the executive that is not here. He assumes that responsibility to respond to these questions. That is the clarity for your question. As we proceed, thank you very much. We are now entering Can we have order, please? We proceed with our meeting. Leader of Governance Business, you are still on the platform. Yes, Chief Whip of Council, what are you raising on?
No, Acting Speaker.
Yes, sir.
I know you are very strong. We can't allow this shenanigan that is happening in this house. You can't. Don't allow these kind of things in this council, please.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip, for that reminder, because when I act, they will be right into your office. But your comment gives me comfort. Conclude, MMC Maluleka. MMC, you are addressing the House through me. MMC, you are addressing the House through me, not that side.
Yeah. I was left with 30 seconds. I want to appreciate the speaker for listening to me. We're changing the airport. We're changing it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Grandi. For your further clarity, you go to Rules and Orders, item 33, section 2. Please read that, then I will engage you further outside this meeting. Item I. All right. Item 2 as recommended. Item I. Yes, MMC? Uri.
Then Councillor Grandis insults me, right? He says, no.
Is
Agree,
what he said repeatable?
Yeah, no, it's repeatable.
Okay.
Now, he says, when I want to engage him on what he was saying, he says, I was still a seaman. If you know what is a seaman, I will insult this old man. You will be embarrassed. Because of prostate cancer, you no longer have semen. You have dry things that have no semen.
Can I councillors, order please. Order please. Councillor Malulega. MMC Malulega. MMC Malulega. Councillor Grandi. You are granted 5 minutes to excuse council. Go and find each other and you come back. We are now moving to item I, section 79. Item I, Section 79, Standing Committee, Rules and Ethics, 24 April 2026, Office of the Speaker, Third Quarter Performance Report of Section 79 Standing Committee, Rules and Ethics for 2025-2026 financial year. The report is on page 4 until page 7. Recommendations are on page 7. Relax, I've also allocated a referee for that match, so they are safe. As recommended? Oh, there is a speaker on item 1, Councillor J. Barendrecht, GA. Councillor John, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acting Speaker. I was hoping to speak to our Speaker, but unfortunately he's not here because I wanted to speak to him directly in this case. This is a report from the Speaker's office. We are all happy about this report, and it indicates that after our bad start in January, as the Chair of Chair knows, this Standing Committee has drastically improved our performance. In this standing committee, we are now working across party lines and try to avoid petty party politics, as we just saw before the two aldermen left. We are working together for the best realization of our objective of ensuring compliance with council rules and orders and bylaws and processing matters in compliance with the rules and orders. We take our mandate seriously. All of us as councillors must comply with these rules and orders. These include the mayor, a mayoral committee, as well as the speaker himself, as well as the leader of government business. We do not accept the recommendations made by the officials as such on face value. We interrogate them in a quest for fairness. I would like to draw your attention to page 6 of this report, where under C the following resolutions appear. That it be noted that Speaker violated the rules and orders bylaw by not making a ruling on a point of order or a point of information in terms of Section 38. That it be noted that the Speaker further violated the rules and orders bylaw by not allowing a question in terms of Section 10(1)A asked by Alderman Grandi Tennyson. That the Speaker must note these violations before Council and ensure compliance. If you can convey the message to our full-time Speaker to look again at Sections 38 and Section 10(1)A of the Rules and Orders and ensure that he in future complies with these sections to ensure another aspect of our work, namely that the effective functioning of Council to conduct business of Council and committees can take place. I therefore respectfully request you and your full-time Speaker to assist us, to assist you in conducting business of Council efficiently. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. As recommended, item 2, Office of the Speaker of Council referred MMC A.M. Maluleka and Alderman U.G. Tennyson to the Section 79 Committee, Rules and Ethics. The report is on page 8 to page 23. Recommendations are on page 15. And the Speaker here is Councillor J. Barendrecht, DA.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I shall be brief in my speech on this topic. We are all politicians in this House, but to preserve the decorum here, we should be respectful to fellow members. The members involved are both aldermen, MMC Maluleka and Alderman Tennyson. Furthermore, the Speaker is the referee who should follow and implement the rules and orders in a fair and transparent manner. The rest of the councillors should see the example set by Alderman and the Speaker. This did not happen as is indicated in this report. We take our mandate seriously. This is quite apparent when you refer to the discussions between the members on page 12 to 14 of this report. We do not hesitate to investigate matters to get to the core of the matter. This is another case where we did not just accept the recommendation in the original report. We interrogate the proceedings, we listen to the recordings of what transpired, and search for the truth in fairness to all parties involved. I would like to draw your attention to page 15 to 16 of this report, where the following resolutions appear. That cognizance be taken that the failure of the Speaker to make a ruling on the point of order raised in terms of Section 38 of the Rules and Orders bylaw resulted in the deterioration of the decorum of Council. 2, that cognizance be taken that the failure of the Speaker to follow the President's set and ruled on by the Section 79 Standing Committee Rules and Ethics to allow councillors to withdraw defamatory statements and to apologize to each other and the House led to the worsening of the situation. 3, that the Speaker ensures that the quorum of Council is protected by speedy intervention during Council meetings. Acting Speaker, I would like to congratulate you on your action to diffuse the situation just now. And then lastly, the fourth recommendations, that both councillors be ordered to apologise for the remarks in terms of section 36(2) of the Rules and Orders bylaws. So I trust, Acting Speaker, that you will instruct the alderman to apologise to council. But Speaker, please take note and inform the full-time Speaker of Resolutions 1 and 2, and please implement Resolution 3 to the best of your ability and to the full-time Speaker's responsibility. I respectfully urge you to do so. I thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barendra. As recommended. Thank you very much. It's very interesting and very notable that we all agree on this one. I took counsel from the Groote Schuur meeting that took place on the 2nd of May, 1990. Possibly if you don't know anything about it. So, thank you very much. Councillor Maluleke and Councillor Grandi, Tienesen, you are back. As you stand up. As you stand up. Both of you are seasoned members of this house. You are aldermans. You are senior leaders in your parties. We respect you. We take guidance from you most of the times. And you tend to lose temper with each other most of the times. Hence, we have afforded you an opportunity to go out and engage. Our humble plea as the House is that please maintain the decorum. You may feel how charged as and when debate ensues, but that does not push you to go beyond the limit. You still remain members of this House. We will still accord you the respect that we afford you all times. Please return the favor. Thank you very much. You are each one given 10 seconds to apologize to the House. I will first start with the elder one, Councillor Tienesen, Alderman.
Speaker, I do apologize if I spoke wrong. I may have said that the councillor was in the Navy, and I shouldn't have said he was still a seaman. I should have rather said he was still a sailor. So I do apologize for calling him a seaman instead of a sailor.
Thank you. Alderman MMC.
Yeah, Speaker, maybe either to your instruction. I'm just asking that if we are referred, we should be afforded an opportunity to appear before the committee. Because that's part of the value chain of engagement when there's a matter of referral. But it will be corrected, I think, in future. Because the rule says you write to us, we can write, reply, or we should appear. Therefore, that part must not be ignored. Otherwise, we are doing it the incorrect way, Chair. But otherwise, I spoke to Councillor Tienesen. Yeah, but I'm not...
MMC?
There's a problem.
MMC?
Yes. Yeah, but call it to order.
Focus, leave.
He's throwing hands. Don't throw hands at me before I call Seaman. Yes.
Councillor Masilel?
Yeah.
Councillor Fosi?
Speaker. Yeah. You're wasting my 10 seconds. Speaker. It is in the nature of a debate that sometimes we lose ourselves into conversation, but it was not necessarily meant to do any harm. I apologize, my friend. We'll meet in Kleinfontein. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillors. That moment coincided with the report that talks to your behavior in another meeting. So they were clapped together. Hence, you did not even pick up what was happening when you came back. So it was as recommended. And the recommendations are loud and clear, specific, straightforward. Thank you very much, councillors. Item 3, Office of the Speaker, referral by the whip of DA caucus, referring the Chair of Chairs, Councillor Opamachiani, to the Rules and Ethics Committee. The report is on page 24 to page 27. Recommendations are on page 26. As recommended. There is no speaker on this list. What are you raising on, Chair of Chairs?
Bese ngirarekile ukuthi angikakabizwa kanti kwenzekeni mara bangicleara ukuthi awa ngikhambe kuhle anginamlando ni ngiyathokoza.
Bese ungirarile nami because chairperson yakho ngiyo le ithatha lo mhlangano lo urakela phambili manje ayikakunikanga ireport. There's two hands there at the back. Councillor, what are you raising on? Councillor John, what are you raising on?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The administration just reminded me that, as you say, there was a little bit convolution of two different things. The one that happened here regarding seamen or seafarers or admirals, but the other one was regarding that meeting that this report referred to, where the two councillors called each other thieves, the ANC thieves and the Kleinfontein people thieves and things like that. So it's actually for that they need to apologize. So the administration says this specific resolution wasn't implemented. So I just wanted to draw your attention to that. But I think if both just say, sorry, you're not a thief, and sorry, you're not a thief, it happened. Thank you.
Councillor behind you is fine, eh? You are fine. As recommended. We are now on item J from section 79, Roads and Transport Committee. Item 1, Roads and Transport Department Quarter 3 Performance Report on the implementation of service delivery and budget implementation plan SDB. The report is on page 4 to page 6. Recommendations are on page 6 as recommended. Item 2, Quarter 3 Financial Report on approved 2025-2026 medium-term revenue and expenditure framework. The report is on page 7 to page 39. Recommendations are on page 10 as recommended. Item K from Section 79 Oversight Committee Health. The first report, Drugs and Substance Abuse Response Unit. Progress report on the review of the community-oriented substance use program service delivery model towards internalization and insourcing of service. The report is on page 4 to page 165. Recommendations are on page 16 as recommended. Health Department Quarter 3 Performance Report on Service Delivery Business Implementation Plan of 2025-2026 financial year, as well as on the budget performance for Quarter 3. The report is on page 166 to 257. Recommendations are on page 171. As recommended, Office of the Speaker, Third Quarter Report on Section 79 Oversight Committee Health for 2025-2026 financial year. The report is on page 258 to page 306. Recommendations are on page 298 as recommended. Item 4 on Health Department, Operation Support Multi-Sectoral AIDS Response Management Unit. Report to provide progress update on the Tshwane Metro AIDS Council from April 25 to March 2026. The report is on page 307 to page 423. Recommendations are on page 324 as recommended. L from Special Section 79 Committee Civilian Oversight, 12th May 2026. Report number 1, Community Safety, Tshwane Metro Police, Report on Crime Statistics and Trends per Region. The report is on page 4 to page 18. Recommendations are on page 18 as recommended. Item 2, Community Safety, Tshwane Metro Police, on attendance and participation of Metro Police at Community Police Forum CPFs during the period of 4 to 18 April 2025 to March 2026. The report is on page 19 to page 23. Recommendations are on page 23 as recommended. Thank you very much, councillors. We will now switch to in-committee reports, and I will thus request Thank you very much, Honorable Councillors. Honorable Councillors, in terms of Section 42 of the Rules and Orders, a member may, after an item has been called, or Executive Mayor, Chair of Chairs, may at any time move that the Council resolve itself into a committee for consideration of item or items on the agenda, and no seconder is needed for such a motion. In accordance with Section 42, subsection 3, the mover of the proposal for Council to resolve itself into committee may speak on such proposal for going into committee, and only the reason thereof, for not more than 5 minutes. When Council then resolves itself into committee, all members of the public, the media, and the officials, except those officials required by the Speaker to stay, must leave Council chamber. In accordance with Section 42, subsection 9, for the Rules and Orders, the resolution to the items considered in committee needs to be announced in the open Council if such a matter is a staffing matter. Honorable Councillors, these items were not contained in the agenda on SharePoint due to the confidential nature thereof. and was distributed to councillors on link via the email address. The Chair of Chairs did propose that the Chair of Chairs and the EM did propose earlier that these reports be considered in committee. I will now, in terms of Section 42, subsection 3 of Rules and Orders, allow the Chair of Chairs to speak on the reasons for the Council to resolve itself into committee for this purpose. Chair of Chairs. He did earlier. Or EMU, you are exempted from this one because earlier on we corrected that one of 29. Yeah, through the leader of governance business in your absence. Thank you. Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Acting Speaker. I see that Honorable Parenberg is already missing us. He wants to speak on every item tonight. Yeah, we wish you well, Honorable Parenberg. May the good Lord be with you. Ndabezitha somlomo ongumjaphethe siyabawa ke ukuthi asicoce bndumba indaba le kungabi nomuntu ozokuya nayo ku TikTok ayibe ngekhaya icocwe ekhaya iphelele ekhaya. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, Honorable Councillors. Annexure B2, B3, B4, B5, B6, B7, B8, B9, B10, B11, G, none. Item H, none. Item I, new motions, none. Item J, Honorable Councillors, any petitions? You raise your hand, we will note you. As and when I note you, you press your mic, you present the heading of your petition. No content. Councillor Jacobs.
Thank you, Speaker. It's overgrown property on Morati and Forest Acre Avenue.
Thank you. Councillor there at the back, next to Hailey. Councillor Diepenaar.
This is a petition from the residents of Region 3. More specifically Ward 82, Ward 56, Ward 42 and Ward 59 with regards to the severe power outages that last for up to 2 weeks on average in Region 3.
Noted, received. Councillor at the back there, where Haley is. Haley? Is there a petition? Move to the next councillor. Councillor from Ward 43. Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Smith.
Street lights, Ward 52.
Okay, thank you. That petition was submitted long ago. Just hand it over. Did you present it? Councillor at the back, yes? Councillor Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Power outages in Ward 2, Pretoria North. Thank you.
You? Councillor Sillo Kumako?
No.
It was me, the legacy hand. Oh, okay. Any other petition? That's all? There's none on item K. Item L, honorable councillors, I thank you for your valuable input during this meeting, and the meeting is concluded. Please drive safe home. Bye-bye. Thank you, Jim. Hello.